Dare to Resist. Parallel World, Book 1. Written and narrated by Christine Kersey. Copyright 2013 by Christine Kersey. Chapter 1. "Hey, know-it-all," a familiar female voice called out. The comment wasn't directed at me, but I had a good idea who the target was. Turning away from my locker, I looked down the school hallway in the direction the voice had come from. Sure enough, there was Shelby, the girl who thought she was all that when in reality she was just a bully. And she was focused on Rochelle, a girl I'd gotten to know since moving to Fox Run 3 months earlier. Rochelle was an easy target, kind of nerdy looking with her cat eye glasses, hunched shoulders, and straight A grades, but that didn't matter to me. She'd been one of the first people to befriend me when I'd been the new girl at school, one of the only people, as a matter of fact. Rochelle glanced at Shelby with an expression of uncertainty. "Yeah," Shelby said, "I'm talking to you, dork." Rochelle frowned as she tried to avoid Shelby, dodging the other students in the hallway who were eager to head home after the last bell. They all ignored the interaction between Shelby and Rochelle, and instead gave Shelby a wide berth, which only seemed to encourage her. "Why'd you have to make the rest of us look bad in algebra?" Shelby asked as she blocked Rochelle's path, her voice filled with anger and annoyance, her arms held out to her sides in a posture surely meant to intimidate. "You're such a teacher's pet." Rochelle adjusted her glasses as she stared at the ground. Shelby's lips twisted with loathing. "You're going to get me kicked off the soccer team." "How is that Rochelle's fault?" I heard myself ask as I waded past the exiting students and stopped next to Rochelle. Why I needed to jump in, I'm not sure, but I couldn't seem to stop myself. Rochelle and Shelby turned to me, both with looks of surprise. With a thumb jerked in Rochelle's direction, Shelby said, "Einstein's screwing up the curve, which means I'm not going to pass." "Morgan," Rochelle said, "it's okay." I frowned as I looked at her. "No, it's not. If Shelby gets kicked off the team, it's not your fault." "Shut up, loser," Shelby said beside me, "before I shut you up." Hoping she would leave, I ignored her, focusing on Rochelle. "Hey," she said, obviously not willing to be ignored. Slowly turning my head, when I met her furious gaze, I saw her eyes narrow as she scowled at me. Then she said, "This is between me and Rochelle." She looked me up and down. "Go eat a donut or something." The jab at my weight stung. I wasn't even that heavy, maybe 15 pounds over where I wanted to be. I mean, sure, I had a sweet tooth, and yeah, I'd kind of given up on ever being as thin as the popular girls, but that was just rude. Pursing my lips, I glared at her. "I can always lose weight, but you're stuck with your brain." Her eyes narrowed to slits. "What are you trying to say, Chubkins?" Fury, hot and bright, burned inside me, and I had to remember to relax my jaw. "It's not Rochelle's fault you were born with a brain the size of a peanut." Then I challenged her with a stare. Why was I egging her on? Oh yeah, because I hated bullies. Her eyes bulged. "Okay, that's it." She was several inches taller than me and had an athletic build. Not exactly a fair fight. "Morgan," Rochelle said, her tone urgent, "let's go." I wanted to, badly, but the look in Shelby's eyes told me she wouldn't let that happen. Not unless I begged, and I couldn't bring myself to do that. Students had formed a semicircle around us as if we were about to duke it out. Another reason I couldn't flee. With her head tilted and her hands on her hips, Shelby glared at me in a clear challenge. Now what? I thought. With an audience, it would be even harder to walk away, although I knew that's what I should do. Shelby took a menacing step toward me, and I stepped back. Unfortunately, a bank of lockers was right behind me. I froze. Shelby grinned. Then I came to my senses. Back off, or you'll get kicked off the team for sure. A smirk twisted her lips. Might be worth it, especially since I'm probably getting kicked off because of my grades. Maybe I could convince her otherwise. Why take the chance? She seemed to think about it, then she shook her head. Nah. Her hand curled into a fist, and then she lifted it like she was going to slam it into my face. I couldn't let that happen. On instinct, I lashed out, stepping toward her with my arms outstretched. With adrenaline pumping through my veins, I shoved her. I'd only meant to keep her from hitting me, but to my surprise, she fell backwards and hit her head on the concrete floor. "Break it up!" Principal Cunningham shouted as he forced his way through the students who were watching. Why couldn't he have shown up 30 seconds earlier? With a stern look at me, he knelt beside Shelby, who was pushing herself into a sitting position. "She hurt me," she said, as she rubbed the back of her head and tears welled in her eyes. Fake tears, I was sure, but since I was standing and she was on the ground, it didn't look good for me. Principal Cunningham helped Shelby to her feet. Then he turned to me. "In my office, now." Lips pinched in frustration, I made my way to his office. By the time I walked out the doors of the school with my furious mother by my side, I'd been suspended for the rest of the week. It didn't seem to matter that I'd been standing up for Rochelle. It was Shelby's word against mine. Fox Run was a small town, too small to afford cameras in the school hallways. So, besides Rochelle, no one wanted to speak out against Shelby and become her next victim. And the principal didn't seem to care about the circumstances or that Rochelle would back me up. Evidently, he only cared about the conclusion he'd reached, that I was the aggressor and Shelby the victim. She even had a large bump on the back of her head to prove her case. As I snapped my seatbelt into place, Mom turned on the engine and backed the car out of the parking space, her mouth tight. "I can't believe you shoved that girl, Morgan." She frowned at me. "She got a knot on her head." "She was about to hit me," I said, then thought, and she called me fat. But there was no way I was going to tell her that. How mortifying would that be? Mom shook her head and pursed her lips. "Look, Morgan, I know you were trying to help Rochelle, but there's no excuse to hit first." I didn't bother pointing out that I hadn't hit Shelby, just shoved her. What was I supposed to do? Let her hit me? Mom gave me a look of incredulity. "You should have walked away." She hadn't been there. She didn't know what it was like. She didn't understand that I couldn't back down, because if I had, Shelby would be all over Rochelle the next day and the next. Softly sighing, I stared out the passenger window, and when we pulled into our driveway, Mom turned to me with a deep scowl. "You're grounded until further notice." "But Mom—" She cut me off with a raised hand. "Do not argue with me, Morgan. Do not." Then she held her hand out. I knew what she wanted, and with my lips clamped shut, I placed my cell phone in her palm. Without a word, I got out of the car, slung my backpack over my shoulder, then marched into the house. I couldn't believe what had happened. Not only the fight with Shelby, but Mom's refusal to see my side of the story. It was so unfair. My mind racing, when I started climbing the stairs to go to my room, I almost ran into Amy, my 13-year-old sister. "Watch it," I muttered. She rolled her eyes at me. "You watch it, Morgan." I gave her a murderous glare, then continued up. When I reached my bedroom, I sank onto my bed, fuming. Stewing in my anger, I stared at the blank wall. Then, as I pondered how much my life sucked just then, I heard my younger brothers running around outside, making their usual racket. I went to the window and looked into the backyard. As I watched them kick a ball back and forth, their breath coming out in frosty clouds in the November air, I frowned, jealous of their lack of worries. "Zach, Brandon," Mom called out to my brothers from downstairs. "Come inside and finish your homework." I watched as they walked toward the house before they disappeared from view. Even though I couldn't see them, I could still hear them. They were always in motion. I guess most 8 and 10-year-olds are, but it still irritated me. I walked away from the window and slumped onto my bed, then stared at the wall. "Morgan?" Mom called out as she knocked on my door a few minutes later. The sound of her voice reminded me how unfair everything was. Gritting my teeth, I called out, "What?" She walked in and glanced at me before looking at the clothes strewn around the room. She sighed, then met my defiant glare. "I want you to write a letter of apology to that girl you," her jaw clenched, "that you hurt today." What? I thought. No freaking way would I apologize to Shelby. She'd called me fat and she'd almost punched me. She should apologize to me. Of course, I didn't say that out loud, but that's what I was thinking. Mom frowned before continuing. "And I expect this room to be picked up before you come down for dinner." Forcing myself to remain calm, I said, "You realize how unfair all of this is?" She tilted her head as she frowned. "That's the way the system works, Morgan. You break the rules, you face the consequences." Hoping I could still change her mind, I softened my tone. "I understand the school's rules, Mom, but I don't think I should be grounded." She pursed her lips. "What do you think I should have done?" I threw my hands into the air. "Nothing, because I didn't do anything wrong. I was just standing up for Rochelle, and Shelby overreacted." "Uh-huh." That didn't sound like she'd changed her mind. "So I'm not grounded?" She laughed, actually laughed. "Good try, Morgan." I must have looked annoyed that my ploy had failed, because she added, "When you're on your own, you can do things your way, but as long as you live here, you'll follow our rules." The unfairness pressed down on me, and I wanted to scream with frustration. Mom pointed to the clothes on my floor. "Clean your room and write that note of apology. Don't come downstairs until you do." Then she turned and left. I closed the door behind her, forcing myself not to slam it, fresh fury welling up inside me like a geyser before it erupts. Her words rang in my head. "When you're on your own, you can do things your way." Maybe it was time for me to get on my own, like right now. Chapter 2. I snatched my backpack from the floor, then took out my school books and tossed them onto my bed. I grabbed my wallet from my dresser and shoved it inside. Then, glancing around, I remembered the 3 granola bars I'd stashed in my desk. I added those to the backpack along with an empty water bottle. I slung the backpack over my shoulder and cracked open my door. I could hear the boys talking downstairs. It sounded like they were in the kitchen, which was where they usually did their homework. If Mom was in there too, I could sneak down the stairs and out the front door without them seeing me. The only wild card was Amy. I had no idea where she was. She'd been on her way downstairs when I'd come up, but who knew where she would be now? I didn't want her to know what I was doing. She would be more than happy to tell Mom my plans and get me in trouble before I even got out the door. I peeked into the hallway and didn't see Amy, and her bedroom door was closed. I tiptoed to it and pressed my ear against the white wood, but all was silent. Feeling hopeful, I went into the bathroom and filled my water bottle from the sink faucet. Then I screwed the lid closed and walked out of the bathroom, jamming the bottle into my backpack before turning toward the stairs. "Where are you going?" I spun around and saw Amy standing next to her open door, her arms folded across her chest, a copy of Romeo and Juliet in one hand. "None of your business," I said without thinking, venom thick in my voice. As soon as the words left my mouth, I knew it was a mistake. "I guess I can just ask Mom." Crap! If Mom found out I was trying to go somewhere, then I would be in even deeper trouble. "Why do you care, Amy?" "I don't, but I still want to know." I glanced toward the stairs, then leaned toward her, an idea forming. "Can you keep a secret?" I was practically whispering. Her eyes narrowed with suspicion. I never told her my secrets. "Yeah?" "This is important, Amy. Can I trust you? Really?" She uncrossed her arms and took a step toward me. I can keep a secret, you know, Morgan. I wondered if she would actually be able to keep this to herself. Okay, I'm trusting you. Okay. I glanced in the direction of the stairs one more time, then looked back at her. I'm supposed to be grounded. Yeah, she said with a smirk. I know. Well, there's this boy. She suddenly looked very interested. Is he cute? She was buying it. Grinning, I nodded. He's the hottest guy at my school. And? Well, he finally asked me out, and we were supposed to go out tonight. But, as you know, I'm grounded. I blinked several times like I was holding back tears of sadness. If I don't go, he's going to think I'm not interested, and I won't get another chance. I watched several emotions play across Amy's face, but I was counting on her die-hard sense of romance to win out. Go, Morgan. You have to go. I knew it, I thought. Almost laughing, I said, And you won't tell Mom? Promise? I promise. Thank you, Amy. You are the best. Obviously pleased, she smiled, and I turned to go. Wait, Morgan. I stopped and turned back, a questioning look on my face. What's his name? I glanced at the book in her hand, Romeo and Juliet by William Shakespeare. William. William, she said, a dreamy look on her face. I watched as she went back into her room, then I went to the top of the stairs and listened. I heard Mom's voice coming from the kitchen, and I knew I was in the clear. I made my way down the stairs, making sure to avoid the creaky spots. When I reached the front door, I stopped, briefly considering what I was about to do. Did I really want to run away? I pictured Mom's face when she'd basically told me I had no control over my life. The complete assurance she seemed to feel that I would just go along with the program irked me, and then her demand that I apologize to Shelby. Wouldn't she be surprised that I had followed my own plan? And what did it matter if tomorrow was a school day? I was suspended, remember? Scowling, I opened the front door. A gust of cold air blew in, snapping me back to reality. I hesitated, but I wasn't going to let a little cold air keep me from doing what I wanted. I had to prove to Mom that I was in charge of my own destiny, that I could make my own rules. I listened for Mom's voice and could tell she was still in the kitchen. I shrugged off my backpack, opened the hall closet, and took out my jacket. I quickly put it on, then tossed the backpack onto my shoulders and walked outside, closing the door behind me. I hurried away from the porch and toward the dark green picket fence that surrounded our oversized front yard. My breath formed a white cloud. The air was colder than I had expected, and I desperately hoped my gloves were in my backpack. Not wanting to stop to check until I was out of sight of the house, I blew warm breath on my hands and rubbed them together. Whoa! I cried, as I nearly tripped on a furry bundle that had flung itself against my legs. No, Goldie, you can't come with me. The yellow lab danced around me. I'm sorry, but no dogs allowed this time. Reaching the gate that led out of the yard and onto the road, I pushed Goldie aside with my foot and squeezed out of the gate without letting the dog escape. Quickly glancing over my shoulder to see if Mom was looking out the window, I smiled. No one seemed to have noticed my departure. Not yet, anyway. Just wait until later when they realized I was gone. And since Mom had taken my phone, they wouldn't be able to call me. Add to that Amy's belief that I was off with some boy, and they would be frantic with worry. Smiling in grim satisfaction, I glanced toward the garage, tempted to take the car. But Mom hadn't let me get my license yet, so driving with only a permit, not to mention Grand Theft Auto, would be a mistake. Plus, I would have to go back into the house to get the key. I kept on walking. Once around the bend that hid my house from the main road, I turned onto a footpath that led into the woods surrounding my house. The trees swayed gently in the cold breeze. I stopped and took off the backpack before unzipping it, then I dug around until I found my gloves stuffed in the bottom. Pleased that I had actually put them in my backpack, I knew the matching knit cap and scarf were in there too. "Yes," I said in triumph as I found them. After tugging on the gloves, hat, and scarf, I hauled the backpack over my shoulders. "That's much better." My breath came out in little puffs as I spoke. Noticing the sun beginning to dip toward the mountain, I knew I didn't have a lot of time before the nighttime freeze set in. I didn't know the weather forecast, but the gray clouds didn't bode well for someone who was going to be outside, and I didn't know where I would spend the night. I figured I had another hour before dark and decided to make the most of it. Pulling my cap lower over my ears, I headed down the footpath, not sure where I wanted to go. In the short time we'd lived in our house, I'd spent very little time exploring these woods, so it was with some trepidation that I ventured farther down the path. As I walked, I considered turning around and going out to the main road and hitching a ride to town, but then decided I didn't want to go quite that far from home just yet. Best to take my chances near home. That would give me more options. Maybe I would just stay away for a few hours, give my parents a little scare. That would make them realize their rules were unreasonable, make them understand my point of view. Visualizing the look on Mom's face when she discovered my disappearance brought a grim smile. But when I pictured Dad's worried expression, my smile faded. Dad wasn't the problem. He would have understood what had happened, understood that I needed to strike first. He probably wouldn't have grounded me either, unless Mom talked him into it. Deep in thought, when I heard someone whistling a tune, as well as the snuffling of a dog, I startled. Hurrying off the path, I nearly stumbled over a fallen tree branch. Most people didn't put their dogs on leashes in these woods, and I was afraid the dog would bring his owner right to me. I didn't want anyone to find me. What good would it do to run away if someone knew where to find me? Hustling into the woods, I tried not to make too much noise, but then the dog began to bark. Thick underbrush forced me to step over fallen branches, slowing my progress. "What is it, Max?" the man called out. Stepping behind a wide tree, I carefully peered around to see what the man was going to do about his dog, which had either picked up my scent or heard me tromping through the underbrush. About 100 feet from where I hid, the dog barked wildly and pranced around in place, clearly wanting permission to go after his find. With the one eye I allowed to be exposed, I saw that the dog was a German shepherd. Gasping in fear that I would be attacked, I flattened myself against the tree trunk and tried to slow my breathing. "Max, calm down, boy. It's just a squirrel. We don't have time to chase squirrels today. It's near dark and we need to get back." Ignoring his owner, the dog continued barking. Daring to peek again, I turned my head ever so slightly so I could see around the trunk. The dog must have seen me because his barking became more agitated and he took several steps toward me. "Come," the man said. When I heard the man and his dog leaving, relief flooded me. Not wanting to run into them again, or anyone else for that matter, I decided to avoid the footpath and to venture farther into the woods. Even though my gut told me it was probably not the best idea, I did it anyway. Feeling clever, I decided to mark my path so I could find my way back when I was ready to come home. I took off my backpack and rummaged around until I found a fat purple marker. Nice! I'd forgotten that was in there, left over from a school project I had recently done. I took the lid off and smiled. I backed up a few steps to make sure I could see the path from where I stood. Then I dragged the pen across the smooth tree trunk, leaving a wide purple streak that I would be able to see when I came back, but no one on the path would be able to see. Pleased with my resourcefulness, I continued into the woods another 20 feet or so and made a mark on another tree. I kept going like this for half an hour, until I realized it was nearly too dark to see the marks. To top that off, I had been so focused on marking the trees that I hadn't really paid attention to where I was going. The chill in the air began to feel like small bugs biting my cheeks. A branch cracked like something had stepped on it. Something wild. Something coming to get me. Home suddenly sounded like a good place to be, and running away didn't seem like such a great idea. I turned around, ready to go back the way I had come. A purple stripe on a nearby tree trunk caught my eye, and I headed that way, congratulating myself for my cleverness. Confident I could find my way home, I strode past it. I even found the marked tree after that, but then complete darkness descended, and not only could I not see my purple streaks, I could hardly even see the trees. Panic crept up my throat. I couldn't breathe. Turning in slow circles, squinting into the dark, I wasn't sure which way to go. I thought I had planned so well, but I hadn't thought to bring a flashlight. Why would I, when I always had my phone with me, a phone that had a flashlight app? Stupid, 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 I whispered. A distant howl made me scream, and I slapped my hand over my mouth, not wanting to draw the creature to me. I looked up at the sky as if doing so would make the sun appear. The gray clouds briefly parted and the moon shone, dimly lighting the area. Taking advantage of the faint light, I scanned the area. Nothing promising in view. I took several steps in one direction, then in another, fearful that the moon would be covered in clouds at any moment, extinguishing my only source of light. Forcing myself to calm down, I concentrated on thoroughly studying each direction. Then I thought I saw something. Peering more intently into the dark, I smiled. Yes! A small structure stood a short distance away. Chapter 3. Hurrying toward the small hut as best I could among the bushes and fallen tree limbs, I reached it just as the moon hid behind the clouds. Gentle snowflakes settled on my cheeks, and I was doubly glad that I had found this shack. 2 small windows framed the upper part of the door, but no light filtered out. In fact, it looked like it was pitch black inside. The place was silent as a graveyard. It had to be abandoned. Still, what if someone was in there? Maybe they didn't want anyone to know they were inside, so they were being completely silent. What would they do if I came in? Welcome me? Attack me? No one was around. If I screamed, no one would hear me. Hesitating now, I stood in front of the door. Then I heard a howl. Okay, I thought. Time to put a wall between me and whatever's lurking in the forest. Gathering my courage, I knocked on the wooden door, then waited. When there was no reply, I knocked again, this time using the side of my fist. Still, no response. Maybe it really was empty. Relieved, I grasped the doorknob and tried to turn it, but it didn't budge. The snow flurries thickened, and despite my jacket and gloves, I began to shiver. It might have been more from fear than from cold, but whatever the reason, my words came out in a stutter. Who would lock the door out here in the middle of nowhere? I walked around the small building, examining the structure. The hut was a square, each of the wooden walls about 10 feet long. There was no other entrance, and the only windows were the tiny ones on either side of the front door, too small for me to crawl through. I considered breaking the glass so I could reach in and unlock the door, but I wasn't sure I would be able to reach the lock. Besides, if the window was broken, cold air would come in. Using all of my strength, I grasped the doorknob with both hands and shoved my shoulder against the door. After several tries, the door burst inward. Quickly closing the door behind me, I grimaced as I realized the space offered little warmth. Peering into the complete darkness, I reached for my cell phone to use my flashlight app, but then I remembered I didn't have it. Sighing, I inched forward, but after only a few steps I bumped into a table. I ran my hands over the top of it. Nothing there. I moved toward the nearest wall with my hands outstretched, then stopped as I remembered how, when I was little, I would walk around with my eyes closed, just for fun, to see if I could find my way. But this was no child's game, and I didn't know what dangers might be lurking. The thought made me pause. Swallowing my fear, I forced myself to keep going, but as a precaution, I left my gloves on. Holding my hands out in front of me, I shuffled forward, wanting to avoid tripping over some unseen hazard. After a few steps, my hands touched the wall. Flattening my gloved hands against the hard surface, I explored the wall but found nothing but the wall. Sliding my feet slowly to my left, I continued to explore. I reached the corner. Something thin and wispy like cobwebs tickled my cheek and I screamed, scraping it away. The idea of a big hairy spider watching me, or worse, getting tangled in my hair, made me shudder. I patted my head to make sure my hat was still in place and adjusted my scarf to cover most of my face. Feeling more secure, I continued my blind search. As I shifted to the new wall, the surface felt different. Hard bumps stuck out in places. They were handles for cabinets and drawers. Though hope blossomed inside me that I might find something I could use, the idea of sticking my hand into a dark cavern sent a new spasm of shudders racing through me. I gathered my courage and pulled open the first cabinet. Cautiously, I lifted my hand toward the opening, then centimeter by centimeter, I reached inside, expecting at any moment to have my gloved hand pierced by the fangs of some hideous creature. When all my hand found was empty air, my bravery increased, and I moved my hand around more confidently. The space was bare. When I opened the next cupboard, I wasn't quite as nervous and reached inside with more sureness, but when my hand bumped against something, I was so startled that I jumped backward and nearly fell. With adrenaline pounding through me, I froze, waiting to see what would happen next. When nothing jumped out and attacked me, I reached inside with both hands and immediately felt the hard object. The sides felt smooth and the top was curved, but when I discovered a handle hanging against the side, my hopes rose. I pulled the object out of the cupboard and let the meager light coming in from the small windows on either side of the front door cast some illumination. The silhouette confirmed my suspicions. "Yes," I whispered, "a lantern." Now I needed to find matches, and after carefully searching the drawers, I found a small box. After removing a small stick, I brushed the match against the rough side of the box and was rewarded by a bright flame. Carrying the burning match to the table, I used it to examine the lantern. It looked like it was in good shape, although it was coated with a thick layer of dust. I was suddenly grateful for the many times the power had gone out and Dad had made me learn how to light the lantern. Moments later, it was lit. Calmness washed over me as darkness fled. Exhaling a sigh of relief, I used the light from the lantern to explore the room. It was a little smaller than my bedroom, but less cluttered. Along one wall were the cabinets where I had found the lantern and matches. In a corner sat a rocking chair that looked like it had seen better days. Against the opposite wall sat a bare cot, but the item that made me close my eyes in anticipation was the wood-burning stove squatting on the floor in the far corner. Carrying the box of matches with me, I walked to the stove, set the lantern on the floor, and pulled on the cast-iron door. The hinges creaked, and I frowned when I saw nothing but a few cold ashes scattered at the bottom of the stove. I looked on the far side of the stove and smiled when I saw a small stack of wood in a neat pile. Old newspapers lay next to the wood. Who did this place belong to? I didn't really care. I was just grateful it was here. I had seen my dad build fires in our fireplace many times and figured it couldn't be that difficult to get a fire going. After placing a few logs in the stove, along with some scrunched up sheets of the newspaper, I lit a match and held it to the edge of a newspaper. Though the newspaper burst into flame, the logs refused to burn. Dad made this look so easy. Picturing him lighting a warm fire in our living room fireplace made me suddenly miss my family. As I thought about their reaction to finding me missing, I didn't feel so good anymore, not even when I thought about Mom. I felt guilty and wished I had a way to let them know I was okay. Would they call the police and have them out looking for a boy named William? I felt stupid for the lie I told Amy and wished I would have thought this through. Well, I was stuck here, and now I would have to deal with it. I turned my attention back to the wood-burning stove, and after adding some loosely bunched newspaper inside, the logs finally caught fire. Relief pulsed through me as the beginnings of warmth emanated from the stove. The chill began to seep from my body, and warmth took its place. I fed more logs into the fire and made sure they were blazing before closing the door to the stove. I dragged the cot close to the heat, took the water bottle and a granola bar out of my backpack, then sat on the cot and tried to absorb the heat coming from the fire. Now that I could focus on something besides building the fire, I munched on the granola bar and thought about my parents and how frantic they must be by now. Running away didn't seem like such a good idea anymore, and I wished I hadn't been so impulsive. An image of Dad filled my mind. He would be worried about me being out with some boy, assuming Amy had told him. But what if she kept her promise and didn't tell? What if they figured out that I ran away? Dad would be worried about me out in the snowstorm, and he wouldn't hesitate to go out in it to search for me. If anything happened to him, it would be my fault. Guilt pounded through me as I pictured him searching and searching for me. "What have I done?" I whispered. I stared out the small windows on either side of the door, but could see nothing in the darkness. I would go home as soon as the sun came up. The thought of home and family made me feel better. All I had to do was follow my purple markings on the trees, and I would be home. I set the water bottle on the floor and curled up on the cot, eager for morning to arrive. Sleep came quickly, but during the night I awoke to a violent crashing sound. The lantern had gone out, and in the pitch black, I was paralyzed with fear. What had happened? Was I in danger? Holding completely still, barely even breathing, I stared hard into the darkness, but was barely able to make out so much as a shadow. The room was growing colder. The fire had obviously gone out. I needed to get it going again. After several minutes of nothing happening, no animal or human attacking me, I decided I wasn't in mortal danger, and that the sound must have come from outside. Gathering my courage, I climbed off the cot, then felt my way to the lantern. When I tried to light it, I discovered that the mantle had burned out. Without a replacement, there was nothing I could do. Instead, I turned my attention to the wood-burning stove. I added some wood and blew on the embers, which flared up into small flames, licking the dry logs. To my relief, soon the fire was going again. I thought it strange that despite the brightly burning fire, the room seemed to be as cold as ever. Knowing there was nothing I could do until morning, I lay back on the cot and tried to sleep. Chapter 4. Bright sunlight streamed into the room, waking me. I stretched and yawned, then sat up on the cot. The fire had gone out, which was fine since I was planning on leaving as soon as I had a snack. Glancing where the sunlight shone in, I saw that a large tree had fallen on the roof right above the door. Obviously, that was the large crash that had woken me. The door was bent at a weird angle, and the windows were shattered. I peeked through the space where the glass should have been, and saw that the snowstorm had stopped and that there was at least a foot of snow on the ground. I turned the doorknob and yanked, but the tree had pinned the door in place. I pushed against the tree, trying to lift it off the door, but it was wedged in tight, not to mention too heavy for me to lift. If I couldn't get the door open, how was I supposed to get out of the hut? The windows were much too small to crawl through, even if I did want to risk slicing my body with the shards of glass. And I couldn't see any way through the tree. There was no way out. I was trapped. Panic welled within me as the blood drained from my face. I wanted to go home, more than anything, but now I couldn't, and no one knew where I was. To keep the panic at bay, I paced the room, frantic to come up with a solution. I walked along each side of the room, occasionally pounding on the wall to see if there were any weak spots where I could break through. The walls were solid wood. Maybe I could find a tool or some object to bang against the wall to try to punch a hole through it. Ransacking the small room, I looked for anything that would do the job. I wasn't having any luck, but then looked at the cot where I had spent the night. Maybe I could break off one of the legs and use that to make a hole in the wall. I turned the cot over, its legs sticking up, and sat next to it. As I twisted the leg this way and that, trying to break it off, something on the floor jabbed my thigh. There was just enough light coming into the room for me to see a small screw poking up from the floorboards. Something next to it caught my eye. Curiosity overcame me, and for a moment I forgot my predicament. A large round handle, more like a ring, was tucked into the floor. It was flush with the floor, and not at all noticeable unless you knew where to look or happened to find a loose screw next to it. Pushing the cot out of the way, I lifted the edge of the ring from the floor so I could wrap my fingers around it, then pulled upward. A trapdoor creaked as I pulled harder. There were no hinges holding it in place, so the whole trapdoor came free of the floor, and I pushed it to the side. Staring into the dark hole beneath the floor, I saw the first few rungs of a ladder. No way was I going into that dark hole. I studied the darkness, then looked around the hut with no escape. What if going into the dark hole somehow led out of the hut? I had to take a chance. Even so, I couldn't make myself go down there without a light. I looked around to see if I could find another mantle. I searched the drawers in the cabinet and found a box with one spare mantle. I silently thanked the person who had left the meager supplies that I'd needed. Soon enough, I had the lantern shining brightly. Even though I didn't expect to find anything but an old cellar, I packed my few belongings into my backpack so I could bring it with me. Maybe I could find some canned fruit or something down there. I pictured spiderwebs crisscrossing the cellar, but I climbed down the ladder nonetheless, holding the lantern with one hand and gripping the ladder rungs with the other. There were a few spiderwebs, but I studiously ignored them and focused on my task. It seemed to take a while to climb to the bottom, but once my feet touched the hard ground, I held the lantern high, examining the small space. The room smelled strongly of earth, and I hoped there weren't too many insects lurking about, ready to crawl up my legs. The thought made me shudder with revulsion. Dirt walls surrounded me on 3 sides, but where the 4th wall should have been, there was an opening that led to a hallway. Intrigued, I held the lantern in front of me and stepped toward the narrow opening, wondering where it led. Chapter 5. Wooden beams ran up the sides of the opening, and a short beam was wedged across the top. I wondered if it was keeping the whole thing from collapsing. Dirt-packed walls lined both sides of the hallway, and I took a tentative step forward. The lantern tossed eerie shadows along the dirt walls, and I hesitated, wondering if it was a mistake to keep going. Then I thought of the room I had just left, and how there didn't seem to be a way to leave. Hopeful the tunnel would lead outside, I continued on. Dank air filled my nostrils, reminding me of the time we had dug several deep holes in the yard when planting trees. It had been dirty work, and I hadn't liked getting so filthy. Now, though, I didn't care if I ended up grimy. I wanted to get back home, whatever it took. It wasn't as chilly down here as it had been in the hut, but it was still cool. With a lantern held out in front of me, I moved forward, and after taking a dozen steps, I turned and looked behind me. The dark had swallowed the small cellar that led up to the hut. A shiver of fear rolled up my spine, but going back didn't seem any better than moving forward. Though I knew what I would find if I went back, I also knew I had tried everything I could think of to get out of that hut, and nothing had worked. Going forward seemed the only option. Hesitating again, I stared in the direction of the cellar. Then, with sudden resolve, I pivoted toward the unknown and began walking. With the light from the lantern, I could see about 5 feet in front of me. Besides the occasional cobweb, which I carefully avoided, the dirt-walled tunnel was boringly monotonous. As I strode along, my fears began to recede. Who had built this tunnel and why? It seemed odd to have such a place in the middle of the forest. Could it have been built long ago, back when people needed to make quick escapes or hide? My mind wandered as I imagined who could have used this tunnel in the past. Without warning, and only inches from my face, a large, hairy black spider dangled from the ceiling on a thick strand of web. Startled, I screamed and threw my hands up as I jumped back. The lantern flew from my hands and went out. Pitch black. That was the phrase that came to mind. I had heard it before, but I had never truly experienced it. The complete lack of light horrified me. It was much worse than when I had entered the hut the night before. Then, there had been enough moonlight trickling in through the windows for me to see the outlines of objects. I had thought it was unnervingly dark then, but it was nothing compared to this. This darkness suffocated me, surrounded me, paralyzed me. I froze in place and my imagination took over. Creepy crawly things were coming out of the earth-covered walls even now, sensing my fear, sensing my vulnerability. Dreadful creatures with long fangs and sharp claws that only lived in dark places were marching steadily toward me in packs, ready to tear me apart. Pure, cold terror placed its hand on my scalp and worked its way through my body, chilling me to the bone. My heart pounded so hard I knew in a moment it would come right out of my chest and I would drop dead. I hoped it would happen quickly. Then I remembered that the spider, which I knew existed, was hanging right in front of me. Even now, it could be making its way across the ceiling to climb directly into my hair. I could feel it creeping down the back of my shirt and onto my skin. Revulsion pulsed through me and I shuddered violently. Realizing the best way to avoid the spider would be to get low and fast, I dropped to the floor on all fours. Mildly surprised the bugs didn't immediately swarm up my arms, I decided to see if I could find the fallen lantern. My eyes were open, but the dark was so complete, they felt like they were not only closed, but covered with a wide black cloth tied tightly around my head. I opened them wider, but that made no difference. Trying to ignore the feeling of complete and utter helplessness, I swept my hands from side to side, trying to find the lantern and praying that I wouldn't touch anything living. Inching forward, I continued to search. Finally, my fingers touched the hot glass of the lantern and I jerked my hand away. Relief washed over me in great waves. Sitting back on my heels, I tore the backpack off of my shoulders and felt the side pockets until I found the place where I had put the matches. Grasping the small box as if it were my lifeline, I set the backpack down, then held the box of matches right in front of my eyes. I couldn't see it, not even a hint of it, but I could smell it. The slight scent of sulfur emanated from the box from when I had scraped the match across the striking surface. I slid open the box and heard the sound of matches falling to the ground. "Crap!" I muttered. The box had been upside down. Massaging my forehead where an ache was beginning, I sighed. Using the sides of my hands, I began gathering the matches. Then an idea occurred to me. I picked up one of the matches from the ground with one hand, and with the other I held the matchbox. Dragging the match across the striking surface, I held my breath, anticipating the bright light of fire, but nothing happened. I tried again, and a third time. Finally, on the fourth attempt, the tip of the match bloomed into flame. The area immediately around me lit up, and a broad smile curved my lips. I felt like I had just invented light. Not wanting to waste any of the short life of the match, I picked the lantern up by the handle and examined it. The glass was intact, but the fragile mantle inside had disintegrated. The lantern was useless. Ow! I dropped the match as the flame reached my fingers, and I was again plunged into darkness. Fresh despair wrapped around me like a blanket. I had no idea how much farther I would need to walk before I reached the end of this tunnel. And what if when I reached it, it was a dead end? Then what? I could go back the way I had come. I knew what I would find when I reached the hut. but it was another type of dead end, and I would have no way to get out of that trap. I would take my chances and continue on. I could use the matches to light my way and hope that they would hold out until I reached the end. I would have to move as quickly as possible. Though I hated using another match, it would be worthwhile to be able to see well enough to collect every match that had fallen out of the box. After lighting a second match, I quickly picked up the spilled matches and placed them securely in the box, then placed the box in my front pocket. Dropping the used-up match, I felt around for my backpack, slung it onto my shoulders, then crawled forward to get past the hideous spider. Only then did I stand up. I took the box of matches out of my pocket, but this time when I opened it, I made sure the box was right side up. I lit the match, then tucked the box in my pocket. Cupping my hand around the flame, I moved forward swiftly, trying to keep the flame from blowing out while forcing myself to ignore the possible presence of spiders. It didn't take long for the flame to go out. I struck another match and continued on, using this method to make good progress. When I was down to 3 matches, I began to worry, but with no other options, I pressed forward. As I lit the second to last match, I noticed the floor beginning to slope upward. Hope surged through me and I began to walk even faster, but the additional speed brought too much airflow and the match blew out before it had completely burned down. Not allowing myself to think past the moment, I dropped the burnt-out match and pulled out the last one before lighting the tiny stick. Slowing my pace enough to keep the flame going, I kept walking until the flame burned my finger. Ouch! I shook my finger, ignoring the sting of the burn, then closed my eyes, hoping they would somehow adjust to the darkness. I opened my eyes and was shocked that I could see a little bit. The dirt walls, the path in front of me. Light had to be coming from somewhere. I had to be nearing the end. Frantic to get out of this dungeon-like place, I ran, no longer constrained by the need to keep a match burning. As I moved forward, I was able to see better and better. The path curved to the right, and that's when I saw it. Daylight. I had reached the end. Chapter 6. Elated, I rushed forward, but stopped short when the bright sunlight hit my eyes. Squinting, I shaded my eyes. I was thrilled to be outside and never wanted to go inside that tunnel again. After a moment, my eyes adjusted to the brilliance of the sun. Now that my fears had melted away, I realized that my throat was very dry. I shrugged off my backpack and pulled out my nearly empty water bottle. Trying to ration what little water I had, I took a few sips. Then, though I was famished, I decided to wait on eating either of the 2 remaining granola bars, afraid that would make me thirsty again. There was no snow here, though the ground was damp. The air was cool, but nowhere near as cold as it had been the night before. How far from my original location had I come? At the hut, the snow had been at least a foot deep, but here birds chirped in the trees and the branches seemed to whisper as a gentle breeze ruffled the pine needles. Trying to find something familiar, I looked around, but I'd never seen this place before. I was hopelessly lost. Trying to suppress the growing panic that tightened my chest, I reminded myself to breathe, just breathe. That loosened the fear and gave me a moment to think. The walking path had to be around here somewhere. All I needed to do was find it, then I would be home free. Looking for something that resembled a trail, I studied the bushes and trees, but nothing gave me a clue as to which way to go. Snugging the backpack tighter to my shoulders, I set off in a direction I hoped would lead to the path, but after walking for a while, I stopped to rest. A fallen log lay nearby, and I sat on it, grateful to be off my feet. I removed my pack and leaned it against the log, then took in my surroundings. I studied all directions as I tried to determine the way I should go. I was exhausted, and Shelby's jab from the day before echoed in my mind. Go eat a donut or something. I would have loved to have a donut right then, a raised donut with thick chocolate frosting, and a tall glass of ice-cold milk to go with it. My mouth watered at the thought. Then the meaning behind her words forced their way into my brain, that I was fat. Maybe if I was in better shape, this little hike wouldn't be so taxing. Frowning, I stood, then hauled my backpack onto my shoulders as I pushed away any negative self-talk. Sure, it might be easier to hike if I was in better shape, but I liked myself just fine. Anyway, it was no one's business how much I weighed. Feeling slightly better, I decided to keep going the way I had been headed. Then a new thought occurred to me. Though I had absolutely no sense of direction, I felt like I had been walking in a straight line all this time, but maybe I should have turned at some point. Maybe I'd walked near the path, but had just missed it. Frustrated and hungry, I decided to go in the direction that had been at my back. I climbed over the log where I had been resting and squeezed through a pair of bushes that were in the way. Thick brush was everywhere. Just looking at what lay ahead made me tired, but I had no reason to go any other direction. With the need to find the easiest path through the underbrush, I found myself zigging and zagging all over the place. I knew I wasn't going in a straight line, but kept going anyway, grateful I wouldn't need to find my way back to the hut where I had spent the night, because the chances of me finding it were slim. More than ever, I regretted running away. I would never do it again. It just wasn't worth it. Mom and Dad might be worried, but I was the one suffering the most. Hungry, thirsty, sweating in the cool air, tromping through the muddy forest. Yes, I was definitely the one suffering the most for my stupid, impulsive act. I didn't even care anymore that I was grounded. I would be more than happy to stay in my room for days on end if it meant getting out of this forest. I would even clean my room top to bottom. And then I started mentally writing my apology letter to Shelby. That's when I knew I was beyond desperate to get home. I was so busy thinking about home that at first I didn't notice that the trees and underbrush had thinned out. Hurrying forward, I scanned the ground in all directions, looking for any hint of the path. Then I lifted my eyes and stopped dead in my tracks, shocked at what I saw through the trees. Chapter 7. I saw the last thing I had expected to find. My house. Well, the back of my house, but there it was, and it was all I could do to keep from racing to the back door. Then I realized my legs were too tired to run anyway. The grin on my face made my dry lips crack, but I didn't care. I was home. Relief washed over me in waves as I rushed forward. As I reached the back gate, I was surprised that Goldie hadn't met me there. Usually the first to announce anyone's arrival, we often had to hold her back to keep her from leaping all over people who came over. I unlatched the gate and hurried to the back door. How would everyone react when I arrived? Would they be happy to see me, or furious that I had made them worry? Suddenly nervous, I reached for the knob. Then I took a deep breath before twisting it. It opened easily and I loudly exhaled. Dad was probably at work, and Amy and the boys at school. Mom should be around, though. Except, wouldn't everyone be out looking for me? After all, I'd been missing since the night before. A quick glance into the room confirmed that no one was there. Overwhelmed by sudden thirst, I dropped my backpack on the floor before dashing to the sink. Not even bothering to grab a glass, I tilted my head under the faucet and turned on the tap. Ice-cold water rushed into my mouth and I greedily swallowed it. My thirst slaked, I turned off the faucet and reached for the pantry door, ravenous. The food choices were different than what I remembered seeing the last time I'd raided the pantry. I knew Mom sometimes went on health food kicks and bought only healthy foods, but finding only dried fruits, low-fat crackers, and not one box of cookies on the shelves was disappointing. I was too hungry to complain and ripped open a package of crackers, stuffing them in my mouth. Even though they were low-fat and low-sodium, they made me thirsty, but this time I decided to use a glass. I opened the cupboard and saw new glasses. Pulling one out, I admired the sparkling clarity and wondered when Mom had gotten them. Maybe she'd had them at dinner the night before, but of course I'd missed that meal when I'd run away. Shrugging, I turned on the faucet and filled the glass to the brim with cold water, gulping it down. I set the glass on the counter and opened the fridge. The healthy food that I'd found in the cupboard had only been the beginning. There was so much fresh produce in the fridge that it didn't all fit in one drawer, but filled the bottom shelf as well. Skim milk and non-fat yogurt occupied the higher shelves. Mom must be on one of her crazy diets again, I thought, wondering what yummy treats I would miss. I glanced around the kitchen. Something was different. The kitchen table had shrunk. Yesterday, it had been a long rectangular slab of oak, big enough to fit our family of 6, but today it was a glass square with only 4 chairs. That's weird, I thought. I went to the table and ran my fingers across the glass, a feeling of unease drifting into my mind like a mist. I grabbed my backpack and headed for the stairs, wanting to get cleaned up. I stepped into the living room. All the furniture was unfamiliar. The feeling of unease grew. Could I be in the wrong house? I had approached it from the back. Maybe it was one that just looked like mine. After all, we hadn't lived in our house very long. I could have made a mistake. I went to the front door and stepped outside, then stood on the front porch. There was the green picket fence, just like I remembered. I walked to the side of the house and saw Goldie's favorite place to dig. I even saw her favorite toy mostly hidden under a bush. This was my house. But when did Mom and Dad buy new furniture? I went back inside and headed up the stairs toward my bedroom. My door was closed. Stopping in front of it, I hesitated, then turned the knob and pushed the door open. When I saw what was inside, my mouth fell open, my backpack slipped from my fingers, and my knees became weak. My bedroom had been turned into a home gym. A treadmill, elliptical, and stationary bicycle lined up neatly in the middle of the room, all facing a wall-mounted television. "What the?" I whispered. Upset and scared, I went to my parents' room, but 2 steps in I stopped. Their furniture was all wrong, nothing I had seen before. Then I noticed the pictures displayed on top of the dresser. Hurrying over, I quickly glanced at them, then picked one up. Breathless, I whispered, "Who the heck are you?" I gently set the frame next to the others as my world began to crumble. I didn't know one person in any of the pictures. Unreality pounded through me. What in the world was going on? Where was my family? Clearly, they didn't live in this house anymore. A distressing thought filled my mind. Had they moved out as soon as I'd left? I shook my head. No, that was ridiculous. They couldn't have moved out and had someone else move in that fast. Trying to push aside my utter bafflement, I tried to think about my survival. I needed, to find my family, but I didn't know how long that would take, and I knew from my experience in the woods that, at a minimum, I would need food and water. Trying not to look at the unwelcome furnishings, I left the bedroom and went straight to the kitchen. I flung open the pantry door and unzipped my backpack, then put a few bottles of water inside before grabbing a box of crackers and a package of dried fruit and adding them as well. "What do you think you're doing?" a woman shrieked. I spun around, startled to see someone standing there. The woman stared at me, and I knew that with my filthy clothes I must look frightening. I was just looking for my family," I sputtered. "In my pantry?" "Well, no. This house. It's my house." "I don't think so." Her eyes were wide. "It's bought and paid for, thank you very much." She stared at my feet. "And you're tracking mud all through it." I glanced at my shoes, then looked at her as I struggled to understand the meaning of her words. "When did you buy it? When did you move in?" "Weeks ago." "But I was just here yesterday, and you didn't live here." The woman looked at me like I had just gotten off the bus from Crazy Town. "I don't know who you are," she said, "but I live here now." More confused than ever, I asked, "Do you know where the family went that used to live here?" "I have no idea. They are not my problem." A look came across her face, almost like she felt guilty. Thinking I might ask the neighbors if they knew where my family had gone, I hefted my backpack onto one shoulder, grateful I had gotten a little bit of food. Where do you think you're going with that?" Fury filled her face. It was as if I was stealing her heirloom jewels. "I'm going to find my family." She stood between me and both the doorway to the living room and the back door. "You may not take my food." Her fury was changing to distress. "Do you have any idea how long it took me to save all that up?" She was skinny, and I knew I could probably push past her easily enough. "I'm sorry to take some of your food," I said. I almost felt bad for her. I added, "But I think I'm gonna need it more than you." She looked me up and down, then squinted. "You could stand to lose a few pounds, missy." Shocked by her comment, especially after what Shelby had said just the day before, my shoulders sagged. Then I became angry. Who was this skinny shrew to comment on my weight? I tightened the backpack on my shoulders and strode toward her. She stepped in my path, but I must have looked fierce because she quickly stepped aside when I got close to her. I walked past her and into the living room, then out the front door. As I walked out the gate, she yelled after me, "You'd better not show your face around here again or I'll call the authorities." Eyeing her over my shoulder, I gave her a dirty look, angry at her for living in my house, even though I knew that didn't make any sense. This whole thing didn't make any sense. How was it possible that my family had disappeared when I'd been with them in that house only the day before? Chapter 8. Deciding it might not be such a great idea to stick around the neighborhood interviewing the neighbors I'd never bothered getting to know, I walked as fast as I could, which wasn't very fast with a heavy backpack on my shoulders. As I passed the path I had taken the night before, I stared down the wooded trail, but kept on walking, heading for the main road. 5 minutes later, I reached the road and decided I would hitchhike into town. Maybe in town I could find out what had happened to my family. At a minimum, I could try to track down Rochelle. Maybe she would know what was going on. I walked along the road, waiting for a car to come by so I could try to get a ride. No cars came, and I kept walking, thinking about the strange things that were happening. How was it possible that my family had lived in that house mere hours ago, but were now gone? And the woman said she lived there for weeks. That was impossible. Impossible. Maybe this was some sort of nightmare and I was asleep. I pinched my arm, hard, hoping I would wake up, but the only thing that happened was a sharp pain in my arm that was sure to leave a bruise. Tears of frustration filled my eyes. I thought about my family. I would do anything to find them. Then I frowned at the irony. Yesterday I had been so mad at Mom that I couldn't wait to run away from home. Today I was devastated that I couldn't be with her and Dad. I even missed Amy and my little brothers. Trudging along the road, I tried to think of a reason, any reason, why they had disappeared. Nothing came to mind. I came to a bus stop and dropped onto the bench, exhausted, then set the backpack on the seat next to me. I nibbled on some dried fruit, then drank some water. After my hunger was partially satisfied, I reached into a side pocket and pulled out a small notebook along with a pen. My hand trembled as I set the small notepad on my lap. I clutched the pen in my other hand until the shaking stopped, then forced myself to write. "My name is Morgan Campbell," I wrote. "I'm 16 years old, and I don't understand what is happening." I set the pen down and stared at the empty street, slouching on the bench, wondering if a bus would actually be coming. Fresh confusion swept over me, and I gnawed on the inside of my lip. What was happening? Where was my family? Squeezing my eyes closed, I tried to make sense of the last 24 hours, but nothing made sense. Trying to focus my thoughts on something constructive to do, I decided to write down the steps I could take to find my family. Trying to distract myself from the bizarre errand I was now on, I concentrated on using my best penmanship. Find a computer and do a search for their current address. I stared at what I'd written. "It's not much of a list," I said. Pen poised over the paper, I had no idea what else to write. If only I knew their phone numbers, I could call them. But I'd never bothered to memorize their numbers. Why would I, when they were programmed into the phone I always had with me? Except I didn't have it with me now. The rumble of a bus saved me from thinking too hard about my situation. Quickly stuffing my notebook and pen into the side pocket of my backpack, I pulled out my wallet. The door to the bus whooshed open, and I climbed the steps, stopping next to the driver. "How much to ride the bus?" I asked. He barely glanced my way. $2. Unzipping the compartment on my wallet where I kept the bills, I frowned as I looked inside. I was now living off the cash in my wallet, and I didn't have a penny over $30. The bus driver cleared his throat and threw a look my way. Frowning, I dug out $2 and shoved them into the receptacle, then turned toward the seats. There were only a handful of people on the bus, but every one of them was staring at me. Must be my dirty clothes, I thought. I sat in the first empty seat, which was in the front row, but not the one behind the driver. I never liked to sit right behind the bus driver. I always had the sensation I was being watched when I sat there. He pulled the handle to close the door, and we lumbered down the road. I knew it would take at least 10 minutes to reach town, having driven there with my family a few times. I watched the blur of trees as we sped past the forest. The trees changed to meadows, and I stared at the few houses we passed, wondering if my family could be in one of them. When the bus stopped in the center of town, I climbed off, dragging my backpack with me. I headed down Main Street, on the lookout for a place to use a computer. Starting off in a random direction, I looked at the storefronts as I passed. Boutiques, bookstores, and mom-and-pop diners lined the road. Nothing with public access to a computer. Maybe someone in one of the stores could tell me where I could find one. Then I found myself standing in front of the "Come On In" diner. It looked like they had rooms available above the diner, which must be where the "in" part of the name came from. I opened the door and the smell of hamburgers wafted toward me, making my stomach growl. Ignoring my first impulse to go right to the counter, I made my way to the ladies' room and pushed through the door. There were 2 stalls, both unoccupied. Glad to be alone, I went to the sink and looked at myself in the mirror. Normally, I kept my wavy dark blonde hair under control, but now it stuck up in several places. Plus, my face needed washing. No wonder that woman at my house had looked scared of me. I was a mess. I set my backpack on the floor, then splashed warm water on my face. I ran my wet hands through my hair, forcing it to behave. Then I used some paper towels to clean myself up as best as I could. Tossing the dirty paper towels in the trash, I looked in the mirror again and thought I looked presentable, even if I didn't look my best. Just then, a woman walked in and went into a stall. I grabbed my backpack and left, heading directly toward the counter. Sliding onto a stool, I picked up the menu, deciding I could take a moment to eat something before continuing my quest. The menu choices were a bit surprising: veggie burgers, low-fat soups and salads, low-calorie deli sandwiches. I'd never had a veggie burger before, but was too hungry to be picky, and decided to order one with all the fixings, along with a diet soda. "What can I get you, hun?" the waitress asked, her pencil at the ready on her notepad. I told her what I wanted, and she didn't respond, but stared at me. Finally she said, "Don't you think you'd prefer one of our low-fat soups? The vegetable minestrone is especially good." My eyebrows furrowed. "Is there something wrong with a veggie burger?" "Oh no, it's fantastic." She smiled, showing straight white teeth framed by bright red lips. "Then why would I want the soup?" She glanced in the direction of my waist, then met my eyes. "Veggie burger it is." When she turned around to give the order to the cook, I looked down at my stomach self-consciously and sat up straighter, sucking in my gut. That was twice today complete strangers had suggested I needed to lose weight. I couldn't believe how rude some people were, and what made them think my weight was any of their business. When the waitress placed my order in front of me, she wore a look of disapproval. I almost said something rude to her, but instead asked her where there were computers available to the public. Staring at me like I was some kind of idiot, she said, "How should I know?" She wouldn't be getting a tip from me. I tried another approach. "Do you know Roxanne and Stephen Campbell?" I almost added, "They're my parents," but decided that would be pointless. Her eyebrows angled together. "Who?" Of course she didn't know them. We'd only lived in Fox Run for 3 months. I'm just trying to find someone, I muttered. Her lips pursed into a frown, then after staring at me for several moments, she walked away. But in seconds she was back, a thick book in her hands. She dropped it onto the counter next to my plate, tapped the cover with one long red nail, then she smirked before turning to another customer. It was a phone book, brand new from the looks of it. I didn't even know those were still around. Grateful she'd thought to give it to me, I eagerly flipped to the C's. Running my finger down the page, I saw there were a lot of Campbells. My finger stopped when I reached Campbell, Stephen, and Roxanne. My eyes followed my finger as it moved to the address listed across from the name. I blinked to make sure I had read it correctly, and frowned as I confirmed that the address was the address of the house I had so recently left. The house with the woman who said she didn't know where my family had gone. And there was no phone number listed. I stared at the page without seeing it, my thoughts racing. Then I pushed the phone book away. I stared at my veggie burger and found my appetite had diminished. Knowing my funds were limited, and that it might be a while before I had the chance to eat a hot meal, I forced myself to eat half of the burger, then asked for a box to put the rest in. The waitress smiled with apparent approval that I hadn't eaten the whole thing. Then she placed an empty box next to my plate before turning away to refill a customer's coffee mug. After putting the leftover half of my veggie burger into the box, I tried not to get my hopes up as I turned my search to Rochelle's family. I'd never been to her house, but I knew her last name was Candy, so with any luck at all, something that seemed to be lacking so far, I would find her address. It took only a moment to find a listing for the Candys. There was only one. It had to be Rochelle's family. Elated, I wrote down her phone number and address in my notebook. Seeing a name I recognized gave me the tiniest bit of hope that I desperately needed. Ready to get some answers, I called the waitress over and showed her the address. "Do you know where this is?" She touched the notepad with her long red nails, then she smiled at me. "Sure, hun, I know right where that is." She pointed out the window in the general direction I had come from. "You go on down Main Street until you get to the Greenleaf bookstore. Then you make a left and go 2 blocks. Then you take a right and go 3 blocks. There's a little park there, and you'll find that street right by the park." I wrote furiously in my notebook, knowing there was no way I could remember the directions otherwise. "Thank you." I placed the box with my leftover hamburger in my backpack, hoping I would regain my appetite before bacteria started growing on the warm food. Did bacteria grow slower on a veggie burger than on a real hamburger? With a shake of my head, I paid for the meal and ended up leaving a tip since the waitress had been helpful after all. Then I left the diner and headed in the direction she had pointed out. Chapter 9. The Greenleaf bookstore wasn't far from the diner, and I stopped in front of it, looking at the window display. I studied the titles shown in the window with interest. Losing Weight the Easy Way, 300 Recipes Under 300 Calories. All the books seemed to have similar subjects. Someone had an unhealthy obsession with weight. I tried to see through the window what kind of people worked and shopped there. I couldn't see very far into the store, so I walked inside. The bookstore wasn't very big, but as I glanced around, I saw that most of the books were of the normal variety. The bookstore must focus on a certain subject each month, and this month it was a healthy lifestyle. "Can I help you?" a woman asked. I turned around and saw a slender woman with straight blonde hair. Curious if my assumption was correct, I said, "Actually, I was wondering if this is Healthy Living Month or something." She looked confused. "Pardon me?" I gestured to the window display. "I noticed all the books on eating healthy and losing weight and wondered if you were focusing on being healthy this month." Her delicate brow creased, then she quickly looked me up and down before frowning. "Well, no." She smiled, but I could tell it was forced. "We always focus on taking care of our bodies. Many of our customers are looking for those kinds of books, that's all." Her brow smoothed out as she smiled at me, clearly expecting me to know what she was talking about. "Oh, okay. Well, thanks." "Is there something I can help you find?" "No, I was just browsing." All right, if you need anything, I'll be over there. I nodded, then turned and left the store. As I walked along the sidewalk, I glanced down a side street. A sign caught my eye and I smiled. Library. I knew they would have computers that I could use. Why hadn't I thought of that before? Feeling hopeful, I turned down the street. I'd always loved to read and had visited this library a couple of times since we'd moved here. I'd even gotten a library card, and as I walked through the automatic doors, the familiar quiet soothed me. Like I said, I'd only been there a couple of times, but when I walked in, the layout seemed wrong somehow. And as I approached the librarian sitting at the information desk, I could have sworn that desk had been in a completely different place before. Ignoring the sudden apprehension in my mind, I moved toward the woman. Glancing to my right, I saw a row of computers. Several were being used, but there were plenty available. "Excuse me," I said, trying to project confidence I didn't feel. "Yes, how may I help you?" She wore a friendly smile. "I'd like to use one of your computers." "Certainly. Do you have your library card with you?" "Yeah, just a sec." I dug through my backpack and pulled out my wallet, then handed her my library card. She scanned it into her machine. Puzzlement crept over her face and she scanned it again. "That's odd," she muttered. My heart began to pound and the feeling of disquiet grew. "Is something wrong?" She looked at me and smiled. "Your card number seems to be invalid, but I can't see anything wrong with it." She shrugged. "It's just not in the system." Holding the card out to me, she added, "I'm sorry." Panic swept over me. "I don't understand. I was just in here last week and it worked fine." I swallowed around the knot that had formed in my throat. "I really need to use the computer." She smiled with a look of patience, although I could tell it was wearing thin. "Do you have some other identification?" I flipped through my wallet, searching for something to show her. Mom kept my learner's permit with her, so I wouldn't forget to take it when I drove, she said, although I think she just wanted to make sure I couldn't drive with anyone else. And I hadn't bothered getting my new student ID yet. Feeling my hopes slipping away, tears pushed into my eyes. I kept my gaze away from the librarians, embarrassed to be such a baby, but she must have noticed anyway. "A student ID, perhaps?" she asked, kindness in her voice. I shook my head, refusing to meet her eyes. "What's your name? Maybe I can look you up." Blinking several times to push back the tears, I lifted my gaze. Morgan Campbell." I couldn't see her screen, but she tapped on her keyboard with authority. Then she looked at me and shook her head. "I'm not finding you in here, Morgan." I must have looked crestfallen, because she offered to try looking me up by my address. I rattled off my address and held my breath as she typed that in. "You said your last name is Campbell, right?" I nodded, a sinking feeling beginning to swell within my gut. "What are the names of your parents?" "Stephen and Roxanne Campbell." She shook her head as she looked at me. "I'm sorry, Morgan. Those names are not tied to that address." Somehow, I wasn't surprised, but the disappointment still felt sharp, like when you think a cute boy is looking at you, but then you realize he's looking at the pretty girl who sits on the other side of you. "Is there any way I can use the computer? Just for a minute?" "I'm truly sorry, Morgan, but we have very strict internet access rules. Without a library card, I can't let you use it." The way she kept saying my name, like she was my friend even though she wasn't willing to bend the rules for me, rubbed me the wrong way. Without another word, I turned and stalked away. Once outside, I headed back toward Main Street, walking until I was near the bookstore again. Then I began following the directions the waitress had given me to Rochelle's house. I consulted my notebook a few times as I followed her directions. Soon I saw the park in the distance. I hurried toward it, feeling like I was making progress in my quest to find my family. Leafy trees ringed the perimeter of the park. The sidewalk made a path next to the trees, and I followed it, watching the street names as I passed. The park was a large oval, and by the time I found Rochelle Street, I had gone almost all the way around. No surprise there. That seemed to be how my luck was going. I crossed the road and stepped onto the corner of Rochelle Street, but paused. How would I explain my predicament without sounding crazy? But I'd stood up for her the day before. She owed me. Anyway, if I didn't go to Rochelle's house, where would I go? The house where the woman threatened to call the police if she saw me again? The come-on-in diner where the waitress seemed friendly, but on the inside she was judging me? Anyway, I was certain I didn't have enough money to pay for one of the rooms. I thought about the hut where I'd slept the night before and wondered if I should try to get back there. But how would I find it again? I'd walked for over an hour before I'd found the back of my house, and I hadn't followed any kind of trail. Plus, I doubted I would be able to walk back to town, catch a bus, get dropped off near my house — I couldn't help it, in my mind it was my house — then find my way back to the hut, all before dark. Sighing, I straightened the backpack on my sore shoulders and walked toward Rochelle's house. Having memorized her street address, I studied the numbers on the houses as I went. Finally, I came to her house. The white mailbox had Candy written in large black letters, so there was no mistaking that this was the right house. Stopping at the base of the driveway, I noticed that the house was nothing to be intimidated by. It was just average, white with blue shutters, not too big, a couple of toys scattered in the yard. Somehow, seeing all this made me feel better, and I walked a little faster to the front door. I rang the doorbell and waited expectantly. Listening intently for the sound of footsteps, I paused before knocking. No one answered. I'd been so busy being worried about having to talk to Rochelle and needing to explain what had happened that I hadn't even considered that she might not be home. My shoulders slumped as I considered what to do next. Maybe she was at school. I didn't have a watch, and Mom had taken away my cell phone, but I guessed it was around 2 o'clock. Maybe I should wait for her to get home. I had nowhere else to go. There were some chairs on the front porch. Setting my backpack on the ground, I rolled my head from side to side to try to loosen the knots that had formed on my shoulders. Then I sat on one of the chairs. It felt good to sit after the long walk I had been on. So far, Plan A, finding my parents' new address, and Plan B, talking to Rochelle, had been complete failures. Well, maybe not complete failures. At least in the phone book I had found Rochelle's address, although that didn't seem to be panning out very well. I frowned and stared at the street. No one seemed to be around. All the walking had made me hungry. I pulled out my leftover veggie burger and a bottle of water and finished them both off, trying to enjoy each bite as I didn't know when I would eat next. I tucked the empty water bottle in my backpack, planning to fill it at some point, then stared at the empty container from my veggie burger. I didn't want to carry trash around in my backpack, so I decided to go around to the Candy's backyard to find a trash can. Leaving my backpack on the porch, I walked past the garage door and to the gate. A string hung down and I pulled it, hearing the satisfying click of the gate unlatching. I hesitated, wondering if they had a dog, but then figured it would have made itself known when I approached the house. Pushing the gate open, I immediately saw a large trash can. I tossed my trash inside, then turned around and went back through the gate. That's when I saw a smallish woman with a puff of gray hair standing there, her hands on her hips. Chapter 10. "Can I help you with something?" the woman asked, her eyebrows drawn together in obvious suspicion as she looked me over. Was this Rochelle's grandmother, or a nosy neighbor? "Do you know when the Candys will be back?" I figured she wouldn't be too suspicious of me if I knew the name of the people who lived in the house where I was helping myself to their backyard. "Now, why would I tell you that? How do I know you're not just trying to rob the place?" "How would I know who lives here then?" I asked. "It's written right there on the mailbox," she said, hitching her thumb over her shoulder in the direction of the street. Duh, I had forgotten about that. I tried to think of a way to convince her I meant no harm. "I'm a friend of Rochelle's, from school." The woman's expression softened, ever so slightly. "She's a good girl, that one. She takes care of my cat when I'm away. I really need to talk to her. Do you know when she'll be home?" "I'm afraid you'll be waiting a long time. They went on vacation and won't be back for another 3 days." "Oh." I must have looked pretty downcast, because the woman asked if everything was okay. Tempted to tell her my troubles, I even opened my mouth to speak, but then I decided not to say anything. It sounded too crazy. "I'll be fine, but thank you." "You take care of yourself now." She turned away and walked toward the house next door. I closed the gate behind me, then went to the front porch and grabbed my backpack. Staring at the front door, wishing someone was home who could help me, I felt despair envelop me like mist on a foggy day. Maybe I should go to the neighbor's house. She seemed nice enough. Maybe she had a computer I could use. Renewed hope pierced the cloud of despair like a beam of sunlight burning through the morning fog. Tossing my backpack over one shoulder, I stepped off the porch and marched toward the house next door. Not letting myself worry about what the woman would think of my wacky story, I pressed the doorbell and heard it pealing in the entry. The woman opened the door, obviously surprised to see me standing there. "Yes?" she asked. "Hi." She raised her eyebrows. Well, you asked if everything is okay, and, well, it's not." "Oh, I see." I could feel my face crumpling and hot tears pushing their way into my eyes. She must have realized I was about to fall apart because she said, "Why don't you come in and tell me about it?" I just nodded, my chin wobbly, and followed her inside. She closed the door behind me. Trying to control my emotions, I bit my bottom lip. She pointed to her living room. "Come sit down, why don't you?" I did as she suggested, taking off my backpack before letting the soft chair embrace me. The woman sat across from me in a chair that was a twin to mine. "Now, why don't you start by telling me your name?" I had gotten myself under control and managed to say, "Morgan Campbell." "How old are you, Morgan?" "I'm 16. She nodded. "My name is Patricia Donaldson. You may call me Mrs. Donaldson." "Okay." Then I remembered my manners. "Thank you for inviting me in." "You said you go to school with Rochelle." "Yes." "Where do you live?" How was I going to explain this? "I thought I lived on Meadow Lane." "What do you mean you thought you lived?" I squirmed uneasily in my chair, trying to figure out what to say. "Well, you see, I lived there yesterday, but today someone else is living there." Her forehead creased with puzzlement as she listened. "I don't understand." Who would? I certainly didn't. "Who do you live with?" she asked, obviously trying to piece this together. "My family." "Your family," she parroted. "And who is in your family?" "You know, my mom and dad and my brothers and sister." Her eyes widened. "How many kids are there?" "4." "That's a big family." "I guess." It just seemed normal to me. "And they just—" She held up her fists, then flung her fingers open. "Poof! Vanished!" Knowing how unbelievable my story sounded, I nodded. When she spoke next, she didn't make eye contact with me. "This doesn't make any sense." "I know." She leaned forward in her chair and squinted at me. "So you woke up this morning, and your family was gone, and some other family was living in your house?" "There's a little more to it than that." She leaned back in her chair, skepticism written all over her face. "Uh-huh." "You see, last night I ran away." She stared at me. I know it was stupid and I shouldn't have done it. Why was I telling her this? She didn't know me and she didn't care. "But when I got home this morning, my family was gone." Mrs. Donaldson appraised me, evidently wondering what to make of my story. "I won't bother you any longer," I said. "But do you have a computer I could use, to look up my family?" Several emotions played across her face before she spoke. "I can't help you. I don't have a computer." "Oh. Can I get you something to drink?" She pushed herself out of her chair and stood. "Yes, thank you." I barely paid attention as she left the living room, but then I faintly heard the sound of someone talking. Curious, I crept out of the living room and into a hallway. The voice became slightly louder as I silently made my way forward. As I moved down the hall, I glanced into a neighboring room and saw a desk with a large computer monitor on it. Why had the woman lied to me? I took a few more steps, but stopped when I heard Mrs. Donaldson's voice more clearly. She was talking softly, but I was able to make out some of what she was saying. Skulking about. Wild story. Maybe escaped. Yes, a few pounds. What? What was she talking about? Escaped from where? Did she say something about pounds? What did that mean? Who was she talking to? Could it be the police? Alarm bells rang in my head, and I knew I had to get out of there, now. Hurrying back to the living room, I grabbed my backpack and slipped out the front door, then walked quickly down the street. Having nowhere else to go, I made my way back to the park and found a bench to sit on. Now what was I going to do? No one would believe my wild story as Mrs. Donaldson had told someone on the phone. Who could blame them? She probably thought I was going to rob her or something. Feeling completely discouraged and hopeless, I slumped on the bench, not knowing what to do. My family had moved away, apparently not caring what happened to me, and now I was a homeless orphan. Fat tears welled up in my eyes and slid down my cheeks. I felt completely alone. No, I was completely alone. I allowed myself to have a good cry, but after a while I was able to get my emotions under control. I wiped my face with the heels of my hands and stared into the distance, not thinking about anything in particular. A few people were shooting hoops on one of the basketball courts, and others were pushing children on swings in a play area, but no one was near me. Worn out, I took my jacket out of my backpack and bunched it up into a makeshift pillow. Then I curled up on the bench and rested my head on my jacket. I wrapped my arms around my backpack, holding it against my stomach, then closed my eyes. I woke abruptly to someone trying to tug my backpack out of my arms. Chapter 11. I opened my eyes and saw two boys, about 12 years old, yanking on my backpack. In my shock at their bold attempt at robbery, I loosened my grip and they fell backward, my backpack clutched in their arms. "Hey!" I yelled. "That's mine!" "Not any more, Fatty!" one of them yelled as they scrambled to their feet and dashed away. Startled by his name-calling, it took a full second before I leapt off the bench and began chasing them. They were much faster than me and soon outdistanced me. I'd always hated running, and this was no exception. My lungs burned from my sprint, and when I stopped, I bent over and placed my hands on my knees, trying to catch my breath. Then, lifting my head, I stared into the distance. Everything I had was in that backpack. My money, my notebook, everything. More discouraged than ever, I blinked as I realized it was nearly dark. The sun must have set while I was napping. To my surprise, it didn't seem chilly, and that wasn't just because I'd been running. I'd slept without wearing my jacket, and when I'd woken, I hadn't felt cold. That was really odd. The night before, it had snowed a good foot, but today I hadn't seen any snow, and it didn't even feel cold. I had enough to worry about without thinking about the weather, so I shrugged it off and focused on getting my breathing back to normal. If you lost a few pounds, you wouldn't be so out of breath, I thought. Where had that come from? Maybe from all the references to my weight in the last 24 hours. Annoyed that anyone cared how much I weighed, I made my way back to the bench where I'd left my pillow jacket, glad I had that one item at least. Silently cursing the two boys who had stolen all my other possessions, I reached the bench and sat down. Anger at the two boys washed over me, and I shook my head, feeling helpless to do anything about it. What was I supposed to do? Call the police? They would want to know who I was and what I was doing sleeping in the park. Of course, I wouldn't have to say I'd been sleeping, but I knew going to the police was a non-starter. What if that was who Mrs. Donaldson had been talking to on the phone? Had she given them my name? I frowned. I would have to work this out on my own. I leaned my head back and looked through the tree branches at the stars that blinked in the sky. My number one priority was finding my family. Once I found them, everything would be okay. But how could I find them? If I could just get online, surely I could figure out some way to track them down. But where could I find a computer? The image of Rochelle's empty house filled my mind. They must have a computer. Plus, if I could get inside, it would be a safe place to spend the night. I glanced around the now deserted park. The thought of spending the night out here by myself made me shudder. Last night in the hut was bad enough, but out here in the open, anyone could show up and attack me. I'd already been robbed by 2 prepubescent boys. I didn't want to imagine who else could be lurking about in the dark. The park was suddenly overflowing with shadows. I needed to get to a safe place. I stood and put my jacket on even though it wasn't cold. I wanted to keep my hands free in case I had to protect myself. I was probably being paranoid, but when I remembered waking up to those 2 boys stealing my backpack right out of my arms, and then imagined who could be hiding behind the trees in the dark right this very second, I felt thoroughly freaked out. Looking around in the dark, trying to convince myself that the shadows were just that, shadows, I hurried toward the corner that led to Rochelle's house. When I could see Mrs. Donaldson's house, I slowed, worried that she would see me. I just knew if she saw me, she would call the police. Hadn't she been telling them, or whoever was on the phone, that I'd been skulking about and telling wild stories? Of course she would call the police if she saw me. Thankful now for the darkness, I crossed the street so that I could stay as far away from Mrs. Donaldson's house as possible. Though there were street lamps, none were near Rochelle's house, so I hoped I could get to her house unseen. As I made my way down the street, I stayed close to the houses I passed and away from the street. It was a risk. What if someone saw me skulking about? That would make anyone suspicious, not just Mrs. Donaldson. I hate my life, I muttered as I got closer to my destination. Moments later, I was across the street from Mrs. Donaldson's house. Glancing in that direction, I willed myself to be invisible and hoped she wasn't the type to randomly look out her front window. Walking as fast as I could, I made it past her house and then past Rochelle's. When I was between 2 houses, I tried to act casual as I walked to the sidewalk and then across the street near Rochelle's house. I backtracked until I was nearly to Rochelle's house. Still fearing Mrs. Donaldson's prying eyes, I cut across the lawn and hurried to Rochelle's darkened porch. Once there, I felt safe. Her porch couldn't be seen from Mrs. Donaldson's house. Of course, there were other neighbors, but none of them had questioned me earlier, and as long as they hadn't seen me creeping along, they wouldn't think anything of it. Now that I was here, I needed to find a way in. Hoping to find a key, I lifted the mat and looked underneath. Nothing. Then I lifted all the pots and felt inside them, but only found dirt. I began to wonder if this latest idea was such a good one. There was only one option left. I would have to go around back. Only problem was, that was the side of the house that shared a property line with Mrs. Donaldson. Of course, I could go back to the park and spend the night there, but nope, that wasn't really an option. Deciding to take my chances, I stepped off of the front porch and began moving toward the back gate. Nervous about being spotted by Mrs. Donaldson, I crept past the garage door. I thought I heard a sound and I froze. Nothing happened. Forcing my breathing to slow, I continued on. No matter the risk, I had to find a way into Rochelle's house. I could die if I didn't make it inside. I reached the gate and slipped into the backyard, closing the gate behind me as quietly as I could. Earlier, I hadn't ventured past the garbage cans, so I didn't know what I would find back there. It was difficult to see much of anything in the dark, but I was able to make my way to a back patio where I saw a table with 4 chairs, a few planters filled with flowers, a pair of French doors that led into the house, a barbecue grill pressed against the wall, and several large rocks lining the patio. First, I searched the planters but came up empty. Then I began lifting the stones. Some were real, others had built-in speakers. One was lightweight, meaning it was fake, but had no speaker. I turned it over in my hands but didn't see anything out of the ordinary. I closed my eyes, I couldn't see very well anyway in the dim light, and let my fingers do the work. A hopeful smile spread across my mouth as I felt something loosen. I opened my eyes and strained to see, but had to rely on my sense of touch to pry open a bottom compartment. Something fell out and bounced off of my foot. I reached down and picked up the object that had fallen. A key. Chapter 12. Eager to get inside, I slid the key into the lock on the French door. It turned smoothly, and I heard the comforting sound of the deadbolt disengaging. I pushed the door open, rattling the mini blinds that hung on the door. Then it occurred to me that the candies could have an alarm. I paused and held my breath. No shrieking alarm broke the silence. Relieved, I stepped into the room, then closed and locked the door behind me. The warmth of the room felt like a blanket wrapping around me. I was safe. I tried to see into the room, but it was too dark. I didn't want to turn on any lights in case Mrs. Donaldson saw them, so I stumbled into what seemed to be a family room. Carefully stepping forward, I ran right into a table. "Ow!" I cried out before slapping my hand over my mouth. The corner of the table had jabbed right into my hip. I rubbed the spot, knowing I would end up with a bruise. Using my hands to feel my way, I moved around the table, which was too small to be anything but an end table, and touched the arm of a couch. At least there weren't any spider webs. Then again, I didn't want to make a habit of having to find my way in the dark in unknown places. Lifting my hands from the arm of the couch, I moved around the front of it until I found the cushion, then took off my jacket and set it in the corner of the couch. I sank into the softness of the cushions and leaned my head back against the pillowy headrest, a feeling of safety flowing over me. Though I'd had a nap earlier, my eyelids drooped and I began drifting off to sleep. I dreamt that a giant caterpillar was rubbing against me and biting my arm. Then I heard a faint rumbling sound, and the caterpillar bit harder. In my sleep, I flung my arm to the side and startled awake to a loud meow. Gasping in surprise, I found that the caterpillar was actually a large orange tabby, purring vigorously and nipping at my arm. "Hi there," I said softly, stroking the cat's fluffy coat. He pressed his head into my hand, looking for a scratch. I obliged, and he climbed onto my lap and rubbed against my shirt. "I guess you miss your people. Are you hungry?" Then it struck me that someone might be coming in the morning to feed the cat. Maybe even Mrs. Donaldson. She had mentioned how Rochelle always took care of her cat. Did that mean she took care of the Candy's cat when they were out of town? Should I leave? The thought of searching for some other place to stay exhausted me. Where would I go anyway? But what if I had taken the key that Mrs. Donaldson used to get in? If it wasn't there when she came to feed the cat, she would probably call the police. The idea terrified me. I lifted the cat from my lap and set him on the floor, then felt my way back to the French doors, opened them, and stepped onto the back patio. After the dim interior of the house, the patio didn't seem so dark in comparison, especially with the light from the moon and the nearby street lamps. I found the fake rock and put the key back in place. As I turned to go back into the house, the cat raced past me and into the yard. "Oh no," I moaned. I was so tired that I hadn't been thinking clearly and had left the door wide open. The cat had to be an indoor cat, or it wouldn't have been in the house in the first place. I had to get the cat and bring him back inside, or for sure Mrs. Donaldson would know someone had been in the house. She might even suspect it was me. "Here, kitty, kitty," I whispered into the yard, seeing the bright orbs of the cat's eyes as they reflected what little light filtered through the night sky. He seemed to be watching me, daring me to try to catch him. I knew he would be nothing like my dog Goldie, who ran to me when given the smallest bit of encouragement. I took a step in his direction, and he didn't move. My hopes rose as I took 3 more steps. Halfway there now. "Here, kitty, kitty," I called again, barely audible. His ears twitched as he stared at me. "Do you want a scratch?" He seemed interested, but then he looked toward the fence and darted away. I chased after him, but he climbed over the fence before I had even reached the edge of the yard. I peeked through a knothole in the fence and saw the cat staring back at me from the yard of the neighbor. There was no way I would risk climbing the fence to try to get the cat back. My only hope was that he would get hungry by morning and want to be let in, preferably before Mrs. Donaldson came over. Angry at myself for making such a stupid mistake, I hurried back across the yard and into the house, locking the door behind me. I decided to explore the house as much as I could in the dark so I could find a comfortable place to spend the night. After being outside where there was some light, the inside seemed very dark, and I had a brief flashback to earlier that day when I'd been in the pitch-black tunnel. I shuddered at the memory. Then again, the spiders could be crushed under my shoe. Mrs. Donaldson, on the other hand, was a real danger. She'd already called the police and told them I was a crazy person. If she found out I'd broken into the Candys' house, I would be in real trouble. I had to find a place to sleep where I wouldn't accidentally be discovered. Creeping forward, I felt my way to the couch. I grabbed my jacket and moved past the couch and along an adjacent wall until I came to a hallway, then followed it to the end where I found a closed door. I opened it and found what appeared to be a large room. I figured it was the master bedroom, and the door had probably been closed to keep the cat out. I shuffled into the room, careful not to run into any furniture, and found my way to a large walk-in closet. This would do for a place to curl up and sleep. If Mrs. Donaldson came in the morning, she would never know I was inside. I left the master bedroom and came to what must have been Rochelle's room. I pulled her pillow and blankets off of her bed before dragging them back to the closet. Making sure to close the master bedroom door, I went back into the closet and arranged the blanket and pillow before curling up on the floor. Though I wanted to find a computer to search for my family's address, I was afraid that any light might draw the attention of Mrs. Donaldson or some other neighbor who knew the Candys were out of town. If I wasn't discovered because of the runaway cat, I would find the Candys' computer first thing. It took me a while to fall asleep as I thought about my family and wondered what they were doing and if they were searching for me. It seemed only minutes had passed when I woke to an awful howling sound. Groggy, it took me a moment to realize it was the cat making a racket at the back door. My eyes had adjusted to the dark enough that I was able to hustle to the back door and let the cat in before he woke up the entire neighborhood, or at least Mrs. Donaldson. As soon as I locked the door, the cat continued complaining. Maybe he was cold or hungry, but as far as I was concerned, it was his own fault. Turning my back on him, I went to the master bedroom, closed the door, and crawled into my makeshift bed. Just as I began drifting off to sleep, the cat meowed outside the bedroom door. I tried to ignore him, but it was difficult to sleep with his persistent wailing. Finally, I gave up and let him in. He followed me to the closet, and as soon as I lay down, he curled up against me and began enthusiastically purring. It was kind of nice to have his warm little body pressed against mine, so I didn't mind the noise too much and soon fell back asleep. I slept fitfully, every creak and groan of the house making my heart race as I was certain I was about to be discovered. When morning came, I didn't feel rested at all, and when I tried to move, the dead weight of the sleeping cat held me down. I set my hand on his furry orange and white body, and he lifted his head and began purring again. "You sure are a friendly cat." I scratched his ears, and he moved his head to allow me better access. "You like your ears scratched, don't you?" After petting him, my hands caught on his collar. "What's your name?" He purred more vigorously as I lifted his chin to grab the silver disc attached to his collar. "Tiger," I read. "Well, Tiger, I think it's time to get up." I wondered what time it was as I rolled out of the warm blankets and walked out of the closet. A clock radio sat on the bedside table next to the Candy's large bed. 7:30. What time would Mrs. Donaldson come over to feed the cat? I would have to hurry and find a computer so that I would be long gone before she showed up. But first, I needed to make sure she wasn't already on her way over. With the sun shining, there was enough light to see inside the house even with all the blinds drawn. I hustled into the living room, lifted a slat in the blinds, and peeked out. No one approached. My stomach rumbled, and I decided to take a few extra seconds and see if there was anything to snack on while I used the computer. As I stepped onto the tile floor in the kitchen, I nearly tripped on the bowls of cat food and water that were spread out in a semicircle. "Ah," I said, "so that's how they do it." Apparently, the Candys had put out enough food and water for the cat to survive while they were gone. "No Mrs. Donaldson coming over today," I said. I suddenly felt pretty good and stretched my arms over my head. Hope rushed through me, and I grabbed a banana from the counter. It was a little ripe, but beggars couldn't be choosers. It didn't take long to find a computer in a room that was obviously an office. I pressed the power button and the computer hummed to life. Once the computer was booted up, I clicked on an icon for a web browser. When I did a search for my father's name, a listing for a White Pages directory came up. I clicked on the link and saw the address where I had been the day before. They must have moved so recently that the White Pages didn't have their new address. While I stared at the computer screen and munched on my banana, a box popped up in the corner saying that a new email had arrived for Mr. Candy. That gave me an idea. First, I went to Gmail and created a new email address. Then I sent an email to my mother, pretending to be one of her cousins. I wrote, "Dear Roxanne, I heard that you moved. I'm updating my address book and wanted to know your new address. Also, what is your phone number? Take care, Janice." Now, I just had to wait until Mom replied to the email. I'd considered emailing Mom from my email address and telling her it was me, but something about this situation told me to be cautious. I mean, why would my family move without telling me? It made no sense. Better to pretend to be someone else, someone who Mom would not hesitate to give her location to. Still, just sending that email made me feel closer to my family, and fresh hope surged through me. Next, I went back into the kitchen. Tiger followed me and rubbed against my legs, then walked over to his bowl and began eating his food. After he had enough, he dashed out a cat door centered in a regular door. I assumed it led out to the garage, but wanted to make sure. I opened the door and peeked out. Sure enough, it was the Candy's garage. I closed and locked the door, then opened the refrigerator. Just a few condiments, some milk, and half a carton of eggs. I guess the Candys didn't want to leave a fridge full of food when they were on vacation. The eggs seemed to call to me. Did I dare cook breakfast? My growling stomach made the decision easy. After digging through the cabinets, I had a small frying pan and spatula in hand. In my hunt, I had also found a loaf of bread and some sugar-free jam. I wanted to put butter on my toast, but didn't find any, and the only thing to drink besides water was skim milk. Guess the Candys are into healthy eating too, I thought. With a shrug, I dropped 2 slices of bread into the toaster, then cracked 3 eggs into a pan I had heated up. As I scrambled the eggs, I wondered what the waitress at the come-on-in diner would say about me eating so many. Remembering that, along with a woman at my house and the woman at the bookstore, both who had looked me up and down with obvious disapproval, and then the thieving boy who had called me fatty, all of those combined to almost make me rethink eating so much. Almost. I refused to let other people's opinions make me do something I didn't want to do. My body was fine just as it was. A short time later, My meal was spread out in front of me on the table. Smiling in anticipation, I speared a forkful of eggs, then lifted it to my mouth. The doorbell rang. Chapter 13. Startled, I dropped my fork onto my plate with a clatter, which only sharpened my fear. Absurdly, I made a shushing sound, as if that would silence the echo of the metal fork falling against the ceramic plate. Frozen in place, all I could do was silently pray that the person at the door would leave. Instead, 3 loud knocks sounded. The insistent banging seemed to vibrate through my body. Or maybe it was my body shaking in terror at being caught in the stranger's house. I could be arrested for breaking and entering. The thought of being locked up with real criminals made my stomach churn with a mix of terror and revulsion. I remembered reading stories about people breaking into someone's house when the family was on vacation and helping themselves to the food. I had always thought that was really weird, but now that was me. I forced myself to stand and tiptoe down the hall to the front door. I leaned toward the peephole and pressed my eye to the tiny opening, then jerked my head back. It seemed as if the person on the other side of the door was looking right at me. I knew that was just an illusion and looked again. It was a man, and he looked annoyed. Then he turned around and stepped off the porch, a packet of flyers in one hand. I scurried to the front blinds, barely lifting a slat, and peered out. The man walked across the street and knocked on another door. My eyelids fluttered closed in relief. It was a salesman, just a salesman. Dropping the slat back into place, I took a deep breath, then released it, trying to slow the adrenaline still pumping through my body. I went back to the dining room, my appetite gone, and forced myself to eat anyway. Chewing my food without tasting it, I knew I needed to keep my time at the Candy's house as brief as possible. What if they came home early and found me there? I'd never met Rochelle's parents before. Yes, Rochelle could vouch for me, but breaking into their house was not okay, even if I had stood up to Shelby for her. Or what if Mrs. Donaldson was supposed to come over and make sure Tiger hadn't eaten through all of the food the Candys had left out for him? Or what if another neighbor or friend was supposed to bring in the mail? Any number of people could catch me there. Just thinking about it made me hyperventilate. As soon as Mom replied to my email, I would move on, hopefully to wherever my family was. I choked down the rest of my food, then cleaned up the kitchen, making sure everything appeared as I had found it. No point in getting out of there, only to have the Candys know someone had been inside, and then have Mrs. Donaldson describe me as the person who had been skulking about. Leaning against the sink, I ran my shaking hands through my hair as I tried to decide what to do next. My fingers caught in the tangles. I needed to shower and put on some clean clothes. Between sleeping in the hut 2 nights before, hiking through the muddy woods, and sleeping on the floor last night, I was dirty and smelly. If I didn't want to scare people away, I needed to blend in. That meant getting cleaned up. I found a towel in a hallway closet and took it into the bathroom. After my shower, I felt so much better, like I could face the world. Except now, I needed clean clothes. In Rochelle's room, I dug through her closet and dresser, but couldn't find any clothes that fit. Everything was too tight. She must be skinnier than I remembered. I pulled on a bathrobe and put my clothes, along with the towel I had used, into the washing machine. While I waited for the load to go through its cycles, I dragged the blankets out of the master bedroom closet and put them back on Rochelle's bed. Since it had been dark when I'd pulled them off, I wasn't exactly sure how they had been arranged, but I put them back as best I could and hoped she wouldn't notice. Then I went into the office and kept refreshing my email account, hoping against hope that Mom would reply at any moment. What was taking her so long? Frustrated, I glared at the computer monitor, and that's when I noticed that the date in the bottom corner of the screen said it was September 3rd. My brow creased. That couldn't be right. It was November, not September. The washing machine beeped. I jumped up from the desk and raced to the laundry room, then threw my clothes into the dryer before hustling back to the office. Back in front of the computer, I looked at the date again, but before I had a chance to ponder why the date was wrong, my inbox refreshed and I saw an email from Mom. Chapter 14. Hand shaking, I clicked on the email, then quickly scanned the message. "Hi, Janice. It's good to hear from you. As you can imagine, things have been difficult lately, but we're getting by. It's particularly hard without Stephen here. The kids are having an especially hard time, but you know how it is. I hope things are well with you. My new address and phone number are below. Take care, Roxanne." What did she mean Dad wasn't there? Where was he? Was Dad dead? An image of Dad's face filled my mind, and as I imagined never seeing him again, hot tears filled my eyes and slid down my cheeks. Confused and upset, I tried to understand how all of this could have happened in 2 days' time. Something wasn't right, and I knew I was missing something important. There was only one way to find out what it was. I needed to get home. Though devastated to think that my dad could be dead, having my family's address gave me a sliver of optimism. I dug through the Candy's desk until I found a sheet of paper and a pencil. The tears made it difficult to focus, but I wrote down the address and phone number from the email. Then, as I stared at the address, it hit me that I had no idea how to get to the location. It wasn't even in Fox Run. Grabbing a tissue, I wiped my eyes and blew my nose. Until I had more information, I shouldn't jump to conclusions. Maybe Dad was just on some sort of business trip. He worked in advertising, so it was possible. But the way Mom had said he was gone didn't sound like a routine business trip. I logged out of my email and pulled up a map website before typing in the address Mom had put in her email. Then I typed my old address in the From field and pressed Get Directions. The directions from my old house to my new house appeared. My mouth fell open when I saw it would take 4 hours to get home. By car. I didn't have a car. I didn't even have a license. How was I supposed to get home? And I was desperate to get there. Right away. I knew I could call Mom and ask her to come and get me, but I had a funny feeling that she didn't even know I was missing. She hadn't mentioned anything in the email about me being gone. Plus, how could I possibly explain to her what had happened and why I was up here in our old town? Everything I'd experienced defied reason. I needed to get home on my own and see my family face to face before telling them all the weirdness that had happened to me. Maybe I could take the bus. After printing off the map with directions, I found a website for long-distance bus travel and typed in the starting and ending places. The bus would be leaving this afternoon. I smiled in relief. Then I saw the price, and my heart sank. $75. Where would I get the money? Those rotten boys had stolen my backpack with all of my money. Not that I'd even had $75, but still. I turned away from the computer, my gaze searching the room. Stealing wasn't my first choice, especially from my one and only friend in Fox Run. But I had to get home, which meant taking the bus, which meant finding the money to pay the bus fare. Grimacing, I thoroughly searched the office before moving on to the master bedroom. Careful not to leave anything out of place, I only found $50. Not enough to buy a bus ticket, and I didn't know of any cheaper form of transportation. I put all but $20 back, just in case of an emergency. Then it came to me. Hitchhiking. I knew it wasn't a great idea. I'd heard all the horror stories and knew there were a lot of creeps out there, but how else was I going to get home? I couldn't walk all that way. By then, the dryer had finished, so I got dressed. Then, after taking one last look around the house to make sure everything was as I had found it, I went into the office and cleared out the temporary files in the browser to erase any evidence of my browsing. Then I shut off the computer. As I was getting ready to leave, I remembered the can of pepper spray I had noticed in the office during my search. Since I would be accepting rides from strangers, I decided it might come in handy. I went back into the office and put the canister in my jacket pocket. The cat had followed me from room to room and now waited patiently for me to give him one last scratch before I left. I obliged, then went to the front window and peeked out. I didn't see anyone around, especially Mrs. Donaldson, so I decided now was as good a time as any to leave. I left through the back door, then withdrew the key from its rocky hiding place, locked the back door, and put the key back in its place. Trying to be as quiet as possible, I opened the gate on the side of the house and made my way through, then shut the gate with a click. It was nearly noon, and the warmth of the sun felt good as I walked away from the Candy's house and toward the park. I wore my jacket, the pepper spray in the pocket, and began the walk toward town. I decided the best place to hitch a ride would be at the on-ramp to the highway just outside of town. Within 20 minutes, I made it to Main Street and glanced at the bookstore where I had stopped the day before. It was hard to believe so little time had passed. Sighing, I continued on past Main Street. A short time later, I found myself at the freeway on-ramp. Not very many cars seemed to be passing, but I crossed the road and found a good spot to wait. Turning so that I would be facing the oncoming traffic, I watched for cars. A little while later, a car came around the corner, heading in my direction. I stuck my thumb out and watched the woman in the car glance at me, then look away as she sped past. I dropped my arm to my side, still feeling optimistic. Another car approached, and I got into my hitchhiker's pose, but it drove on by too. This happened several more times, and I began getting discouraged. As a beat-up old truck entered the on-ramp, I almost didn't put out my thumb. My arm was getting tired, and I knew the driver wouldn't stop anyway, but I stuck my arm out, and before I even got my thumb in position, the truck had pulled over. My heart raced with relief and trepidation. I hurried over to the truck, but stopped at the passenger door, which had the window rolled down, and stared at the man behind the wheel. Long gray hair fell down his back in a ponytail. A beard in need of trimming framed his mouth, and through his smile I could see that a couple of his teeth were missing. "Get in, honey," he called out to me. I backed up a step or two. His smile faded a bit. "Do you want a ride or not?" Chapter 15. I slid my hand into my jacket pocket and touched the bottle of pepper spray, reassuring myself that I had a form of self-defense. Then, knowing this might be the only offer of a ride I would get, I opened the door. "Hi." I was scared to move forward, but scared to let this ride go. He nodded once. "Jump in. I need to get going." Not feeling like I had any other choice, I climbed in and closed the door. I reached for the seatbelt, but there wasn't one. "What's your name, girlie?" he asked. I stopped hunting for the seatbelt and looked at him. "Morgan." "I'm Wilfred, but everyone calls me Fred." He held his hand out and I shook it. It was calloused and rough, but warm. "It's nice to meet you," I said, remembering my manners despite my nervousness. "You might want to roll up the window before we get on the freeway." There was no button to push, and I had to crank the handle to move the glass upward. Glancing over his shoulder, he pulled back onto the road and entered the freeway. "Where you headed?" Not wanting to tell this complete stranger exactly where I was going, I hesitated, then said, "South." "Me too," he chuckled. "And guess you can tell me when to let you off then." "Thanks for picking me up. I was beginning to wonder if anyone would stop." "Happy to help, but I was surprised to see a young girl like you hitchin'. Does your family know where you are?" He glanced my way before turning his eyes back to the road. "Of course," I lied, not about to tell him that I was completely on my own. "And they don't mind you hitchin'?" His voice held a tone of disbelief. "I'd rather not talk about my family," I said. I hoped that would put an end to his questions. "Fine, fine." He glanced my way again. Kind of warm for a jacket." I couldn't agree more. The cab was stuffy, and though I wanted to shed the jacket, I was worried that would make the pepper spray harder to get to. "I'm fine," I lied again, feeling a trickle of sweat forming on my forehead. "Suit yourself." As I sat there roasting in my coat, I mentally battled with myself on whether or not to take it off. The longer I sat there with Fred basically ignoring me, the more I realized I was making myself suffer unnecessarily. Finally, I slid my jacket off and stuffed it in the space between me and the door, positioning it so that it wouldn't be too difficult to grab the pepper spray if the need arose. I glanced toward Fred, but he was focused on driving. We rode in silence for a while, and I found myself getting drowsy. I didn't want to fall asleep while in the car with Fred, but couldn't help myself. When I woke up, at first I couldn't remember where I was, but I could tell I was moving. This feeling of disorientation had been too frequent lately, and I was anxious to reach home, although I knew it would be an unfamiliar place. "You're awake," Fred said. "How long was I asleep?" I rubbed my face, trying to bring myself fully awake. "About 2 hours." Sitting up straighter, I stared out the window. There wasn't much to see. Sagebrush and open grassland. "How far south are you going?" I asked. "All the way to Higbee." Pulling out the map I had printed off at the Candy's house, I didn't see the town of Higbee on my map. Was it beyond where I was headed? "You might want to tell me where you need to get off in case you fall asleep again. I'd hate to drive right on past your destination." I knew he was right, and figured since he hadn't harmed me in the last 2 hours when I had been asleep, there was no need to fear him now. "I'm going to Timber Hills." "That's perfect then, isn't it? That's right on the way to Higbee. We'll be there in about—" He paused. "2 hours, I guess." He looked my way and smiled. "Of course, we might have to make a pit stop, but we should be there late this afternoon." While keeping one hand on the steering wheel, he reached into a paper bag that sat on the seat between us. "Are you hungry?" he asked, pulling out a box of chocolate Pop-Tarts. My mouth watered as I imagined taking a bite of the treat. "Yes." He handed me a foil-wrapped packet. "Open this. You can have one, and I can have one." I took the package from his hand and began ripping it open. "Careful now," he said. "We don't want it to crumble." "Okay." I glanced his way, wondering why he seemed so concerned about a Pop-Tart. Didn't he have a full box in there? I slowly opened the foil, then pulled out one of the frosted Pop-Tarts and handed it to him before getting my own. Ready to savor the chocolatey flavor, I broke off a piece and placed it in my mouth. But when I bit down, the taste was not what I expected. In fact, there wasn't much taste at all. Fred must have noticed my expression because he asked what was wrong. I pretended to enjoy it. "Nothing. Thank you for sharing your food with me." He grinned in sort of a secret way. "I've been saving that for a long time, but I knew they wouldn't last forever." He looked in my direction. "I know they don't taste as good as they used to, but they're a lot better than that fat-free crap they sell now." He chuckled, then faced the road. "Since when do they make fat-free Pop-Tarts?" I asked. He glanced at me. "What'd you say?" "We hardly ever buy fat-free food. It always leaves an aftertaste." When he looked at me again, I could see the disapproval in his eyes. He seemed skinny enough, so I didn't know why he would give me that look. I almost asked him, but didn't want to offend him and have him drop me off in the middle of nowhere. "Where do you find it?" he asked. "Are you rich or something?" What an odd question. "At the grocery store?" I said. Why would he ask a question with such an obvious answer? And no, we are definitely not rich. I almost laughed at that part. Money had always been tight at my house. "The grocery store?" His tone made it clear he thought I was making it up. "What grocery store do you shop at?" Irritated by his ridiculous questions, I had to stop myself from lacing my tone with sarcasm. "You know, any grocery store?" He shook his head and laughed. "Okay, sure." It seemed like he was making fun of me, and I didn't like it. Where do you shop that they only have fat-free food?" He laughed as he said, "You know, any grocery store." Now there was no question that he was making fun of me, but I didn't understand why. "Let's stop at the next town we come to and go to a grocery store," I said. "I'll buy you a brand new box of Pop-Tarts, and it won't be fat-free." He laughed harder. "You're on!" 20 minutes later, we drove up to a grocery store and pulled into a parking space. "I could use a break," Fred said as he climbed out of the truck. I followed him into the store, knowing he was going to feel stupid when I bought the Pop-Tarts. The moment we entered, I could see that something wasn't right. The displays were nothing like I was used to seeing. All kinds of diet foods were prominently displayed at the end of the aisles. The fresh produce section was much larger than I'd ever seen before, and a video played on a television touting how wonderful a box of sugar-free snacks were. I stopped, staring at the unusual displays. "Well, Missy, let's go!" "What? Oh, okay." Walking down the main aisle, looking for the snacks, I gawked at row after row of fat-free and sugar-free goods. Finally, I came to the right place and strode to the shelf that held the Pop-Tarts. Frantically, I scanned the shelves, looking for normal chocolate Pop-Tarts, but all I saw were the sugar-free and fat-free variety. What was going on? "Well?" Fred was obviously pleased with himself. I stammered, my heart beginning to pound at the surprise of not finding what I had expected, what had always been normal, but was not the norm here. I turned toward Fred. "I don't understand." He laughed. "I don't understand you. What'd you think you'd see here?" I don't know." More than anything, I wanted to get home to my family. "You win. Can we go now?" "Yeah, sure." I followed Fred back out to his truck, then silently climbed in. He pulled away from the store and re-entered the freeway. After 10 minutes of silence, Fred said, "Morgan?" I turned to look at him. "Yes?" "You're kind of an odd gal, ain't ya?" I'd never considered myself odd before and wondered what he meant. "Why do you say that?" Fred glanced at me before looking back at the freeway. "It's almost like you've never heard of F.A.T. "Fat?" I said. Of course I've heard of F.A.T. Then I thought, people had been calling me fat way too much the last couple of days. Then I said, "I just don't get why everyone is so obsessed with it lately." Fred stared at me, incredulity on his face. "Do you have any idea how many lives that organization has ruined?" "Organization? What organization?" "F.A.T. F.A.T. He pronounced each letter. "You know, Federally Assisted Thinning." More confused than ever, I shook my head. "What?" "Have you been living under a rock? How could you not know about F.A.T.?" Feeling stupid and like I was missing something very important, I sighed. "I just don't, okay? What is it anyway?" "Only the most massive theft of our freedom as Americans." I didn't want to talk about politics. I just wanted to know what was going on. After the crazy things that had happened to me in the last 2 days, I was more desperate than ever to figure out what had happened to my family. Why and how had they left our house so suddenly? Why did Mom say Dad was gone? Could it have something to do with this fat organization that Fred had mentioned? I mean, Dad had always been a little overweight, but it had never been that big of a deal. "What do you mean?" I asked. "Sure, too many Americans are overweight. And yes, I agree that it is costing our country billions, but where I have a problem is with the government forcing people to lose weight." He glanced at me again. "That's just not right." I had no idea what he was talking about. "I still don't understand." "You're not too bright, are you, Morgan?" Offended in the extreme, I said, "Or maybe you're full of crap." He stared at me. Then he burst out laughing as his attention returned to the road. "Okay, maybe I'm wrong about you." I grinned smugly, proud I had figured out he was making it all up. "But that don't change the facts, Missy." All traces of his humor were gone. Irritated now, I looked his way, ready to glare at him, but saw him pointing out the window. My eyes followed the direction of his finger, and I gasped. Chapter 16. A large sign came into view, and my eyes widened as I read it. F.A.T Center, next exit. My head swiveled as we passed the sign, my attention glued to the words. When it was out of sight, my head spun in Fred's direction, my mouth hanging open in disbelief. Not looking happy to be proved right, he gestured with his chin toward the window on my side of the truck. "And there it is." My head twisted in that direction, and I saw a cluster of low buildings surrounding one very large building. On the south side of the structures were row after row of produce, with people bent over, working in the fields. "What are they doing?" I watched until the people were specks in the distance. "They grow a lot of their own food there. Everyone is expected to help." He paused, then murmured, "It's hard work." "Have you been there?" I stared at his face, his white whiskers catching the sunlight coming through the windshield. He looked at me before facing the road again. "Believe it or not, I used to be quite heavy." I did find it hard to believe. He was so thin now, probably underweight. "Quite heavy is a mild way of putting it," he continued. "No matter. I eventually found myself at a F.A.T center, and little by little, all that extra weight came off." He stopped talking and seemed to be deep in some memory. Though I didn't want to interrupt his thoughts, I needed to know more. "How long ago was this?" "Oh, 'bout 10 years, I reckon." His answer surprised me. If these F.A.T centers had been around that long, why hadn't I ever heard of them? "And you've kept the weight off all these years? That's impressive." He laughed, but there was no humor in the sound. "Don't have much choice, do I?" "What do you mean? Why not?" "I can't afford to be sent there again. I don't have anything left. It's true that I might be healthier." He gave me a sidelong glance, and I emphasize might, but I lost everything else in the meantime. A sense of melancholy came over him, and he was silent for several minutes. Lost in my own thoughts, I didn't say anything. When he started speaking again, it startled me. "My wife turned me in." My eyes went back to him as he focused on the road. "She'd been on me to lose weight for years. I guess she finally gave up on me. Right before they came for me, she handed me divorce papers. I guess she didn't want to get dragged down with me." "Came for you? Why did you go if you didn't want to?" His laugh came out as a short bark. "You make it sound like I had a choice." My eyebrows knit together. "Didn't you?" He glanced at me. "No one ever has a choice." "So if someone turned you in for being overweight, you get dragged off to one of those F.A.T centers?" "Used to be that way." "Oh," I said, feeling an odd sense of relief that things had changed. "Now, everyone is monitored on their bathroom scale. No need to turn anyone in. The government knows right away if you need to be brought in." Disturbed by this information, I didn't speak. I'd never been monitored on my bathroom scale, at least that I was aware of. "Hey," Fred said, "why don't you know this already? You been living off the grid or something? That why you hitchin'?" Confusion swept over me at his question. Why didn't I know about this? And why was my family gone? I couldn't come up with an explanation. Something very strange was going on, and I had no idea what it was. As nutty as it would sound, and despite the fact that Mrs. Donaldson had thought I had been telling a wild story, I decided to tell Fred what had been happening to me ever since I'd run away. He seemed like a nice man. Maybe he could help me figure it out. "This is going to sound crazy," I started, glancing at Fred. Then I stared out the windshield. "I've been living my life like everyone else, but I've never heard of F.A.T before you told me about it." He scowled. "That don't make no sense." "That's not all." I hesitated, not sure how to explain what I'd gone through. "What else, missy? You got some sort of secret you're hiding?" "Well, no, but I don't understand some other things that have happened." I paused, looking in his direction. And I'm afraid you won't believe me.
If you don't tell me, how will I have the chance to decide?
Decide what?
Whether you're pulling my leg.
He looked at me, a stern expression on his face. Tears sprang to my eyes and I turned away.
Okay, Missy, what's going on?
I met his eyes, then he looked back at the road. I swear, Fred, this is the truth. He nodded. Then I told him how I'd run away and found the hut, then had to leave through the tunnel, how my family had moved, but the woman said they'd been gone several weeks, even though I had been there just the night before.
First off, you shouldn't have run away.
I know that now, but that doesn't help me.
I'm not surprised about your family moving, though. That happens all the time.
He stared at me.
Is anyone in your family overweight?
I thought about my parents and how they'd both always been a little heavy, but it had never been an issue. I guess my dad might be.
A lot of families have to sell their house when they're taken to a fat center.
Why?
How else are they going to pay for it?
You mean they're forced to go there, but they're also forced to pay for it?
Yep.
As I considered those ideas, I was quiet. Then I said, Are you saying you think my dad was taken to a fat center and my family had to sell the house to pay for it?
That's how it usually works.
But it doesn't make sense that it could all happen so fast, and that woman said she lived in my house for weeks. He was quiet, then he said,
I've always been a fan of science fiction.
He paused.
Sounds to me like you came from some parallel universe or something.
I laughed. What does that even mean? He didn't laugh.
Some people believe that there are alternate realities, very similar to this one, but with some differences.
And how would I have gotten here? I didn't travel on a spaceship or anything. I've only walked.
Tell me more about that place where you had to walk in the tunnel.
I thought about the hut and how the tree had fallen on the door, forcing me to find another way out, and how I'd climbed down into the cellar and then found the long, long hallway. It was just a building. Nothing special or unusual about it.
But it was after you'd gone through that tunnel that everything changed, right?
Well, yeah, but I don't remember traveling through the universe or anything. He chuckled.
Those that believe say you can't always tell when you've gone through one of them wormholes or whatever they're called.
Oh, so how would you know if you did?
How should I know? I didn't say I believed in it, just that some people do.
I didn't respond. I wasn't sure if I believed what he'd suggested, although it did pretty much explain everything. But I found it hard to believe that I wouldn't have felt something or seen something if I had traveled to a different universe. I shook my head. The idea was too crazy for me. There had to be another explanation. How much longer until we get to Timber Hills?
Oh, about an hour, I'd say.
Good. I was ready to get back to my family. They would be able to explain what had happened. 60 minutes later, we entered the city limits of the town where my family now lived. It was late afternoon, and the sun still shone.
Do you want me to take you to your house?
Fred asked. Well, I don't know exactly where it is.
We can find out, and I'll drop you off. How's that?
I smiled at the stranger who had been so kind. All right. Maybe I'll have you drop me off a little ways from the house, though. I don't know what Mom would say if she saw me getting out of your truck.
Works for me.
We followed the directions in Fred's GPS, and a short time later we turned onto a street that was supposed to be near mine. Fred stopped at the corner.
How's this? He asked.
This will work. I reached for the door handle. Thanks for the ride. I really appreciate it.
Hold on a second.
He reached across me into the glove box, pulled out a scrap of paper and a pen, and wrote something on it.
Here's my phone number. If you can't find your family, give me a call.
I took the paper from him and shoved it into my pocket. Thanks, Fred.
Good luck with everything, Morgan. I hope you figure it all out.
I smiled. Me too. I climbed out, taking my jacket with me, then I shut the door. I watched as he drove off, feeling like my only friend had just left. Chapter 17. The neighborhood looked nothing like I had imagined. With the name Timber Hills, I'd pictured rolling hills and lots of trees, but this place was mostly concrete, with a few sad-looking trees at houses where people had evidently hoped to help the place live up to its name. I visualized the house I'd run away from, the one where I'd expected to find my family, the one I so recently hadn't wanted to move to. I would give anything to be back there with my family again. Feeling discouraged by the gloomy-looking neighborhood, I trudged forward. As I consulted the printout of the map, I thought about what Fred had said about me being from another universe. Was that even possible? And if it was, how did it work? The idea astounded me, and I pushed it aside, not wanting to consider the ramifications when I was so close to finding my family. Instead, I studied the houses as I walked. All of them were smaller than the one up north. For the most part, the yards were unkempt, although there were a few that looked like they were taken care of. Graffiti covered most of the fences, and music blared from a house where a car was up on blocks. When I saw a group of young men loitering at one house, I stared straight ahead, grateful they were on the other side of the street. Don't notice me, I thought. Don't notice me. As I passed, I heard laughter and the word fat. Were they talking about me? Ignoring them, I hurried past, and when I reached the end of the street, I turned left onto what was supposedly my street. Disappointed to see that the houses here looked even worse than the ones on the street I had just come down, I pressed forward, looking for my address. No one seemed to be around on this street, and I was able to walk without incident. Finally, my house came into sight, and my heart pounded. I wasn't surprised to see that my house was one with a tidy yard. Mom had always taken pride in the appearance of our house. There were no cars in the driveway, and I wondered if anyone was home. Cautiously, I approached the front door. Even though this was the address Mom had written in the email, I had never been here before, and I didn't want to barge into a stranger's house by mistake. I almost knocked, but if this was my house, that would be weird. Instead, I took hold of the doorknob and turned, but it was locked. I stepped off the porch and walked toward the back gate. As I approached the gate, I heard a happy woof and immediately recognized Goldie's bark. I had actually found my family. Relief flooded me and tears filled my eyes. I yanked on the string for the gate latch, and when I heard it give, I shoved it open. Goldie rushed out, her tail wagging. Squatting, I wrapped my arms around her neck and pressed my face into her soft fur. Quiet sobs escaped my mouth, and I held on to our dog as I worked to gain control of my emotions. Finally, my tears slowed, then stopped, and I released Goldie. As I stood, she pranced around me, and I smiled, the familiarity of her behavior filling me with warmth. I closed and latched the gate behind me, and walked around the side of the house with Goldie following me. When I reached the back door, I pulled on the handle, but this door was locked too. Where was my family, and when would they be back? And could I find another way inside? On my way through the backyard, I had noticed a door that led into the attached garage. I walked back to it and was pleasantly surprised when it was unlocked. I entered the single-car garage and closed my eyes, trying to adjust to the dark interior. Goldie had trailed me, and she ran right to the door that led into the house. Following her this time, I reached the door in only a few steps and hoped my luck would hold out. The door opened under my hand, and I smiled, glad I was able to get in. But then I thought about the neighborhood and worried that someone had been careless about locking the house. Anyone could have walked in. A stranger could be in the house right now. Sudden fear pulsed through me, but I forced myself to walk through the door. I found myself in the kitchen and was surprised to see the breakfast dishes still in the sink. Mom had always been a stickler for making sure the kitchen was clean before we left the house in the morning. I found the mess disturbing. Almost without thinking, I set my jacket on the table, then went to the sink and began rinsing the dishes, then looked for the dishwasher so I could load them. There wasn't one. No wonder they hadn't been cleaned up. The dishes had to be done by hand. I set the dish I was holding back in the sink and went to the refrigerator, stepping around Goldie as she sniffed the floor. Pulling the door open, I looked over the items inside, but was disappointed to find very little food. My stomach rumbled, and I remembered that I hadn't eaten anything since the stale Pop-Tart in Fred's truck. I closed the refrigerator and began opening cabinets, looking for anything to eat. After several tries, I found the cabinet that held most of the food and dug around until I came across a familiar brand of crackers. I pulled out a handful of the round snacks, my mouth watering in anticipation, then placed the first one in my mouth. The taste was not what I had expected, and I frowned in disappointment. I had eaten this brand of cracker before, but it tasted nothing like I remembered. There were unusual seasonings in the flavor. I looked at the box and saw that the crackers were fat-free and sodium-free. Continuing to eat despite the strange flavor, I found a glass and filled it with tap water, then gulped it down. By the time I began to feel full, I had eaten a quarter of the box and had 3 full glasses of water. I closed the box and placed it back in the cupboard, then grabbed my jacket, found the stairs, and began climbing, anxious to find my bedroom. At the top of the stairs I paused, listening to see if anyone was actually home. The only sound was Goldie panting next to me. I reached down and patted her back, her presence a comfort to me. Then I walked down the short hall, glancing at each of the 4 doors. There were 3 bedrooms and 1 bathroom. I went into each bedroom in turn. My parents' bedroom didn't have its own bathroom like the other house had, and there was only enough room for a full bed and a small dresser. One of the other bedrooms obviously belonged to my younger brothers. The dirty clothes stuffed in corners and the toys scattered around the floor made that clear. The last bedroom held bunk beds shoved against one wall, along with 1 dresser and a small desk along the other wall. This had to be my room, shared with my 13-year-old sister, Amy. As I realized I had lost my own room, my heart sank. It had taken a long time to convince Dad I deserved my own room, and now I had lost it. I could tell that the top bunk belonged to Amy. There had been no attempt to make it, but the bottom bunk was mostly made. Must be mine. I draped my jacket over the back of the desk chair, then sat on the edge of the bed. After a moment, I stretched out on top of the comforter, staring at the bottom of Amy's bunk, questions racing through my mind. How had my family moved here and gotten settled in so quickly? Why had they moved in the first place? Why did it look like I had slept here already when I knew for a fact I had never stepped foot in this house before? At the last question, I sat up, my thoughts tumbling around in my head. How was it possible that it appeared I'd been living here when I knew I had never been here before? I jumped up and went to the desk, yanking open drawers. I found several homework assignments with my name on them, assignments that had been graded, assignments I had no memory of doing. How was that possible? Then I thought about Fred's comment that maybe I had come from a parallel universe. The idea terrified me, but what else could explain all the strange things that had happened to me since I'd run away from home and spent the night in that little hut? I didn't really know anything about this parallel universe theory, but suddenly I was desperate to know everything about it. Hurrying down the stairs, I found a computer monitor in the living room with a computer tower next to it. I sat in front of it, but couldn't see where the power button was. Dad had always been interested in technology and liked to get the latest models, and I wondered if this was a recent purchase, before he'd been taken by the F.A.T people, of course. I knew I hadn't seen it before. I leaned toward it, trying to see where it turned on, when a light briefly shined in my eyes. Startled, I jumped back, then heard the sound of a quiet fan as the computer turned on. How had that turned on? I hadn't even touched it. I leaned toward the computer tower again and noticed a small device plugged into the side. I picked it up and examined it. I think this is an eye scanner, I thought. I was amazed that my family would have something like that. Had it recognized me? Once the computer booted up, I did a search on alternative universes and read what I found, but I still didn't understand how they worked. Even so, it really was the only explanation that made sense. I heard the front door being unlocked and I froze, terrified to see my family. What if it wasn't my family? What if it was a group of strangers who lived here with Goldie? My heart pounded as I closed the browser and dashed up the stairs to the room I thought was my bedroom. Chapter 18. I ran into the bedroom and slid open the closet door. There wasn't much space, but I shoved aside some of the clothes hanging from the rod and stepped behind them, then moved them back into place. Then, with my heart thundering in my chest, I reached forward and closed the closet door. Muffled voices floated up the stairs and I strained to listen, trying to recognize them as the voices of my family. "No," a young voice whined. "It's mine." That sounded like 8-year-old Brandon. "Give the car back to your brother," a woman's voice demanded. As I recognized my mother's voice, I smiled. I slid the closet door open and stepped out, then jumped when I heard a loud scream. Trying not to laugh at the look of terror on my sister's face, I calmly walked out of the closet and slid it closed behind me. "Morgan, what are you doing?" Amy was obviously embarrassed to be startled. "I was just looking for a shirt." She squinted with disbelief. "How could you see with the door closed?" Thinking quickly, I said, "Flashlight." "Oh." I was so happy to see her that I almost gave her a hug, but I stopped myself in time. A sign of affection like that would certainly raise her suspicions that something was out of the ordinary. But I couldn't stop the big smile from spreading across my face. "Is that a new shirt?" she asked. I glanced down at the shirt I was wearing, then looked at her with furrowed brows. "This is the one you gave me for Christmas, Amy. Don't you remember?" She laughed. "No, I didn't. I gave you earrings." My heart pounded as I touched my earlobes. I had never had my ears pierced. I had been too scared that it would hurt. "Why aren't you wearing any earrings, Morgan?" I hesitated, but only for a moment. "I just don't want to." Wearing a puzzled look on her face, Amy walked close to me and stared at my ears. "But you always wear earrings." I quickly moved my hair so that my ears were covered. "Maybe I don't want to now. I certainly don't need to get permission from a stupid 13-year-old. Looking hurt, Amy pouted as tears filled her eyes. "You don't have to be rude." I frowned. She usually answered my mean remarks with something equally scathing. What was wrong with her? Or was it me that had something wrong? I watched as she sat on the bottom bunk. Then it occurred to me that she might be able to tell me something about Dad. "So, Amy." "What?" Her arms were crossed and her bottom lip poked out in a full sulk. "Where's Dad?" "You're just making fun of me." She turned her head away, clearly feeling insulted for a reason known only to her. Her reaction made me all the more curious. She didn't seem upset by the mention of Dad, so that was a good sign. "Why do you think I'm making fun of you?" Refusing to look at me, she spoke to the wall. "You know where Dad is. Why are you asking a question that you already know the answer to, Morgan? Are you trying to make me look stupid?" I had no clue where my dad was, but I didn't know how to explain that to her without making her think I'd gone completely crazy. "No, Amy, I know you're not stupid." Swallowing my pride, I paused, then said, "I'm sorry I said that earlier. That wasn't nice of me." She turned to face me, the pout beginning to fade. Pretending I knew where Dad was, I asked, "When do you think he'll be home?" "I don't know," she said. "You know how those places are. You can't come home until you weigh the right amount." The blood drained from my face as I realized what Fred had told me was true. People really were taken to fat centers, federally assisted thinning, and forced to lose weight. and that's where Dad was. "Morgan, are you okay?" Amy's forehead was creased, a look of concern on her face. "Yeah, sure," I muttered, as I walked over and sat next to her on what I assumed was my bed. I could feel her staring at me, but I ignored her, trying to come to grips with the undeniable fact that I was in some other universe as I frantically tried to figure out how I could get home. Closing my eyes in amazement that such a thing was really possible, I swallowed hard to force down the nausea that tried to push its way up my throat. "Morgan, what's wrong?" Amy gently pushed my arm. I opened my eyes and looked at her. "How long has Dad been gone? I can't remember." I tried to pretend I wasn't shaken by the reality of my situation. "About 7 weeks, I guess." 7 weeks? I couldn't hide the shock. Then I tried to cover myself. "I mean, wow, that's gone by fast." "Yeah," Amy said. "I guess it has." "Amy, who are you talking to?" Mom said, appearing in the doorway. "Oh, Morgan, there you are." Overjoyed to see her, I jumped up and threw my arms around her. As tears of relief filled my eyes, I blinked rapidly, hoping they would go away. I let go of her and she smiled warmly, but then a stern look came over her. "Rochelle Candy's mother called a while ago and said they couldn't find you. She told me you'd been upset about something and gone off by yourself in the forest by their cabin." I'd been at their cabin? I didn't know anything about that, but I played along. "I'm sorry I worried you guys." "Why did you run off?" I had no idea, but found it surprising that the Morgan in this world had gone off into a forest just like I had. When I thought of that phrase, the Morgan in this world, I almost screamed at the insanity of the idea. I shrugged and answered a mom's question. She frowned. "You're not still upset about moving here, are you?" That seemed like a good reason as any, so I nodded. She sighed. "Well, we've talked about this and you know I didn't have a choice. You know I'm not happy about it either." She paused. "So the Candys found you and brought you home then?" "Not exactly," I said. She tilted her head in a way I was familiar with. "What do you mean?" "I got a ride from a friend." "Without even telling the Candys you were leaving?" "I'm really sorry, Mom." "What were you thinking? They're probably looking for you right now." She sighed again. "I'm going to call Rochelle's mother and let her know you're home." She turned to leave, then turned back. "I'm glad you're okay, Morgan, but I'm not happy about how thoughtless you were." She shook her head. "At least make sure you have everything ready for the first day of school tomorrow." I wasn't sure what she meant. The school year had begun 2 months before, in September. I caught myself before I blurted that out. Instead, I said as casually as I could, "Yeah, I'm excited to begin my sophomore year." She nodded, so I knew I had guessed right. Did school start in November here, or was it actually September? "I know it will be hard starting at a new school, but you'll do great." She wore the smile of encouragement I knew so well. "I just wished you'd been able to make some friends over the summer." What had I been doing all summer, I thought. Did I not know anyone? What a loser. "I'm sure you'll make friends soon enough," she said. I nodded, then realized that it was actually a positive that I would be starting at the beginning of the school year at a school where no one knew me. I wouldn't be expected to know anyone, which would make it easier to hide the fact that I wasn't exactly from around here. This universe, that is. I had to bite the inside of my cheek to keep the hysterical laughter that was building inside me from coming out. "Well," Mom said, "I'm going to call Rochelle's mother, then I'll get dinner started. You're on dish duty tonight, Morgan." "Okay," I said. Then I remembered that there was no dishwasher. Great. Mom turned to Amy. "And you're on dinner duty. Please come downstairs and get things started." I watched as Amy followed Mom out of the room, then I sighed. Though elated to be with my family again, I needed a little time to myself to process what had happened. Clearly, that tunnel under the hut was what had brought me here. Maybe if I went back through the tunnel I could get home. But how would I get there, It was a 4-hour drive to Fox Run. Not only that, I wasn't at all sure I could find the tunnel once I'd gotten to my old house. Then another thought occurred to me. What if I found the tunnel and nothing happened? What if this was a one-way thing and now I was stuck here? How would I survive in this world where I didn't know the rules and everything was so strange? In the short time I'd been here, I'd already grown to dislike the way everyone was so obsessed with their weight. In the world I'd come from, people had been concerned about being healthy, but it was nothing compared to here. In this world, the government made you go to fat centers to lose weight. What was that all about anyway? Was it actually against the law to be overweight? I thought about all the people that had commented on my weight since I'd come through the tunnel the day before. Then I looked at my stomach. Was I in danger of being sent to one of those fat centers? The very idea made my heart race in panic. I had to get home. But how? Then again, Mom hadn't said anything about me being fat. Maybe I was okay. And what about the other Morgan? Was she in my world? Did she wander into a forest and get switched with me? How unfair was that? Here I was in this terrible world, and she was happily in my world. At least, I assume she was happy. She was probably as confused as I was. Unfortunately, I couldn't do anything for her. I had to worry about myself, and that meant finding a way to get home. And then on top of everything else, I was expected to restart my sophomore year? That really sucked. I looked around the room, trying to find a calendar, and saw one pinned to the wall above the desk. I walked over to it and saw that the current month was indeed September. Then I remembered that the computer at the Candies had said today was September 3rd. It was the same year as it had been in my other life, but just 2 months earlier. Was there any significance to that? Did the date have anything to do with me getting home? Did I need to go to the tunnel on the same date I had been there before, on November 10th? A new feeling of hope surged through me that maybe there was some logic to how this had happened, and I began to formulate a plan. I would wait until November 9th, then I would make my way back to the forest by my old house and find my way back to the tunnel that led to the hut. All I had to do was survive for 2 months. Chapter 19. "Morgan," Amy called up the stairs. "Dinner's ready." My stomach growled, and I realized I was starving. As I went down the stairs, I tried to place the smell coming from the kitchen. When I entered the kitchen, I saw Mom moving pieces of cooked meat onto a platter. "What's that?" I asked as I headed to the table, eager to satisfy my appetite. "Liver," Mom said. I had begun pulling out a chair, but froze, not sure if I'd heard her right. It had sounded like she'd said liver, but she had said it like she would have said chicken or hamburgers, like it was a normal thing for us to eat. Hoping I'd misunderstood, I asked, "What?" "Liver," she repeated, a smile on her face. Fortunately, she didn't notice me trying to withhold a gag. I sat in my chair and looked at the rolls and the salad. Maybe I could fill up on those. A few moments later, we were all sitting at the table, and Mom began passing the food around. When the liver came to me, I passed it straight to Amy. "Morgan, what's wrong?" Mom asked. "Why aren't you taking any? You always eat my liver." I like this stuff, I thought. Then I tried to come up with an excuse for not eating it now. That is, the Candies just had liver last night." "Oh," Mom said, "I'm sorry, but you'd better have some anyway, or you'll be hungry later." "I thought I could just eat some extra rolls." "Oh, Morgan," Mom said with a frown, "you know you only get 1 roll." "I do? How come?" Her face reddened. "Maybe the Candies can afford to let their children have more than 1 roll each, but we just can't." I didn't know why she was getting so upset all of a sudden, but I grabbed the plate of liver back from Amy and jabbed my fork into a small piece before dropping it on my plate. Then I noticed that Amy and my brothers were staring at me. "What?" I asked, annoyed at their accusing eyes. "You know we're poor now," Brandon said in a tone of voice that showed his disdain for needing to explain the obvious. Amy reached over and punched his arm. "Brandon!" "Ow, stop that," he said. "It's not my fault we're poor." "That's enough," Mom said sharply. "It's true that money is a little tight right now, but we have what we need." What had I started by asking about extra rolls, and why was money so tight? But the answer was obvious. It was because Dad had been taken away. Thinking about Dad and where he was and all the problems my family seemed to be having killed my appetite. But even though I wasn't hungry anymore, and the thought of eating liver made me want to gag, I cut a bite-sized piece off and placed it in my mouth. How could I not eat when food appeared to be so scarce? Slowly chewing, I wondered what I could do to help my family. This liver isn't too bad, I thought as I swallowed, and then cut another piece. I managed to eat most of my serving of liver, but eventually I couldn't force down another bite. Not because I was full, in fact I was still pretty hungry, but because after the first few bites, the texture and the word liver going through my head made me want to vomit, and I couldn't force myself to eat any more. Focusing on my one roll and my small serving of salad, I managed to eat enough to hopefully keep me going for a while. It would have to do until morning, but then Mom announced she had something for dessert. Remembering the delicious dessert she'd always made, I pictured a lovely slice of chocolate cake or a warm slice of apple pie. So when she brought out bowls of sliced bananas and poured skim milk into them, my anticipation quickly turned to disappointment. Hiding my displeasure at the lack of a sweet dessert, I took the bowl Mom handed me and ate all of the banana. No one seemed to notice anything out of the ordinary with me, at least no one said anything, so I finished my meal and carried my bowl over to the sink. When everyone was done, I started on the dishes, happy to have the solitude so I didn't have to pretend everything was normal. No one bothered me as I washed each dish by hand, then dried them one by one. As I worked, my thoughts bounced between self-pity that I'd found myself in this predicament and worry that I wouldn't be able to get home. After I put the last clean dish away, I headed upstairs where I rested on my bed and thought about the world I lived in now. Everything was definitely different, and I didn't like it, but it seemed I didn't have a choice in the matter. I pictured the hut and the long tunnel I'd passed through the day before. Straining my mind, I tried to think of any hint that I had passed from one universe to another. I remembered when I dropped the lantern and it had gone out and how I'd had to light matches for the rest of the way. Maybe I had changed universes during that time. I'd been preoccupied with making sure I could see and hadn't really paid attention to anything but the space right in front of me. It was all too much for me to take in. Rolling over, I curled into a ball, wishing with all my heart that I was just having a nightmare. I thought about the many times I'd had a bad dream and woken to realize it was all in my head, and the utter relief I'd felt when I could think about the bad dream with detachment because the horrible event in the dream hadn't actually happened. Now I knew the exact opposite feeling. This was all too real, and I couldn't escape it by waking up. This world was my new reality, and I was scared. Dad was gone, taken away by strangers, simply because they didn't like the number on the scale, and that decision had forced my family to move to a new town and to barely have enough money to scrape by. At least that was what it sounded like according to Brandon. What kind of place was this? What other rules were there? What was expected of me here? How was I going to survive for 2 months until I could attempt to get back home?
Chapter 20. I must have fallen asleep, because the next thing I knew, Amy was shaking me and telling me it was time to get up. At first, I wondered why she was in my room, but then it all came back to me, and a new worry took over as I remembered that today was the first day at my new school. Forcing myself to get out of bed, I made my way to the bathroom and showered, then dug through the closet to find a pair of jeans that fit. The Morgan in this world must have been thinner than me because most of her pants were a little snug. Luckily, She had a couple of pairs that were bigger. Maybe those were her fat pants, and those fit me. Once I finished doing my hair, I headed downstairs. Mom was in the kitchen making breakfast for everyone. Well, everyone except Dad. "I made some oatmeal, Morgan," Mom said. "Sit down and eat." "What time do I need to leave?" I asked as I glanced at the clock before sitting down. It was 7 o'clock exactly. "We'll leave at 7:30. Mom set a bowl of steaming brown mush in front of me. Staring at the goop in my bowl, I grimaced. "I'm not really hungry." "Morgan," Mom said with a sigh, "what is it with you lately? It's like you've never eaten my food before." "I'm just nervous for my first day," which was certainly true, although that wasn't why I didn't want to eat the contents of the bowl. "Try to eat a little," she said, before being distracted by a beeping noise coming from her cell phone. She picked up the device and read something on the screen. "Not again," she muttered. Then she looked at me. "Morgan, you didn't weigh yourself." "What?" I asked with a frown. She held her phone out for me to see, and I read the words on the screen. No weight recorded from Morgan Campbell. At first, I wondered why her phone would know I hadn't weighed myself. Then I remembered what Fred had said about the government keeping track of your weight and how you were supposed to use your bathroom scale. Mom set her phone on the table. "You know you need to weigh yourself at least once a week. I don't know why that's so hard to remember." She walked into the kitchen, then evidently noticed I hadn't moved because she turned toward me. "Go take care of it before you eat anything." She grimaced. "You look like you've put on a few pounds since your last weigh-in, and your weight will be lower if you haven't eaten yet." Now my own mother was telling me I was fat? Kind of hurt, I reminded myself that this was a different world, one where weight was super important. Even so, this whole thing was new to me, and I wasn't sure what I was expected to do. "Go on," Mom said, "and you should probably strip to your underwear. You know how every little thing can make a difference." Pushing back from the table, I trudged up the stairs and into the bathroom, taking notice for the first time of the unusual item in the corner. I had been too overwhelmed with everything else when I'd been in here before, and it hadn't caught my eye. Still, I wasn't sure how they knew I hadn't weighed myself. Was there a camera in here, watching me? Suddenly extremely self-conscious, I looked around, trying to figure out where the camera could be hiding. I had showered earlier. Had someone been watching? The idea shook me to the core. Forcing down the revolting idea that someone in some windowless room was watching me even now, I approached the device in the corner. Obviously, it was a scale. The main difference between it and the scales I was used to was the metal rod attached to the scale, which rose vertically and ended at waist height. A strange device was attached to the rod, and I leaned closer to see what it was. From the top, I couldn't see anything, so I squatted. It looked like the eye scanner that had been next to the computer. I blinked as I examined it. A red light swept across my eyes. "Morgan Campbell, no weight red," a female voice calmly said. Startled by the voice that had come from the device, I jumped back. "Please step on the scale," the voice added. What the? Then I realized how Mom, and apparently the whole world, knew that I hadn't weighed myself. This thing, this device, must identify each person when they got on the scale and report the weight to the government. That's how they knew if you'd gained too much weight. The knowledge that there was no camera watching me after all calmed me. By comparison, the idea that my weight was monitored almost didn't seem so bad. Almost. Because when I remembered that Dad was locked up somewhere for weighing too much and thought about Mom's comment just now about me looking like I gained a few pounds, I felt a burst of panic. What if I weighed too much and got sent to a fat center? How much was too much? I had no idea. Knowing there was no way out of it, I lifted my foot to step on the scale, then remembered Mom's advice to take off my clothes first. I stripped down to my underwear, then stepped on the scale. "Unknown person," the female voice informed me. "It's me, Morgan," I said, as if she could hear me. "Unknown person," the voice repeated. "You knew it was me before," I said, as if I would actually get a response. "Unknown person." She was really starting to get on my nerves. When I had looked in the eye scanner, it had known it was me. "Oh," I said to no one, "I get it. I have to look into the thingy while I'm on the scale." I squatted again and peered into the device. "Morgan Campbell," the voice said. I thought she sounded friendlier this time, but I knew that was just my imagination. "Incorrect height," she said. "Really?" I muttered as I stood. "Now what did I do wrong?" "Unknown person," the voice now said. My frustration began to grow and I wanted to give up, but I knew that was not an option. Gritting my teeth, I leaned over and closely examined the metal rod that held the eye scanner. That's when I saw two small buttons on either side of it. Aha! Feeling like I'd solved a great puzzle, I pressed the buttons inward, then began pulling the rod up. It slid smoothly, and I pulled it up until the eye scanner was in front of my face. Then I let go, and the buttons locked into place. "Morgan Campbell," the voice said. Then it stated my height and weight, a weight that didn't seem unreasonable to me. "Recorded." "Finally," I said as I stepped off the scale. As I dressed, I tried not to focus on how weird this whole thing was. It was something I would have to get used to for as long as I lived in this world. I went back down to the kitchen and sat in front of my bowl. The food that had looked unappetizing before now looked disgusting. Jabbing my spoon into the brown lump, I dug around but couldn't bring myself to eat it. Mom was busy with my brothers, so I carried the bowl to the sink, and after making sure Mom wasn't looking, I tilted the bowl to dump it, but remembered there was no garbage disposal. I'd have to put it in the trash. I managed to hide the goop underneath some other trash, then rinsed the bowl and set it in the sink. "Are you ready to go, Morgan?" Mom asked. I jerked my head around to look at her, startled at almost being caught. Yeah, I just need to brush my teeth." "Okay, well hurry. Today I'll drop you off, but you'll have to get yourself to school after that." "Oh." How far was the school anyway, and how would I get there on my own? Did I have a bike, or would I have to walk? "Will you be picking me up today, Mom?" "Morgan, you know I have to work. Today they let me come in late, but I can't leave early too." Where did Mom work? In my other world, she was a stay-at-home mom. I had no idea what marketable skills she possessed. I ran upstairs and brushed my teeth. As I came out, Amy was standing there holding a beat-up-looking backpack. "Don't forget this, Morgan," she said with a warm smile. I wondered if it was a trick. I wasn't used to Amy being nice to me. I took it from her. "Let's go, girls," Mom shouted from downstairs. I didn't have time to see what was inside the backpack. Instead, I followed Amy down the stairs. "Ready?" Mom asked, a smile on her face. I nodded, although I didn't feel ready at all. I wouldn't know one single person at this new school, and I was beginning to feel sick with nervousness. The fact that I hadn't eaten breakfast probably didn't help. And what was I supposed to do for lunch? "Did you pack a lunch?" Mom asked, apparently reading my mind. No. What do you think I should bring?" She glanced at her watch. "We don't have much time. Just grab a power bar and an apple. Maybe a cheese stick. That will work, won't it, honey?" "Yeah, sure." I knew that was the answer she expected. "Great. We'll be in the car. Hurry now." I watched everyone walk out the door to the garage. Then I went to the refrigerator and grabbed a small red apple and a tiny cheese stick. I dropped them in my backpack, then went to the pantry. I didn't see any power bars, just the box of crackers I'd snacked on the day before. I picked it up and shook it, but knew I had eaten most of them already. I set the box back, remembering I still had the $20 I'd stolen from the Candy's house. Maybe I could buy something at school to supplement the apple and cheese stick. Mom honked the horn and I raced out to the car. We pulled out of the garage and began driving. I tried to pay close attention to where we were going so that I would be able to, hopefully, find my way home once school was done. As we turned down one street and up another,
I became more and more worried that I would never find my way home. 10 minutes later, we pulled up in front of the school. "Have a good day, sweetheart," Mom said brightly from the comfort of her seat. I stared at the kids streaming by, then opened the door and climbed out. "Bye, Morgan," Mom said. I glanced at her and muttered goodbye, then shut the door and watched her pull away with Amy and my brothers in the back seat. For some reason known only to this universe, the first day of school was on a Thursday. The good news was that I only had to get through 2 days before the weekend arrived. And, I reminded myself as I tried to avoid the stares of the other students, I'm only going to be in this world for a couple of months. In the meantime, I can be whoever I want to be. Maybe if I pretend I have confidence, my confidence will actually grow. I smiled at the thought as I joined the throng of students streaming through a pair of doors. Chapter 21. As I entered the building, I tried to find the office. I had no idea what my schedule was, but hoped it wouldn't be a big deal to get a copy of it. It didn't take long to notice the line of students snaking out of a doorway. I assumed that was the office. Students want to change their schedules in this world too, I thought. I smiled to myself as I got in line. As I waited for my turn, I noticed several posters on the wall. They were very different from the posters at the school I was used to. One said, "Which sports team will you join?" And then in smaller print, "All students are required to join at least one sports team." That sucks, I thought. I'd never been athletic and didn't particularly enjoy working up a sweat. When it was finally my turn, I faced the woman behind the counter and said, "I need a copy of my schedule." "What's your name?" "Morgan Campbell." She typed something into her computer, then looked at me. "Have you decided which sport you're going to do?" No." "You only have until tomorrow to decide, Morgan." I wondered what would happen if I didn't choose a sport. "You would probably prefer to make the choice yourself," the woman said with a frown. "Otherwise, we'll put you where we have openings." That answered my question, although I still didn't know which sport I would hate the least, or the sport where I would have any skill at all. "Okay." She grabbed my schedule off of a printer and handed it to me. "Thanks," I said, but I didn't mean it. I had an intense desire to be back at my real school in the other universe, suspension and all. It was true I didn't really know many people there, but at least I was used to the way things worked. Plus, in that world, I lived in a house I was familiar with and had food that was normal. And even though people like Shelby might say rude things about my weight, at least I didn't have to worry about getting sent to some government-run fat farm. Since there didn't seem to be anything I could do about my situation right now, I forced down the utter despair and instead focused on getting through the day. My next task was to find the classroom I was now late for. I almost asked a student where the room was, but chickened out and decided I would act confident later. When I finally found the room where I was supposed to be, I was afraid to open the door and interrupt the teacher. But when another student arrived and pulled the door open and walked in, I followed her, glad I wasn't the only one running late. She walked up to the teacher and handed her a piece of paper, which I assumed was to excuse her for being tardy. My face reddened as I realized I had no such pass. When the girl turned away from the teacher turned to me and held out her hand. "I'm sorry I'm late," I whispered, mortified to be the center of attention. "I'm new here." The teacher sighed. "Okay, go find a seat." Thankful I wasn't in trouble, I turned to the room of students and looked for a place to sit. There were 2 empty seats, one in the front row and one in the middle of the room. As I walked toward the seat in the middle, because I really didn't want to be in the front, everyone's eyes went to me. Not sure if it was my imagination, I had the distinct feeling they were all looking at my body and finding it unacceptable. Trying to ignore the feeling of being judged, I slid into my seat and unzipped my backpack. Attempting to be unobtrusive, I dug around until I found a notebook and a pencil, then I set them on the desk and faced the teacher. "Now that everyone has arrived," she said, "we will begin by reciting our pledge. All arise. I stood with everyone else, and when they put their hands on their hearts, I did the same. In my home world, we had stopped saying the pledge in school, so I was surprised they did it here. Maybe there are some good things about this place, I thought. Then I realized that they weren't facing the flag, but just facing the front of the room. As one, the students began to speak. I pledge to always follow the rules and to take care of my body, they said. I will strive to put the good of all above the desires of one. A healthy me is a healthy world. Stunned, I had to work to keep my mouth from hanging open. The students sat, and I did as well, my mind in a whirl. I stared at my blank notebook and tried to process the message of the pledge. On its face, it didn't seem bad, but it was just so weird. "You there," the teacher said. I looked up. She was pointing to me. "What's your name?" "Morgan." I felt the eyes of the other students on me. "Why didn't you recite the pledge?" What was I supposed to say? That I'd never heard it before? That would cause all kinds of trouble. I guess I'm not feeling very good today." "You know it's required that you recite the pledge each day in class. If you're feeling so poorly that you can't manage to recite the pledge, I don't want you in my class." Mortified to be called out like that in front of everyone, I felt the blood rush to my face. "I'm sorry," I managed to say. "Make sure it doesn't happen again." I nodded and stared at my notebook. Thankfully, the teacher ignored me after that. As she lectured, I had a hard time paying attention. I was struggling to come to grips with the craziness of this society and the fact that body size was such an issue, so much so that teenagers were required to pledge that they would follow the rules. I didn't even know what the rules were, but they were so out of whack with what I considered normal, I wasn't sure I wanted to follow them anyway. As my mind bounced back and forth between trying to accept my situation and plotting how to get home, I registered the fact that the teacher was droning on in the front of the classroom. I pretended to take notes so she wouldn't yell at me again, but what was the point? I would be gone from this universe in a couple of months anyway. My grades wouldn't matter. Yes, the other Morgan might have to deal with the fallout, but I couldn't worry about some other-world version of myself right then. It was all I could manage not to fall on the floor and curl up into a fetal position in the hopes that this was all a nightmare. The bell rang, startling me. I shoved my notebook into my backpack and left the classroom, hopeful I could find my next class before the late bell rang and before any other weirdness manifested itself. Waiting past the other students, I hurried down the hall and managed to find the classroom and slide into a seat in time. The other kids were all looking at me, and I felt extremely self-conscious. Was it because of my weight, or because I was new? Pushing aside that question, and expecting to have to recite the pledge again, I tried to remember the words, but the teacher began the class without making us do it. I guess we just recite the pledge in first period, I thought. That will give me time to memorize it before class tomorrow. Not bothering to take notes, I got through class unscathed. Finally, it was time for lunch. Since I hadn't eaten breakfast, I was famished. I watched the other students as I entered the cafeteria and noticed that there was something different about them. At first, I couldn't quite tell what it was, but then it came to me. I was used to seeing people in all shapes and sizes, but here they were all the same size, skinny. It was strange and mildly disturbing. I also noticed that the students' lunches were either a tiny serving of salad with dressing on the side, a minuscule fruit salad, or a power bar and a bottle of water. This obsession with weight was getting to be too much. It's true that in my world people were pretty obsessed with how they looked, but there were plenty of people who didn't seem to care, or at least ate normally. Didn't the people in this world care about the people inside those skinny bodies and what made them happy or what made them sad? Wasn't that what really mattered, the person inside? Kind of depressed by the whole notion, I looked around until I found an empty table. I walked over to it and sat in a chair before pulling out my apple and cheese stick. I felt very self-conscious sitting by myself, but I wasn't brave enough to join any of the students sitting at the other tables. I took a bite of my apple, and just as my mouth was completely full, a girl walked up to my table. "Do you mind if I sit here?" she asked. I shook my head, not able to speak as I tried to quickly chew and swallow what was in my mouth. She smiled and sat across from me. She was just as thin as everyone else, with thick brown hair that fell below her shoulders. "I'm Anne," she said. "Hi, I'm Morgan." "You're new here, aren't you?" "Is it that obvious?" She laughed, and the sound was contagious. I smiled. "It's just that this is a pretty small school, so it is kind of obvious when someone new starts." "Well, you're right, I am new." "Where are you from?" Several answers came to mind, but I decided that trying to explain that I came from another universe might not be the kind of answer she was looking for. "I'm from Fox Run, up north." She reached into her backpack and pulled out one of the power bars that seemed to be so popular. After carefully unwrapping it, she took a small bite. "How long have you lived here?" That was a good question, one that I didn't really know, so I made a guess. "A couple of months." I didn't really like the idea of having to make up answers to all of her questions, so I decided to turn the conversation in another direction. "What classes are you taking?" She rattled off her schedule, and I pretended to listen as I kept eating my apple. "What kind of stuff is there to do around here?" I asked as I opened the cheese stick. "Nothing too exciting, unfortunately," she said. "Most people like to work out, go on bike rides, stuff like that." Wow, I thought, that's horrible. "What about movies or malls?" "Malls?" she asked. "What's that?" I almost choked on my cheese stick. How could she not know what a mall was? "You know, a place with a bunch of stores where you can shop or eat." She looked at me kind of funny, like she thought I had lost my mind. "I've never heard it called malls before." "What do you call it?" I asked. "The plaza." Huh, I thought, that's different. "Well, do you have any of those around here?" "Yes," she said. "The closest one is the next town over." "Okay." This conversation was too weird for me. I stood. "I'd better get going. It was nice to meet you, Anne." "See you around," she said. Just as I turned to leave, the most gorgeous boy I had ever seen came up to Anne and sat next to her. "Hi, Connor," she said. Then she looked my way. "Morgan, this is my brother, Connor." Her brother? Suddenly I had nowhere to go. "Hi, Connor." I gave him my most alluring smile. He grinned, revealing perfectly straight white teeth. The brown of his hair matched Anne's, but that's where their resemblance ended. Where Anne had blue eyes, his were a silvery gray, the color emphasized by his tan face. "Morgan's new here," Anne said. "I was thinking we could take her with us to the plaza." "That sounds great," Connor said. "How about it, Morgan?" "Yeah, sure." I was more interested in spending time with Connor than checking out this plaza, but that could be interesting too. "How about this afternoon?" Anne said. I didn't know if Mom had set any rules for that kind of thing, but I decided I could find that out later. "Yeah." "I have to be at work at 6, Connor said, "but I can go right after school. Will that work for you, Morgan?" I thought I should probably check with Mom before going somewhere, but like a loser, I didn't know my own phone number. Anyway, she had told me I would need to find my own way home. A smile lifted my lips at the thought. Besides, she would be at work, so she wouldn't even know I was late. As long as I could convince my siblings not to tell. "Yeah," I said, "that will work." "Great," Anne said. "Meet us out front after school." "I'll be there," I said. I left to go find my next classroom, a spring in my step. As I walked to class, I thought about how things were suddenly looking up. It was true that I hated the way society cared so much about weighing the right amount, and the way they had brainwashed everyone to agree. But I was still a teenage girl, and if a cute boy showed interest in me, well, I was all in. At least until November, when I would need to get back to the tunnel, so I could get out of this insane world and get back home. Chapter 22. I managed to get through the rest of my classes without taking any notes, then went to the front of the school to meet up with Connor and Anne. They showed up 5 minutes later, and I followed them to a beat-up-looking car. To my surprise, they didn't even seem embarrassed by the fact that their car had rust spots and dents. I climbed in back. Connor drove, while Anne sat in the front passenger seat. As soon as we began backing out of the parking spot, Anne turned around and looked at me. "So, Morgan, what's your story?" My story? I could see Connor glancing at me in the rearview mirror. "Yeah, like, why did you move here from Fox Run? Where do you live?" I felt trapped and sort of tricked, like they had invited me along to dig up information on the new girl and got me in a place where I couldn't escape. My mind raced as I tried to think up a plausible story, but then it occurred to me that I could mostly tell the truth. I just had to pretend I was the Morgan from this world. She hadn't done anything wrong, and from what I had observed, it wasn't uncommon to have a family member taken to a F.A.T center. We had to sell our house because my dad was taken to a F.A.T center. Saying it out loud bothered me, like I was betraying him somehow. Anne nodded, like she knew all about that sort of thing. "The same thing happened to my aunt," she said. "One day she was there, the next she was gone. But my uncle didn't have to sell the house. I guess they had some money put aside that they were able to use." "Is she back yet?" I asked, thinking I might be able to get some answers. "Oh yeah, this happened 2 years ago." "How long was she gone?" Anne glanced at Connor. "I'm not sure. I think about 4 months." "Yeah, I think that's right," Connor added. "Is that typical?" I said. "To be gone 4 months?" Anne narrowed her eyes at me, like she thought I should know this, and I was sure I would know this if I had grown up with it. "It all depends on how much weight you need to lose," she said. "Oh, yeah, I guess that makes sense." I paused a beat. "How many people do you know that have been taken away?" Anne looked up as if she was doing a count in her head. "I guess about 8. Most people I know try to keep their weight in the approved range so they don't have to worry about it, but there's always someone who has medical issues, or just eats a little too much, or just doesn't get any exercise." I nodded, like I agreed it was normal to worry about the government taking you away for being overweight. "It's not as often that people are taken away anymore," she said. "Do you remember when it went from people getting turned in to how it is now, where the government does weekly monitoring?" I nodded again, and Anne appeared to believe my lie. "Remember how awful it was?" she said. "It seemed like every other family had at least one person taken away. My mom told me that so many people had to sell their houses to pay for it that housing prices crashed, and the government had to start taking people in rotation." I continued nodding like this was ancient history, but inside I was floored by the craziness of it all. "Here we are," Connor said as we pulled into a parking lot. Glad to get off the topic of government-controlled weight, I looked around as Connor found a place to park. The parking lot looked pretty much the same as the one at my local mall. I climbed out of the car and walked with Anne and Connor toward a pair of glass doors where people were going in and out. The place wasn't too busy yet. Most people were probably still at work or just getting out of school. "Where do you want to go?" Connor asked me. "I'm kind of hungry. Can we check out the food court?" "The what?" "You know, where they sell food." He tilted his head. "They don't sell food here." Huh? I thought. What was a mall or a plaza without food? That was half the fun of going, to eat. No wonder there were so few people here. But I had to pretend like I belonged here, like I knew all the stuff they were telling me. Of course, just because they had plazas with no food court here didn't mean it had to be the same where I came from. "I guess it's different here than back home," I said. Which was true, if home was my universe. "Yeah, I guess," Connor said. "What was it like where you came from?" I smiled at the sudden interest he had in me. "Well, instead of calling this a plaza, we call it a mall, and all of our malls have places where you can buy food to eat." "Wow," Anne said. "I'd like to visit where you're from. How long does it take to get there?" I almost laughed at her question, if only I knew the answer. But she obviously thought I meant the town up north. "It's about a 4-hour drive." "Oh," she said, obviously disappointed it was so far away. "Well, maybe someday I'll go there." Maybe I could get them to take me up north in 2 months. Of course, I would have to convince them that there was something to see there, but that didn't matter. All that mattered was that I find a way to get back home, to my real home. We continued walking down the plaza, sometimes going into stores to look around. I noticed a pair of men wearing dark green uniforms walking toward us as we made our way down the broad walkway. Must be plaza security, I thought. Both men frowned at me. What was their problem? Ignoring them, I focused on the clothes in the store window we were passing. The clothes weren't that interesting, and I was ready to go home. "Hey guys," I said, "I should probably get home. Is it okay if we take off now?" "Yeah," Connor said. "I should get some homework done before I go to work anyway." When we got back to Timber Hills, I had a little trouble guiding them to my house, since we were coming from a direction I'd never been before. "Still getting used to where the streets are?" Connor asked with a smirk. "Sorry," I said. "I'm directionally challenged." He laughed, and I felt a little better. "Here it is," I said, as we pulled onto my street. "Thanks for the ride, and thanks for showing me the plaza." "No problem, Morgan," Anne said. "I'll see you at school tomorrow?" "Yeah." Then I looked at Connor, waiting for him to say something. "See ya," he said, which was less than I'd hoped for. "Bye." I climbed out of their car and shut the door behind me. When I got to the front door, I realized it was locked. Expecting someone to be home, I knocked and rang the doorbell, but no one answered. Hoping the other Morgan kept a key in her backpack, I dug around, then smiled when I found a key in a small pocket. Chapter 23. I went into the house and noticed the silence and wondered where everyone was. Amy and the boys should have gotten out of school shortly after I did. Anne, Connor, and I had spent about an hour at the plaza, so I expected my siblings to be home by now. Not sure what to do, I pushed aside my concern and went into the kitchen to find a snack. Mom usually had something for us to eat when we got home from school. Of course, that was in my other life. In this world, who knew what the deal was with snacks? Food was such a major issue for everyone. For all I knew, no snacking was allowed. I certainly didn't like that idea. I explored the contents of the cupboard, but didn't find anything that sounded good. "This really sucks," I muttered, craving one of my mother's homemade chocolate chip cookies. "Wait a minute," I said, as an idea occurred to me. Maybe I could make my own treats. Then I thought about the stupid pledge and how I was supposed to take care of my body and the whole healthy me, healthy world crap that I was supposed to parrot. It was all so wrong, and I felt a powerful need to do exactly the opposite of what society said I should do. I didn't like being told what to eat and how to take care of my body. It grated on me. Even so, I needed to memorize the ridiculous pledge. I didn't want to be singled out in front of the class again. I looked it up online and printed it out. Then, out of curiosity, and maybe just to make sure I didn't get hauled off to a fat center, I looked up my approved weight. My current weight fell within the approved range, but I was close to the upper end. All my life, I'd pretty much eaten what I wanted. I didn't gorge myself, but I didn't deny myself either. Yes, I weighed more than the ideal, but I liked my body just fine, even if I wasn't as thin as the popular girls. I was okay with that, and I wasn't about to let this insane world start dictating to me what and how much I should eat. With the pledge in my pocket, I went into the kitchen. Then, wearing a rebellious grin, I took out flour, salt, baking soda, butter, and eggs. I even found some sugar, which surprised me. There were no chocolate chips, which didn't surprise me. I wondered how long I would have the house to myself, but I had made enough batches of cookies to know I could make the dough in less than 15 minutes. Having something normal to do made me feel really good, almost like I was myself again. I started singing a song that had been popular in my other life. Before long, I had finished making a batch of chocolate chip cookie dough, minus the chocolate chips. Scooping some up with my finger, I put it in my mouth and savored the sweet flavor. Even without the chocolate chips, it tasted wonderful. Then I filled a cookie sheet with small lumps of dough and placed it in the oven. When the first batch was done and cooled, I ate several cookies before drinking a glass of milk. As I was taking the second batch out of the oven, Amy, Zach, and Brandon walked in the door. "What's that smell?" Zach asked as he walked into the kitchen, his voice filled with wonder. "Morgan made cookies," Brandon squealed. "Can I have one, Morgan?" An unexpected feeling of warmth toward my siblings cascaded over me, and I smiled. "Of course." Then I handed him a cooled cookie. He took a bite, then quickly ate the whole thing. "Can I have another?" he asked, his mouth full. I laughed and handed him another. Then Amy and Zach each took one. "Well?" I asked as they chewed. "Do you like them?" "They're delicious," Amy said. "I don't know if I've ever tasted something so good." I smiled at her praise, but realized sweet desserts were probably rare for them and that they would think anything with a little sugar was going to taste great. "Where did you learn to make these?" she asked. I hesitated, not sure what to say. I could have said school, but I didn't think she would believe me. Teaching students how to make fattening desserts didn't seem like a course that would be following the pledge. And telling the real answer that Mom had taught me seemed even less believable. "I don't remember," I said. As my siblings were enjoying the rare treat, Mom came home, but she seemed much less enthusiastic than they had been. "What are you doing, Morgan?" she asked. I could tell by the look on her face that she wasn't happy I'd taken the initiative to make an after-school snack. "I baked some cookies." "Who told you that you could do that?" Amy, Zach, and Brandon quietly stuffed cookies in their mouths as they watched the drama unfold. "I didn't realize I needed permission," which was true, although I didn't know if Mom had ever told the Morgan from this world if that was the rule. Mom put one hand on her hip. "I'm sure I've made that clear in the past." She sighed. "I don't know what's going on with you, Morgan. Is this some sort of new phase you're going through, where you don't like my food, but you can help yourself to my ingredients to make whatever you feel like making? You know how expensive sugar is." "They're really good," Brandon added helpfully, crumbs falling out of his mouth as he spoke. Mom glanced at him before looking back at me. "What's going on, Morgan, huh?" It was odd, but having this little fight with Mom was the first time I really felt like I belonged here. The two of us had had so many fights recently that this actually felt comfortable. I began to relax, and I couldn't keep the smile off of my face. "What's so funny?" Mom asked, clearly not having the same warm feelings I was. I forced the smile away. "Nothing. I'm sorry I made the cookies. I was just craving something sweet." My apology seemed to wash Mom's anger away. She sighed again. "Please ask first next time." "Okay." She turned to Amy and the boys and asked about their homework. I turned back to the cookie dough and spooned another row of dough onto the baking sheet. When the kids were busy doing their homework and another batch of cookies had cooled, I decided to put a few aside for later in case I got another uncontrollable craving. I found a plastic baggie and shoved as many as I could inside before zipping it closed. Then I stashed it in a back corner of a cupboard until I could hide it in my room later. "Morgan, what about you?" Mom asked. "Do you have any homework?" Not really. It's only the first day." I could tell she didn't believe me. "I know it's the first day, but I also know the teachers usually assign some reading at least." I hadn't brought any of my books home, but wasn't about to admit that. With a sinking feeling, I realized I was going to actually have to put in some effort. Although I had decided to not worry about school since I planned to be out of there in a couple of months, I hadn't put Mom into the equation. She would never let me get away with failing all of my classes. "I guess my teachers decided to go easy on us on the first day," I said. I hoped she would buy it. Well, I expect to see you working on assignments tomorrow, young lady." "Yeah, okay." She left me alone, and I was able to finish baking the cookies. Then I cleaned up the mess I had made. That night at dinner, no one was very hungry, having filled up on my cookies. I could tell Mom wasn't happy about that, but there was nothing she could do about it now. She made me do the dishes again as punishment, even though it wasn't my turn. When I had finished cleaning up, I was able to take my cookie stash up to my room. Glancing around for a good hiding place, my gaze stopped on the beat-up backpack I'd been using that day. I decided this was a good time to see what the other Morgan had stashed in there. First, I put the baggie of cookies under my pillow, then I sat on my bed and unloaded all of the items from the backpack, laying them out on my comforter. My eyes skimmed over the items: a broken pencil, a pen, a working pencil, a notepad, an eraser, a romance novel, a stick of gum, sugar-free of course, the class schedule I'd gotten that morning, and a pair of earrings. I frowned, disappointed that I hadn't found something more useful, like maybe a cell phone. It was true that I didn't have anyone to call, but it would have been nice to have a cell phone nonetheless. I knew I shouldn't be surprised that the Morgan in this world didn't have a cell phone. There seemed to be barely enough money to buy food. A cell phone for a teenager was certainly a luxury. I put everything back into the backpack and tucked my baggie of cookies inside, then went downstairs to spend the rest of the evening with my family. After working so hard to find them, I actually wanted to spend time with them. The boys wanted to watch television, just like they did in my home world, but Mom made them leave the TV off, and instead she brought out a board game. I was pleasantly surprised by how much fun I had. When I got back home, I would do things like this with my family more often. Chapter 24. The next morning, I left the house and began the trek to school, dreading the long walk and hoping I wouldn't get lost. 40 minutes later, I was at the school. Pleased that I had found it on my first try, I smiled, hoping my luck would hold out and I would have a good day. I went straight to my locker before entering the combination, then I looked at the books inside. I reluctantly pulled out the ones I would need for my first 2 classes, then closed the door and spun the lock. As I slid into a seat in the classroom, I glanced at the other students. The day before, I'd come in late and had felt too self-conscious to look at anyone else, but today I was a few minutes early, so I checked out the other students without being too obvious. Just like I'd noticed the day before at lunch, not one person was overweight. In fact, most of them looked too thin. In my world, I was about 15 pounds over my ideal weight for my height, but in comparison to how skinny people were here, I probably looked fat. It didn't matter anyway. In just a couple of months, I would be out of here. Then a terrifying thought occurred to me. What if I couldn't get home? What if I was stuck here? Then what? Would I start worrying about every morsel I put in my mouth? Would I have to start exercising for hours every day? Sudden panic engulfed me, and I tried to tamp it down. Stop it, Morgan, I thought. Of course you'll get back home. I didn't know if I could survive in a world that exerted such control over everyone's lives. In the meantime, just to prove to myself that I was different from all these weight-obsessed people, I would follow my own instincts on what I should eat and how I would behave, and I would resist the brainwashing going on around me. As I waited for the teacher to begin class, I pulled out my notebook and prepared to take notes. Even if I refused to be drawn into the fixation with being thin, I still had to face my mother, which meant doing my best at school. A slender girl with long brown hair slid into the seat in front of me. Then she swiveled in my direction. "Hi, I'm Lori." "I'm Morgan," I said, smiling at her friendly expression. "I set a goal to talk to at least one new person each day. I've heard there are no strangers, just future friends." "That's a nice idea." "I think so too. That's why I've adopted it as my motto." Lori paused, but only for a second. "How long have you lived here? I don't think I've seen you around." "My family just moved here a couple of months ago." She nodded. "Do you like to run?" I flashed back to a few days earlier when I chased after the boys who had stolen my backpack. "Not really." "That's too bad." "Why's that?" I wasn't able to think of a single reason not running could be a bad thing. The teacher stood in front of the class and everyone began to settle down. "Because we need one more person on our relay track team," Lori whispered, before turning to face the front of the room. I had no desire to run on purpose, so her relay track team would just have to find some other sucker to sign up. The teacher made us stand for the pledge. She asked one of the students to stand in front and lead the rest of us. Even though I didn't agree with it, I recited the words along with everyone else. I didn't want to get singled out again. This was the first time I'd said the words out loud, and it not only felt strange, it felt wrong. Still, I recited the pledge with the rest of the class. When the teacher began her lecture, I tried to pay attention since I knew Mom would be checking up on my schoolwork. When class was over, Lori was right behind me as I left the classroom. "What class do you have next, Morgan?" she asked. "English," I said, happy to have someone to walk with. "What about you?" "My favorite class, gym." I never particularly liked gym, especially the part where I got all sweaty. "Why is it your favorite?" "I just like to be active. That's why I run track." "Oh, that's cool." But it still wasn't something I saw myself doing by choice, although I knew I needed to decide which sport I was going to do. "We really need another person on our relay team." Then her gaze flicked up and down my body before a small grimace appeared on her face. "If you're up to it, that is." Was she trying to say I was too fat to run? Before I had a chance to respond, a deep voice from behind us said, "Hey, Lori." We both turned around. "Hi, Connor," Lori said as a broad smile replaced the grimace. I smiled too, but didn't say anything. Today, Connor looked even hotter than he had the day before. The blue of his shirt really set off his tan face. "This is Morgan," Lori said. He smiled at me and my heart fluttered. "Yeah," Connor said. "We already met." "How's it going?" I asked, trying to contribute something to the conversation. "I should ask you that," he said, "since you're new and everything." I smiled at his interest. "It's okay." "I tried to get her to join our track team," Lori said, "but she doesn't like to run." "You don't like to run?" he asked, clearly shocked by such an idea. "Well, I can do it," I said. "I just haven't done a lot of it lately." He was on the track team? Suddenly, running was something I wanted to get into, not only to be around Connor, but to prove to Lori that I was completely capable of being on the relay team. "Then this is a good time to start," he said with an encouraging smile. "Unless you already chose your sport." "Actually, no, I haven't." But now I'd made my choice. "Are you going to join our team?" he asked. Heck yeah, I thought. "Sure, I guess I just need to let the office know." "Okay," Connor said. "We'll tell the coach you'll be there for Monday's practice." Lori nodded, her focus on Connor. "Great," I said. "See you guys there." By the time lunch rolled around, I knew I would have plenty of homework, which would make Mom happy. I went into the lunchroom and saw Anne, Lori, and Connor sitting with a group of other kids at a table. "Morgan," Lori called to me, then motioned for me to join them. I had to admit, I was starting to like this school. It was only the second day, and already I had made several friends and had been invited to join the track team. I slid into an empty seat next to Lori and said hi to Anne and Connor. "This is Morgan, everyone," Lori said, before introducing me to the other people there, which included 2 boys and 3 girls I hadn't met before. They all said hi, then went back to their conversation. I didn't say much, but just watched and listened. It didn't look like any of them were paired off as boyfriend-girlfriend. At least, it didn't look like Connor had a girlfriend, which was the most important thing to me. I reached into my backpack for the food I'd brought and noticed the baggie of cookies. Pulling it out, I waited for a lull in the conversation. "Does anyone want some homemade cookies?" They all shifted their eyes to me before staring at the cookies. "Put those away," Lori whispered as she pushed my hand down. "Why? What's wrong?" "You know those aren't allowed." Actually, I had no idea, but somehow I wasn't surprised. Everyone at my table stared at me as if I just laid out an assortment of illegal drugs. "I'll take one," Connor said, a grin on his face. "Connor!" Anne looked shocked and worried. "You could get in trouble. You could get us all into trouble." He held out his hand, and I slid the bag of cookies across the table. He removed not one, but two, and popped the first one in his mouth, then slid the baggie back. "These are really good, Morgan." His words filled me with pride, though everyone else looked scandalized, like he had just announced he was dropping out of school so he could sell drugs. "You made these?" he asked, ignoring the looks of disapproval on everyone else's faces. I nodded and smiled, not able to hold back my pleasure at his compliment. "Yesterday." "And you used real sugar, right?" "What else would I use?" I asked. "Sugar substitute, duh," Lori said. "You are aware how many calories, empty calories I might add, that sugar has in it, aren't you?" "No," I said. I had never thought about it before. I looked at the others and saw them all staring at me. One of the girls, Jen, scanned my body with her eyes. "Do you eat refined sugar a lot?" It was like I was back at the come-on-in diner under the scrutinizing gaze of the waitress, or back in my own world with Shelby telling me to go eat a donut. Annoyed at everyone's judgment of my body, I nearly scowled. "I don't know," I said. "I never really paid attention before." I knew that was the wrong answer, but I refused to get caught up in their weight issues. "How could you not know?" Jen asked, her eyes wide. "I guess I've never worried about that stuff." Would my dismissive attitude make them not like me? Even if it did, I couldn't bring myself to pretend I was worried about my weight in the same way they were. "You're really something, Morgan," Connor said as he ate the other cookie. I couldn't tell if he admired me or felt disdain toward me. Glancing in his direction, I thought I saw a little twinkle in his eyes, and it suddenly occurred to me that just because everyone acted so concerned with their weight didn't mean everyone actually was concerned. The idea was a revelation. I had been so busy assuming everyone had the exact same attitude that I hadn't even thought that some people might disagree with the way things were in this world. Suddenly, I was certain that there were other people like Fred, the man who had given me a ride. People who only followed the rules out of fear and not because they believed in them. When Jen started to comment again, Connor cut her off. "Let it go, Jen." I hid the smile that threatened to blossom on my mouth, then closed the baggie that held the remaining cookies and put it in my backpack. Nibbling on the carrot sticks I brought, I wondered how long I could survive on the food that was available at my house. It was nothing like the diet I was used to. As I half listened to the conversation around me, I considered ways I could get more food. No good ideas came to mind, and I realized I was becoming just as obsessed with food as everyone else was, but my obsession came from the lack of food, not worrying about eating too much. Was that any better? Chapter 25. At the end of school, I stopped by the office to report that I had chosen track as my sport. The woman behind the counter smiled in apparent approval and entered the information into the computer. Once that was done, I began the walk home and decided I'd better get used to it since it seemed I would be doing a lot more physical activity now. When Mom got home that evening, I told her I had joined the track team. "That's great, Morgan. Do you know what event you're going to participate in?" "I know they need another person to run one of the relays, so that might be fun. Maybe throw the discus?" "Did you know that I ran track in high school too?" "No." This was news to me. I thought my mom had been a cheerleader or something, but maybe the mom in this world had different experiences in high school. "Did you like it?" "Yeah, I did actually." Her eyes got a far-off look for a minute. "I was really good at distance running." Then she smiled at me. "I'm sure you have homework to do, Morgan." "Yep." She nodded, like she was happy to hear that, and I turned and walked toward the stairs. Once in my room, I was glad to see that Amy wasn't there. It was hard enough to share my room with her without having her actually hanging around, too. Though I'd enjoyed spending time with my family the night before, I still enjoyed my solitude. I worked on my assignments for a while, then decided I needed to make sure I had something to wear to practice on Monday. I dug through the closet and found a pair of shorts that would work, along with a t-shirt and a decent-looking pair of running shoes. Stuffing them in my backpack so that I wouldn't forget them on Monday morning, I found the baggie with the cookies I'd taken to school and decided I should eat them while they were still relatively fresh. I wolfed down the whole bag, then licked the crumbs off of my fingers. How was I going to satisfy my sugar cravings now? Then I got an idea. I ran downstairs and found Mom helping my brothers with their homework. "Mom, can I talk to you for a second?" She turned to face me. "Sure, honey. What's going on?" "I was wondering," I paused, "would I be able to do some jobs for you around the house to earn some money?" Of course, I could get a regular job, but who knew how long that would take? With my luck, by the time I got my first paycheck, I would be long gone. "Oh, Morgan, I wish I could help you out, but you know how tight our money is right now, with Dad gone and everything." "When do you think he'll be back?" I asked, hopeful she might be able to tell me something. "Well, since we didn't have enough money to pay for his whole treatment, he'll have to stay an extra few weeks to work off the cost. So it really just depends on how long it takes him to get to his approved weight." "Can we at least go and visit him?" She shook her head. "You know that's not allowed." Of course I didn't know that, but I did know that it sucked, just like everything else in this world. "Mom, doesn't it bother you that someone else decides how much we should weigh?" "You know that's just the way it is, Morgan. There's nothing we can do about it but follow the rules." "What if I don't want to follow those rules? What if I like to eat unhealthy, or I don't like to exercise, or maybe I want to be fat? What then?" "Morgan, stop it!" She glanced at my brothers, who seemed very interested in our conversation. I didn't want to stop. I wanted things to be normal, like I was used to. I hated the way the society worked, and how everyone was so worried about gaining an extra pound. I hated that we were so poor that I wasn't allowed to bake any treats. And I hated that I didn't know if I could actually get back home to the world where I had come from. "Fine," I said instead as I walked away in a sulk. I went back upstairs to my room, but this time Amy was there, doing something with her hair. "Hi, Morgan," she said, a smile on her face. I tried not to scowl at her. After all, it wasn't her fault I hated my life. "Hi." I made sure my voice showed that I was unhappy. "What's wrong?" she asked, turning toward me. "Nothing," I said, as I sat on my bed. "Okay, well, you can talk to me about it if you want to." Then she turned back to the mirror. Her sweetness was unexpected, and I experienced a feeling of warmth toward her that I'd never felt toward the Amy in my world. This Amy seemed more mature than the one I was used to. Maybe she'd had to grow up faster because of the way things were here, especially with Dad being taken away. Maybe I needed to give her a chance, get to know her better. "So," I asked, "how's school going?" "It's okay. It's kind of hard being the new girl." She set her hairbrush down and sat on the floor near me. Wow, I thought, she's probably experiencing the same things I am, except for living in a different universe. "Are people being nice to you, Amy?" "Yeah, but everyone seems to know each other, so I kind of stand out as different." "Me too." I paused. "I'm going to join the track team." "That's cool. I wonder if they have anything like that at my school." "Aren't you guys required to do a sport?" "We have gym every day, so we don't have to join a sports team, but we can if we want to." "I guess you can find out if they have a track team." "I will. Thanks, Morgan." She stood and left the room, a big smile on her face. Although I didn't think I'd done anything worth thanking me for, her happiness made me feel better. For dinner, we had a fat-free version of the lasagna I was used to eating in the other world. It actually didn't taste too bad, and I was able to eat the small serving Mom gave me, even though the cookies I'd had earlier had pretty much killed my appetite. Chapter 26. Saturday morning, I was trying to sleep in despite the racket my brothers made as they yelled or ran down the hall. Then Mom came in and woke me up. This didn't surprise me, as she usually didn't let me sleep in very late. "Morgan, I have to go to work." Opening one eye, my curiosity got the better of me. "What do you do at your job anyway?" She looked at me kind of funny, like the answer should have been obvious. I help patients on my floor. Oh, so you're a nurse, I blurted without thinking. Leaning toward me, she pressed the back of her hand to my forehead, obviously thinking I had become delusional with fever. Do you feel okay, Morgan? Yeah, I was just having a weird dream. That was a dumb question. Never mind. Looking relieved, she straightened. I need you to get up so you can watch your brothers. Frowning, I turned my head away so Mom wouldn't see my dismay. Okay, I muttered into my pillow. Mom walked to the door and paused. Now, Morgan, I need you to get up now. Sighing to show my displeasure, I threw back the covers and sat on the edge of my bed, then looked at Mom. Thank you, she said with a smile. She left the room, and I could hear her telling my brothers she was leaving for work and to behave themselves. Like that would happen. Wondering where Amy was, I glanced around the room. I sighed dramatically, then stood and got dressed, not bothering with a shower, then headed downstairs to see what was going on. The television was on and blasting some dumb cartoon. I looked at the couch and frowned when I saw Brandon sitting upside down, his feet on the couch cushions and his head on the floor. Zach was stretched out across the length of the couch, and Amy was curled up on the recliner, a book in her hand. Is that comfortable, Brandon? I couldn't help but wonder what all that blood rushing to his head was doing to him. Mesmerized by the animated figures moving across the screen, he didn't respond. My eyes went from his face to the show they were watching, and I stared at the screen, my eyebrows drawn together as I listened to the happy song the characters were singing. Good health, it makes you strong. You will live longer if you follow this song. Veggies and fruits, we all love to eat. Veggies and fruits, you are what you eat and you know that it's true. Eat healthy and exercise, it's what you must do. Veggies and fruits, we all love to eat. Veggies and fruits. Lame. Whatever happened to good old-fashioned violence? Then I saw that this show had plenty of that, too. As the animated children strolled along singing their song about the wonders of produce, a hideous creature jumped out in front of them. It's the sugar monster! The cartoon children screamed as they turned to run. But then a whole gang of the terrible sugar monsters appeared, surrounding them. Oh no! They shouted, clearly terrified. What should we do? Suddenly, a tall stalk of celery and a muscular broccoli appeared. We'll save you! I watched in fascination as the vegetables took out a pair of guns. Yes, guns, and blew the sugar monsters to bits. I guess sugar is worse than violence here, I thought, disturbed by the message this show sent. Isn't there anything else on? I asked, but no one answered. My focus went back to the program. A jumbo cup of soda wandered to the cartoon children and bent its straw toward them, trying to entice them to have a sip of the sugary drink. One of the children stepped forward, about to take a sip, but then the celery stalk jumped between the child and the soda, shouting, No, don't fall for his tricks. Gratitude appeared on the child's face as he said, Thank you, Mr. Celery. You saved me. Not able to believe that this was a show children were actually entertained by, I rolled my eyes. But when I looked at my brothers, I saw that they were completely immersed in the storyline. That bothered me more than anything. Where I came from, they would have laughed at this program as if it were a joke. But here, it was taken seriously. I stepped toward the television and turned it off. Okay, that's enough TV. Let's go play outside. Aw, Morgan, Brandon said as he got up from his upside-down position. I want to watch TV. This was weird. In my world, they loved to play outside. Maybe because there they did it for fun and not because it was required. Nope, I'm in charge and I say we're going outside to play. Let's go. Do we have to? Zach whined. Yes. You're not in charge of me, Amy said, looking up from her book. I'm staying right here. Fine, I said. That's not fair, Brandon said. Come on, don't you want to kick the soccer ball around? I guess. Okay, Zach said. Plus, Mom said we need to get in our exercise. Wow, It was hard to get away from this food and exercise obsession. At least it was better for them to play than to watch that bizarre cartoon. A few minutes later, I had gotten them involved in kicking the ball around. They insisted that I join, so I did, and I found that I was actually enjoying spending time with my brothers. Chapter 27. Monday morning, as we recited the pledge, I glanced at the other students. Though some said it with vigor, others were obviously just going through the motions. Not everyone bought into the propaganda. I didn't know most of the students, but one person who did recite the pledge with energy was Lori. Then I remembered how upset she'd been when I'd taken my home-baked cookies out of my backpack at lunch the previous Friday. Obviously, she really believed in this healthy me, healthy world baloney. That afternoon, I went to the girls' locker room and changed into the clothes I brought for track, then went out to the field where practice would be held. As I approached the other members of the track team, Lori motioned for me to join her. Everyone was warming up, so I began doing the same. "I'm glad you decided to join track," she said, as she bent down and easily touched her toes. "Me too," I said, although I wasn't really sure if I would enjoy the running as much as the chance to be around Connor. "Are you going to join our relay team?" she asked as she straightened and faced me. I thought about her comment implying I might be too out of shape to be on the team, and tried not to roll my eyes as I said, "Do you think I'm up to it?" She smirked as she glanced at my stomach before meeting my eyes. "Guess we'll see, but if anything, the exercise will be good for you." It took all of my self-restraint not to shove her the way I'd shoved Shelby in my home world. Instead, I smiled sweetly and said, "A healthy me is a healthy world." I nearly choked on the words, but the secret that only I knew, that I was a temporary visitor to this alternate reality, kept me from losing it completely. "Right," she said. Then she bent one arm over her shoulder as she grabbed her elbow. Trying not to glare at her, I decided to get to my true purpose in choosing track. "Where's Connor?" "He couldn't make it today." "What? Why not?" When Lori narrowed her eyes at me with suspicion, I added, "After he practically forced me to come today, why wouldn't he even bother showing up?" Then I bent to touch my toes as if Connor's presence really didn't matter. "I'm not sure, but I heard that one of the guys he works with is being taken to a F.A.T center today, and they needed him to fill in at the last minute." "Oh." I straightened and faced her. She made a face like something smelled sour. "I think it's disgusting how people let themselves get so fat. Don't you?" Her gaze went to my stomach before reaching my eyes. Enough with the innuendo already, I thought. "Can't people control what they eat? Don't they realize the pain it puts their families through when the government has to step in and help them get back to a healthy weight? It's so selfish." Obviously, she thought I was disgusting and that I was being selfish. Wanting to get under her skin like she was getting under mine, I said, "But Lori, why should it be up to the government to decide how much we weigh?" She stopped stretching and stared at me. "Do you think it's okay for people to be fat?" The incredulity in her voice, coupled with a deep crease in her forehead, told me how committed she was to the idea of government-controlled weight. Was it possible for me to change her mind? "It just seems like the government is getting a little too involved in people's lives, like they think they know what's best for every person." "Are you a sympathizer?" She looked horrified. "A what?" I had no idea what she was talking about. "Come on, Morgan, don't play dumb. I can tell you sympathize with those people." "What people? What are you talking about?" "Those people who are taken away. You act like it's not their own fault that they found themselves in that situation." She paused, her gaze sliding over my body again, stopping on my face. "The government is doing it for their own good, not to mention the good of everyone." I was done arguing. Clearly, she was a true believer and I would never change her mind. "I'm going to see if I can find the coach and talk to him about being on the relay team." Then I turned and jogged away. When I found the coach and made my request, he agreed without even seeing how fast I could run. I guess they needed anyone they could get, which didn't exactly boost my confidence. Then he had us run laps, which I hated for the first 10 minutes, but then I kind of found my rhythm and got my second wind. Maybe running track wouldn't be as horrible as I'd feared. Then it was time to practice the relay. Afraid I'd be dead weight for the team, when it turned out another girl, Jade, was slower than me, my confidence grew. "See what I mean?" Lori said afterward. Her voice snide as she looked toward Jade, who was panting, her face beet red. "Jade needs to take better care of herself or she'll bring the rest of us down." Jade only looked a little heavier than me, and I almost asked Lori if I was going to bring everyone down, but I didn't want to see the look of superiority in her eyes. Instead, I made a non-committal sound before jogging away from her and toward the locker room. Avoiding Lori, I changed into my school clothes and left. Then I started the long walk home. A few minutes later, I heard a horn honk and turned to see Connor pull up next to me. "Need a ride?" My lips turned up into a wide smile. "Sure." I climbed into the passenger seat and closed the door. Then Connor pulled away from the curb. "How was practice?" "Great. I noticed you weren't there." As soon as the words left my mouth, I wished I had phrased that differently. I didn't want him to know I was watching his every move. "You noticed, huh?" he said with a grin. A blush climbed to my cheeks, but I pretended I wasn't embarrassed. "Lori said you had to fill in at work." "Yeah, but then someone else came in, so I was able to leave." "Lori said one of your coworkers was taken away to a F.A.T center." "Lori talks a lot," he said with a frown. I noticed. He laughed, which made me feel good. "She got pretty upset when I told her I didn't think the government should decide how much people weigh." "She would." My eyebrows drew together in question. "Why do you say that?" "Didn't you know?" "Know what?" "Her dad's the head of the local F.A.T squad." I almost asked what a F.A.T squad was, but I didn't want Connor to think I was an idiot. I would look it up later. "Oh," I said instead, like that explained everything. "I hadn't realized that." "Yeah, so she gets pretty worked up when people start criticizing the government." He glanced at me. "Those cookies were amazing, by the way." Smiling, I said, "Thanks." "Do you have any more?" "What about the refined sugar?" I couldn't hide the sarcasm in my voice. "Yeah, I don't really care about that." Thrilled to hear he wasn't the fanatic so many seemed to be, my heart warmed. "The cookies are all gone." Then I had an idea. "But if I could get the ingredients, I could make more." "What ingredients do you need?" I listed off the items, then added, "It's too bad I didn't have any chocolate chips. That would have made them even better." "I'll make a deal with you. If I get you those ingredients, you make the cookies and give me half." "You only want half?" "You'd be doing all the work." Evidently, he hadn't spent much time in the kitchen, and I decided not to tell him how easy it was to make cookies. How hard would it be for him to get the ingredients, though, and how expensive? I decided I would let him worry about that. "It's a deal." I held out my hand to shake on it, and when he took my hand in his, my heart raced at the contact. He released my hand and smiled, but I wasn't sure if it was from touching me or from excitement over getting the cookies. "You may not want to say anything to Lori and the rest of them about our little deal," he said, one eyebrow raised. I laughed. "You just don't want to share." He grinned. "Maybe that's part of it, but sometimes it's better to keep Lori in the dark about stuff like that." I found that interesting and wondered what other stuff people kept from Lori. Then I thought about my experience in the lunchroom when I'd taken the cookies out. Lori wasn't the only one who should be kept in the dark. "Jen got pretty upset when she found out the cookies were made with real sugar," I said. He nodded. "Some people go a little overboard." We pulled up to my house, and I reached for the door handle. "When I get those ingredients, I'll bring them by." "Sounds great." I climbed out of the car. "See you tomorrow." "Bye, Morgan." Closing the door, I smiled at the sound of my name coming from his mouth. I hoped I would hear it a lot more. Chapter 28. As I walked into the house, I enjoyed the solitude. After spending all weekend with my siblings, I didn't mind the quiet. I'd found out that Amy and the boys stayed after school for a school-sponsored exercise program, and then the bus brought them home, which is why they usually got home so late. To my surprise, Connor came by later that evening with the ingredients I needed. "I hope I got everything," he said as he stood on the porch. "Do you want to come in?" He shook his head. "I'm on my way to work my regular shift. I just wanted to drop these by." Though disappointed that he was just there to drop off the goods, I smiled, glad he had actually come. "All right." I dug through the bag, then looked up at him and saw him grinning. "Connor, you got chocolate chips." "Yep." He looked like a little boy on Christmas morning. "Were they hard to find?" I paused and frowned a little. "Or expensive?" "Don't worry about that. You just keep your side of the deal and we'll both be happy." I smiled. "If I don't get them done tonight, I'll definitely get them done tomorrow afternoon." "Great. I'll see you at school tomorrow." "Bye, Connor." I closed the door and carried the bag into the kitchen. "Who was that, Morgan?" Mom asked. I hadn't had a chance to explain my deal to her, but I didn't see how she could object, since I wouldn't be using her ingredients. "It was a friend of mine from school." It sounded like a young man. I couldn't keep the smile from my face. "Yeah, it's a boy." "Is he cute?" Amy asked from the other room. "Yes, in fact he is. His name's Connor, and he's on the track team too." "Ah," Mom said. "Now it's starting to make sense." "What do you mean?" "I was wondering why you suddenly had this interest in running track when in the past you'd always refused when I suggested it." "Oh." I hadn't realized my other self didn't particularly enjoy running either. "The important thing is that I'm doing it now, right?" "Right," Mom said with a smirk. "Why didn't Connor come in? Why was he here?" "That's what I need to talk to you about." "Okay." Her voice was wary as she eyed the bag in my arms. "You know those cookies I made the other day?" "Yeah." "Well, I gave one to him and he really liked it. I know you didn't want me using up your food to make more, so I made him a deal that if he supplied the ingredients, I would make him the cookies." Mom tilted her head in question. "But he said he only wants half of what I make," I hurried to add. "So all I have to do is the work of baking, which is really easy, and we'll get to keep half of the cookies." I paused. "And Mom, he included chocolate chips." Now her head straightened, and I hoped it was because she was excited about the treat and not because she was terrified to gain a pound or two. She was already quite thin, so I didn't think she had to worry about going over her government-approved weight. I couldn't even think that phrase without mentally rolling my eyes. "I can't really think of a good reason to say no," she said. "You just have to be careful not to overdo it, Morgan. You know how close you came to weighing too much last year." I did? I thought. That was completely unexpected. Based on how tight those jeans were that I'd first tried on, I knew the other Morgan was thinner than me. Then again, the pair of jeans I was currently wearing also belonged to the other Morgan, so obviously she and I were more alike than I'd thought. It sounded like she struggled with her weight, too. I knew I was close to the upper end of my approved weight range, and all of a sudden I felt a little worried that I might gain too much. But as quickly as the worry came to mind, I pushed it away, refusing to get caught up in that. "Can I make these tonight?" I asked. "Sure." As soon as the dinner dishes had been cleaned up, I set to work making the cookies. Both of my brothers hovered near the kitchen, obviously hoping to get some freshly baked cookies. "Are they done yet, Morgan?" Brandon asked, a hopeful look on his face. I pulled a pan out of the oven. "Almost, but I have to put half of them aside for Connor before I can give any to you." "Aw," Brandon said with a frown. "That's not fair." I turned to him, hands on my hips. "You're lucky to get any at all, so quit complaining." Then I turned back, trying not to laugh at his pout. When I was sure no one was looking, I used my fingers to scoop a generous amount of dough into my mouth and closed my eyes at the wonderfully familiar flavor. Once I was done baking all the cookies and they had cooled, I put half of them into a large baggie and set it aside, then filled a smaller baggie with as many cookies as I could fit. That one I put aside with the intention of stashing it somewhere only I could access. "Okay," I finally called out. "Who wants a cookie?" Zach and Brandon raced in first, but Amy wasn't far behind. Then Mom came in, and I could tell that although she tried to act like she wasn't overly interested, she was just as eager as everyone else to have one of the unusual treats. I handed out the cookies like they were priceless gifts, which in a way they were. The boys wolfed theirs down, but Amy and Mom took their time, savoring the rare chocolate flavor. Mom allowed my brothers to each have only one, and made me put the rest in the freezer, which was actually a good idea. I wondered if I could hide my secret stash in there as well so that they would stay fresh, but I was afraid they would be found and eaten by my younger brothers. My own obsession with food was getting kind of ridiculous. Then, just to prove to myself that I wasn't obsessed, I tucked my extra baggie of cookies into a back corner of the freezer behind bags of frozen vegetables. In my other life, the veggies would get freezer burn before being used, but here they would actually get pulled out sooner rather than later. I shook my head as I closed the freezer door, trying not to think about the delicious cookies hidden inside. The next day at school when I saw Connor, I waited until he was alone, then hurried over, thrilled to have an excuse to approach him. "Hi, Morgan," he said when he saw me, and I smiled at the sound of my name. "I have something for you," I said in a near whisper, not wanting those nearby to overhear. "Is it what I think it is?" he asked with a grin. I nodded. "Do you want me to give them to you now? I have them in my backpack." He shrugged his backpack from his shoulders. "Sure." I pulled out the large bag of cookies and handed it to him. Then he set them inside his backpack and zipped it closed. "I'll think of you with every bite," he said as he hefted the backpack onto his shoulders. Then he winked at me. My heart pounded at the wink and his words. It hadn't occurred to me that baking the cookies would benefit me when I wasn't around him, but the idea of him thinking of me when he ate them pleased me. "I hope you like them," I said with a smile. "If they're anything like the other ones you made, I know I will. You're a great cook." My eyes met his, and my heart did a little flip at the compliment. "Thanks." "Hey, I've got to get to class. I'll see you at practice though, right?" "Yeah." I watched as he walked away, then I went to my own class and sat in an empty seat. After the brief time I'd spent with Connor, I could face anything. But then Lori slid into the seat in front of me and immediately turned toward me. "I saw you give something to Connor. What was it?" With her being a true believer in the whole weight control thing, there was no way I was going to tell her the truth. Still, I didn't want her to become an enemy. So I said, "Just, some tomatoes from my mom's garden." Her face scrunched up. "Why are you giving him tomatoes?" "We had a bunch of extras, and yesterday he mentioned that he likes tomatoes, so I thought—" I lifted my shoulders in a shrug as I let my words trail off, hating that I had to lie about something so silly. Anyway, why was it her business? Her lips turned up into a fake smile, then quickly went into a straight line. "Okay." She turned back around in her seat and I stared at the back of her head. Why would she care what I gave Connor? Chapter 29. That afternoon at track practice, I tried to act like nothing unusual had taken place between Connor and me, but when he caught my eye, he winked. My face flushed with pleasure and I felt a jolt of energy. For some reason, I looked at Lori and saw her glaring at me. Quickly turning away, I wondered why she made me feel like I had done something wrong. As practice came to an end, I headed toward the locker room. I heard footsteps catching up to me. I glanced behind me and saw Lori. Cringing, I tried to go faster without being too obvious. "Morgan," she called after me, "wait up!" I couldn't exactly ignore her, so I slowed down and let her catch up. "Hey, Lori," I said as she fell into step beside me. "How's it going?" "Good. What about you?" "Good." We walked through the door to the girls' locker room. "What's going on with you and Connor?" The way she said it, like she wasn't happy that he'd paid attention to me, sent a warning bell ringing in my head. Did she have a crush on him? I'd seen the way she looked at him, but if she had a thing for him, it seemed to be one-sided. Still, I was the new girl, and I didn't want to make waves. "Nothing's going on, Lori. I barely even know him." I laughed, but it came out sounding forced, which it was. "Uh-huh." Though Lori had been friendly to me at first, I wondered if that had been an act, because she didn't seem friendly now. It was becoming apparent that she was the type of person who was only friendly when things were going her way. "That's not what it looked like to me," she said. "What do you mean?" I pictured Connor winking at me, and I couldn't stop the grin that pushed its way onto my face. She narrowed her eyes. "I'm not blind, you know. I saw him wink at you." What was I supposed to do now? Anyway, I hadn't done anything wrong, and it wasn't my fault that Connor noticed me. Time to let Lori know she was being ridiculous. "So?" I said. Her eyebrows shot up like no one had ever responded to her like that before. Had I just made a mistake? Should I apologize? But the look on her face, the one that said she was in charge and everyone knew it, rubbed me the wrong way. Something about her superior attitude reminded me of Shelby the bully, something that made me bold. "Is there a problem, Lori?" My heart pounded as the words left my mouth. "You'd better watch yourself, new girl." Then she spun on her heel and walked away. I watched her go, already regretting confronting her. I would be here for weeks. Did I really want to make my time here miserable? Then again, what could she actually do to me? She was just a teenage girl, a student. She couldn't do anything to hurt me, right? After changing into my school clothes, I grabbed my backpack and started the walk home. As I plodded along the sidewalk, I hoped Connor would pull up next to me and offer me a ride again. Every time I heard a car approach, my heart skipped a beat in anticipation, but every car drove by without stopping. 40 minutes later, I reached my house. When I walked in, I remembered Connor telling me that Lori's dad was the head of the local F.A.T squad. I went online and looked it up, and as I read about the F.A.T squad and what it did, I began to regret even more that I'd been so hostile toward her. Federally Assisted Thinning Squads, or F.A.T squads, I read, are responsible for going to the home of those who have been deemed overweight. The leader of these squads may use their discretion to decide if the individual will be taken to a F.A.T center or whether the individual will be allowed to lose the weight in his or her home. In addition, F.A.T squad leaders, along with a local F.A.T committee, can adjust the government guidelines for acceptable weight limits within plus or minus 5% of the national guidelines. This is to allow for varying body types and regional differences and needs. There have been a number of protests regarding the level of power F.A.T squad leaders have displayed. There have been reported incidences of F.A.T squad leaders showing up at people's homes unannounced and demanding on-the-spot weigh-ins. This is partly to combat fraudulent weigh-ins where individuals have found ways to disguise their actual weight. Many people support such surprise weigh-ins, but the majority of people polled prefer a more orderly process. These surprise weigh-ins are reportedly rare, though lately more people have claimed to know of such incidences. "Holy crap!" I shouted, startling Goldie, who was lying on the floor near my feet. Lori's father could just show up at my house, weigh me or anyone in the family, and decide we weighed too much. Now I wished I had looked up this information yesterday when I'd first heard of F.A.T squads. I was certain I would have responded differently to Lori. Good thing I'd been getting a lot more exercise with track. That should keep me within my approved range. Then I thought about Lori. I could start acting nice to her to make her forget my rudeness, but she probably wouldn't buy it. Now I understood why she'd been so surprised when I talked to her the way I had. She really could hurt me, or my family. Chapter 30. When I walked into class the next day, I saw Lori sitting in her usual spot. The chair next to her was empty, so I slid into the seat. "Hi, Lori," I said, a smile plastered on my face. She scowled at me, then began looking through her notebook. Though I'd never been a suck-up before, the previous night I hadn't been able to fall asleep for worrying that someone else in my family, in addition to Dad, would be taken to a F.A.T center. I had decided I would do what I could to get on Lori's good side. "Hey," I said, swallowing my pride. "I'm sorry about yesterday." Lori looked at me, but didn't say anything. "I'm sorry I was rude to you. That is, my stomach was hurting, which made me a little grumpy. Saying the words to a bully in order to get her to be nice to me went against everything I believed in, but I had to protect my family from possible reprisals. "Are you saying Connor didn't wink at you?" she asked, one eyebrow arched in question. Clearly, she wasn't about to let that go, but she'd seen him wink at me, so why was she asking? I would have to make something up to make her feel better. To distract myself from the sucking up I was about to do, I squeezed my hand into a fist, which made my nails bite into the tender flesh of my palm. "Honestly, Lori, I don't know," I lied. "I think the sun was just in his eyes. I don't know why he would be winking at me." "Yeah," she said, her gaze sliding up and down my body. "I don't know why he would either." Then she smiled smugly as she turned back to her notes. Blood rushed to my face at the insult, and I pressed my fist into my thigh, trying to keep from swinging it into her face. Instead, I turned away and took a deep breath to calm myself. As I turned back to face the front, in my peripheral vision, I saw Lori glancing at me. I couldn't tell for sure, but it seemed like she was smiling. I was certain it wasn't a friendly smile. My heart pounded as I realized how stupid I had been. First, I had offended her, then I had tried to kiss up to her, making myself look weak, and it hadn't even helped. She despised me. Whether that was because I'd been peddling those homemade cookies the previous Friday, or whether it was because Connor had paid attention to me, I didn't know. All I knew was that I was on her crap list, and I had no idea how to get off of it. I had done what I could. If she still wanted to hate me, there wasn't much I could do about it. I just hoped she wouldn't cause trouble for me or my family. With Dad gone, we were under enough stress as it was. We'd already had to sell our house and start over. I didn't know if Mom could take much more. When the teacher had us stand for the pledge, she asked me to stand in front and lead it. Now that I knew Lori's father had the power to destroy my family, I was nervous to have her watching me. I worked hard to focus on saying the right words. "I pledge to always follow the rules and to take care of my body." I forced the lie out of my mouth. "I will strive to put the good of all above the desires of one. A healthy me is a healthy world." As I sat in my seat, I marveled at the difference a week and a half could make. Less than 2 weeks before, I'd been living my life in a normal world, and now here I was, standing in front of a group of strangers, reciting an absurd promise to follow the rules and eat healthy. I have to figure out how I'm going to get back to my world, I thought, as the teacher droned on. Then I had an idea. When I got home, I would go online and find a satellite map website to see if I could find the hut in the forest. That wouldn't necessarily help me find the tunnel, but it couldn't hurt. When class was over, I gathered my books and shoved them into my backpack, then stood. "Hey, Morgan," Lori said. I turned in her direction, wondering what she would say. She hadn't spoken to me once or even looked at me during the whole class. In fact, she'd been texting under her desk most of the time. "Yeah?" I asked. "See you at track." Then she winked at me. My mouth fell open, but I slammed it shut as I watched her sashay away. What was that all about? Suddenly anxious that she was either planning something or just trying to get on my nerves, which was working, by the way, I left the room. As I attended the rest of my classes, I tried to pay attention, but I kept imagining all the terrible things Lori might do to me or my family. By the time school was over and track practice was about to begin, I was a nervous wreck. My hands shook as I tied my shoes. "How's it going, Morgan?" My head whipped up, my eyes wide. "Oh, Anne, it's only you." My pounding heart began to slow to normal. "What's wrong?" Anne asked, sitting on the bench next to me. "Who did you think it would be?" I wasn't sure if I should say anything. Though Connor was the one who had told me that Lori's father was head of the F.A.T squad, and though the way he'd said it made me think he didn't approve, I didn't know if his sister felt the same way. I decided I shouldn't say anything about Lori, just in case. Instead of answering Anne's question, I laughed. "You just startled me, that's all." I stood up. "Are you ready?" "Yeah." She smiled, and we walked out to the track together. Having her walk with me made me feel better, especially when I saw Laurie watching us. I saw Connor, too. He was warming up near some of his friends. Though I wanted him to notice me, I desperately hoped he would ignore me while Laurie was around. When we reached the rest of the team, I ignored Laurie's stare, sat on the ground, and began stretching. Anne stretched out next to me. When I reached out to touch my toes, Anne did the same, but then she turned her head in my direction and whispered, "What's Laurie's problem?" Deciding to play dumb, I whispered back, "What do you mean?" "Don't look yet, but she keeps looking at you, or us, and she looks pissed." I sat up straight, preparing to stretch to the front, and glanced in Laurie's direction. Sure enough, she was glaring directly at me. She wasn't even trying to hide it, like she didn't care if everyone noticed the way she was looking at me. A chill climbed my spine, and I quickly reached out in front of me. "Okay, team," the coach shouted. "Run 4 laps and then meet back here." We all jumped up and began running around the track. Anne ran alongside me. "Did you see her face?" she asked. Laurie was ahead of us, which I liked, since I could keep her in sight. "Yeah." I didn't want to elaborate. "Why do you think she looked so mad? Did something happen?" Though Anne could talk easily while running, I wasn't used to it, and it was a struggle to run and talk at the same time. Not only that, I was hesitant to say anything about Laurie that could come back and bite me. I'd already dug a deep hole for myself. I didn't need to keep digging. Panting, I said, "I don't know." "I just think it's weird," Anne said. "Hey, girls," Connor said as he ran up beside us. At his sudden appearance, my heart pounded harder than it already was, and it wasn't just because I was afraid Laurie would see him talking to me. I flashed a smile in his direction, but didn't speak, afraid I would pass out if I tried to talk while my heart was beating so hard. As we went around the curve in the track, I saw Laurie glance our way. Then she did a double take, this time watching us for a moment before turning her head and staring forward. Crap! I had hoped she wouldn't notice Connor talking to me, and had hoped she would just think he was talking to his sister. We finished our laps and began practicing our events. I was on the relay team, along with Laurie, so I wouldn't be able to avoid her. In fact, it was my job to hand the baton to her as part of the relay. She was the anchor for our team, the fastest runner. We got into position, and the coach blew the whistle to start the relay. I watched the first girl run around the track, and then the second. As the second girl approached, I started running like I was supposed to, and she handed the baton off to me without any problems. I ran as hard as I could, and as I approached Laurie, she began running. But as I was about to hand her the baton, she sped up just enough that I couldn't reach her. Stretching out my hand, I held out the baton, but her hand was just out of reach. Finally, she slowed just enough so we could make the handoff, but as soon as her hand wrapped around the baton, and before I let go, she yanked it, making me lose my footing. I threw my arms out in front of me to break my fall, but still hit the ground hard, badly scraping both of my knees as well as my hands. Chapter 31. Though it really hurt, and I was bleeding, I wanted to chase Laurie down and confront her. She had made me fall on purpose, but I couldn't prove it. All day I'd been scared of what she was going to do to me, but now that she'd done it, I wasn't scared. I was just mad. Why was I acting like she could do anything to me anyway? Why would her father do anything to my family just because she didn't like me? As I looked at the blood seeping from the cuts on my hands and knees, I decided that I wouldn't let her bully me anymore. Against my better judgment, I'd backed down, and that hadn't gotten me anywhere. It was time to stand up for myself. Laurie might be used to other kids being afraid of her, but I was different. I knew the way this world worked wasn't right, and I wasn't about to let her control me and force me to behave. "Morgan!" Anne called out, running over to meet me. "Are you okay?" I looked up at her and nodded. "Yeah." "You're bleeding," she said as she helped me stand. "Let me help you," Connor said, materializing at my side. He put his arm around me and helped me hobble off of the field. Maybe this wasn't such a bad thing after all. Then I wondered how Laurie would feel when she saw that her plan had backfired, since Connor was now closer to me than he had ever been. Suppressing a smile, I looked straight at Lori, who was staring at me with her hands on her hips. I stared at her just long enough to let her know that I knew she had done it on purpose. She turned away first, and warmth washed over me at the small triumph. Connor and Anne brought me to the nurse's office. Fortunately, we got there before she had left, and she cleaned and bandaged my scrapes. Then Anne and Connor walked with me back to the locker room where I gathered my belongings. "We'll drive you home, Morgan," Anne said. I nodded. I wasn't in any shape to walk all the way home. Plus, it would give me more time to be with Connor. Anne and I came out of the locker room and found Connor waiting for us. He leaned toward me. "How do you feel?" "I'll live." I didn't want him to think I was a wimp, but I enjoyed his attention. "You know," he said as we walked toward his car, "I was watching the relay, and it almost looked like Lori yanked the baton on purpose." He was watching me? Thrilled to know that, I said, "Yeah, I think she did do it on purpose." Anne shook her head. "Good old Lori." "Why do you say that?" "A couple of years ago there was this girl she didn't like, and she bullied her so much that the girl finally moved to a different school. Remember, Connor?" "Kind of. I guess I didn't pay that close of attention." We climbed in the car, and Connor pulled out of the parking space. "Not about to let myself get bullied," I said. "I'm not going to worry about it. I'm a big girl. I can take care of myself." A few minutes later, we pulled in front of my house. I opened the door and began climbing out. "By the way," Anne said with a grin, "I really liked the cookies you made." I glanced at Connor before looking back at her. "That's right." She gently punched him on the arm. "My brother actually shared them with me." "That's only because you wouldn't keep quiet otherwise," Connor said with a smile. Then he looked at me. "I might come by in a few days with more ingredients. Do you think you can make another batch?" "I'd love to. Bring them by when you can." "I will." I closed the door and waved to them as they drove away. Then I limped to the front door and let myself in. A short time later, Mom and the kids got home. There was no way to hide my scraped hands, so when Mom asked what had happened, I told her I'd fallen while running the relay, which was true. I just left off the part where Lori had made me fall. "I'm sorry you got hurt, Morgan," Mom said, "but I know that won't stop you from going back tomorrow, right?" I had hoped for a little more empathy, but then I remembered Mom saying she had run track. She must have had her share of falls and scrapes. "Of course." I actually half wanted to quit, but the stronger emotion was pride and not letting Lori win. Besides, what would Connor think if I quit now? Especially when he'd been watching me during the relay. I smiled as I imagined him watching me fly around the track. At least, it had felt like I had been moving pretty fast. But then I pictured myself tumbling ungracefully to the ground, my hands splayed out in front of me. As I imagined the satisfaction Lori must have felt when I crashed to the ground right in front of Connor, fresh anger welled up inside of me. Forcing that aside, I pulled up a satellite map website to see if I could find the hut. It was pointless to waste energy thinking about Lori when I would be gone in such a short time. I quickly found my old house, but it took quite a while longer to locate the hut. When I saw it, a feeling of unreality swept over me. That building was what had led me here. I still had no idea how that was possible. I just knew it had happened. When I clicked on the hut, the GPS coordinates popped up. That was great, except I didn't have a GPS device. Did Mom have one I could use? Of course, if I borrowed it, I would never be able to bring it back, but I was sure she would forgive me if she knew why I needed it. As I studied the small structure on the screen, I knew what I really needed was the location of the tunnel. At least, I assumed that the way to get home was to retrace my steps. I wasn't sure how far I had walked in that tunnel, so I searched outward in concentric circles around the hut, looking for an opening of some sort. I spent nearly 2 hours searching, but didn't see anything that looked like an opening to a tunnel. Eventually, my eyes were so tired that I had trouble focusing, and I had to stop. The next morning at breakfast, Mom had to remind me again that I was supposed to do my weekly weigh-in. "Morgan, it would be nice if you could do things on your own once in a while." She looked at me with annoyance. "I've got to get the boys to school. Please make sure and weigh yourself before you leave." This time when I used the scale, I knew what to do. When the machine announced my weight, I was surprised to learn I'd only lost 1 pound. With running track for a week and eating less, I had expected to lose more. It was true I'd been eating a lot of cookies, but the other changes should have made up for it. Oh well, I was still in the government-approved zone. Then I shook my head that such a thought would even cross my mind. What a crazy world this was. Chapter 32. When I got to class, I sat next to Lori. I put a friendly smile on my face as I said, "Hi." At her look of surprise, I held back a chuckle. She must have expected me to be furious with her, so my friendliness must have really thrown her. As I had tried to fall asleep the night before, I had considered what to do to make it clear that I was immune to her bullying. Finally, I had decided to do exactly the opposite of what she expected. It wasn't that I was trying to make her like me, but I wanted to make her think I didn't know she had made me fall on purpose. "Hi, Morgan." Her expression was guarded as she glanced at my scraped hands. "I hope your hands aren't too sore." "Oh no, they're fine." In reality, both hands had stung terribly when I had showered that morning, not to mention my knees, which were in even worse shape. "That's good. I guess you need to be more careful when handing off the baton." Her lips turned up into a subtle smirk, but I ignored that. "I know. I can be so clumsy. Sometimes it seems like I can trip over a blade of grass." When I smiled, it was genuine. I couldn't help it as I watched the confusion sweep across her pretty features. She must have assumed I knew she had made me fall, which of course I did, but the fact that I was playing dumb actually made me feel like I had the upper hand, like she didn't have any power over me at all. "Yeah," she muttered, obviously disappointed that her ploy hadn't had the intended effect. "Did you get the assignment done?" I asked, enjoying watching how she handled the idea that what she had done had no effect on me. "Of course," she said as she flipped her hair over one shoulder, undeniably irritated. "I always get my assignments done." She locked eyes with me, like she was trying to intimidate me. "What about you, Morgan?" "Well, I don't always get my assignments done, but since Connor helped me, I was able to get this one done." Her eyes widened briefly, then she turned away. Why had I lied to her? Did I just want to upset her like she had upset me? I didn't know. All I knew was that I wanted to make it clear that she couldn't control me. That afternoon at track practice, as we ran the relay, I paid careful attention to the baton handoff and managed to stay on my feet. When the relay was done, I looked over at Connor to see if he'd been watching, and when I saw that he was, I smiled and waved. When he waved back, I glanced in Lori's direction. Her lips were flat and her eyes narrowed as she watched us. When I looked back at Connor, my smile was even more radiant. He was getting ready for his turn to do the long jump, and I walked over to watch. When he landed in the sand, I cheered. "That was great, Connor." "Thanks," he said with a smile. "I might be getting good enough to actually win." "I think so. Let's see you do it again." He flashed me a grin, then got into position. I watched as he ran, then jumped, and the way he kicked his legs in the air to propel himself as far past the line as possible impressed me. "Woohoo!" I shouted as he landed. "That was awesome!" He brushed the sand off as he stood, a wide smile on his face. "I think you're my good luck charm, Morgan." Then he walked right up to me and leaned close. "You'd better make sure and watch me at all of our meets, just to make sure I win." His breath warmed my ear and my pulse quickened. Swallowing hard, I nodded. "Of course I will." He pulled back and smiled at me, obviously aware of the effect he had on me. A blush rose on my cheeks. "And I'll watch you, too." I wasn't sure if I wanted him watching. What if I became too self-conscious and wasn't able to focus on the race? Then again, I liked the idea of him paying attention to me. In my other world, I hadn't had a lot of luck with boys, so I was enjoying this flirtation while it lasted. "You'd better," I said. "Just don't fall." He grinned at me. With false outrage, I shoved him. "I'm kidding," he laughed as he easily kept his balance. "If you want me to give you a ride home, you'd better be nice to me." Are you saying you'd make me walk all the way home?
If you push me again, I just might.
Oh, really? I stepped in his direction and raised my arms, but just as I was about to push him, he grabbed my wrists.
Oh, no, you don't.
His voice was soft and deep. Then, still holding on to my wrists, he stepped close to me and held my arms to my sides. I tilted my head until my eyes met his, my heart pounding at the serious look on his face.
Morgan,
he murmured. My face flushed. He was about to kiss me. I knew it. Hey guys! A voice seemed to shout in my ear. Connor let go of my wrists, and we both turned.
Hey, Lori,
Connor said without much enthusiasm. Her gaze darted from Connor to me, then back to Connor. Knowing she'd appeared just to stop Connor from kissing me, I stared at her as I waited for her to say what she wanted. Your jump looked good, Connor, she finally said, gazing at him in adoration.
Thanks.
We stood there in awkward silence. I guess we should get changed, Lori finally said. Are you coming, Morgan? You go ahead. I'm not ready. Even though I turned down her offer, she stood there. I can wait. To keep from rolling my eyes, I blinked, then turned away from her and faced Connor. Whatever, I muttered. Connor glanced at Lori, then looked at me.
I have to get to work soon anyway. I'll meet you outside, okay?
A frown tried to creep across my mouth, but I forced it away with a smile. Okay. Connor turned and jogged toward the boys' locker room. I watched him go, but out of the corner of my eye, I saw Lori watching me. I turned and met her gaze, then I turned away, ignoring her, and headed toward the girls' locker room. I finished changing and closed the door to my locker. I hope I didn't interrupt anything earlier, Lori said, appearing next to me, her expression completely insincere. I didn't want her to know how upset I was that she'd shown up at the exact wrong moment. That would make her think she had won, and I absolutely didn't want her to win. That's okay, Lori, I said with a fake smile plastered on my face. You didn't interrupt anything that hadn't happened before. Though it was a blatant lie, when her mouth fell open, I was gratified. When she didn't say anything, I turned away and walked toward the door, my thoughts moving on to Connor and the time I would spend with him before making my way back to the tunnel and to my world. Chapter 33. Connor was waiting outside, just as he said he would be.
Hi, Morgan,
he said as he fell into step beside me. Hey. We walked to his car together. Where's Anne? I asked as he opened the passenger door for me.
She had to make up a test.
Oh. My stomach fluttered. This would be the first time Connor and I would be alone. It's just a car ride home, I thought. Nothing to get worked up about. Then I thought about Connor almost kissing me, and my face flushed. As we drove out of the school parking lot, I desperately tried to think of something to talk about. How long have you been doing track? I finally asked. He glanced at me before turning back to the road.
Since 6th grade, I guess.
Wow, you must really like it.
Of course, don't you?
Should I admit that I actually hated to run? Or should I pretend that I loved it as much as he did? Well, to be perfectly honest, running's not my favorite activity, although it's growing on me. He laughed.
Then why'd you choose the track team?
Plainly, I'd made the wrong choice in my answer. What was I supposed to say now? That I had only decided to join because he was on the team? That was not going to happen. Well, I stammered. Actually, Lori said they needed someone for the relay team and asked me if I'd do it. I laughed. For some crazy reason, I said yes.
Lori, huh? Why'd you do her any favors? She doesn't seem to like you much.
You noticed.
Yeah. Seriously, though, why do you think she hates you? You just barely moved here.
In a way, I wanted to tell him the truth, that she was jealous because he was paying attention to me when she liked him. But I knew I could never admit to that, because that would either A, scare him away, or B, make him think I was some kind of freak for thinking he liked me when he didn't. I don't know why she hates me, I said instead. Do you have any idea? You seem to know her better than I do. He laughed. I think she just likes to have someone to hate, and you're a convenient target. Lucky me, I muttered. Hey, Connor said. You ready for more ingredients? I'm seriously craving your delicious cookies. Was Connor being nice to me because I was like his drug dealer, with his drug of choice being my cookies? Or did he actually want to spend time with me? In either case, I wasn't about to turn down an offer to see him again. Sure. Cool. We pulled up to my house, and I climbed out of the car. I might come by tonight to drop the stuff off. Is that okay? Yeah, I should be home. I shut the door, then waved as Connor backed out of my driveway. I went into the house and got started on my homework. Pathetically, I wanted to make sure it was done before Connor came over so I would have time to make the cookies that night. Halfway through one particularly difficult math problem, I asked myself why I was trying so hard on the assignment and decided my time would be better spent preparing for the soon-to-arrive day of my departure. I took out a blank sheet of paper and made a list of the items I thought I should bring. Map, GPS device, flashlight, maybe 2, don't want to get stuck in dark tunnel, water, food, warm jacket, scarf, gloves. It will be November. I reread my list and thought I had remembered everything. Then I pictured arriving back in the hut and how the tree had fallen on the door, which was why I'd had to leave through the tunnel in the first place. I needed a way to get out of the damaged structure. I picked up my pen and wrote down one more item, a tool to use to get out of the hut. Satisfied that I had thought of everything, I decided to gather what I could and stash the items in my room somewhere. First, I went out to the garage to look through Dad's tools. I wasn't sure what tool would be good to use to get out of the hut that was also small enough to carry on my journey. As I was about to begin my search, I heard Goldie scratching at the garage door and let her in. Happy to have the company, I gave her a hug and enjoyed the feeling of her unconditional love. She didn't care what size my body was. She just wanted to be with me. I need to look for a tool, I told her. She panted happily, her tail wagging. I dug around in Dad's stuff, choosing one item before discarding it, then another, until finally I decided on a small axe. It would make my backpack heavier, but it was crucial that I get out of that hut once I followed the tunnel back to the cellar. With Goldie following me, I carried the axe up to my room and hid it under my mattress. As I thought about Mom's reaction if she found it hidden in my room, I laughed, which made Goldie bark. She'll think I've gone insane, I said to Goldie. Or do you think it's normal for a teenage girl to hide an axe under her mattress? Next, I went into Mom's closet to see if she stored any flashlights there like my mom and Dad in the other world did. Standing on my tiptoes, I looked on the shelves and was happy to see several flashlights of varying sizes. I took them all down and set them on the floor, then turned on each one to see which ones were working and had the brightest light. One didn't even have any batteries in it, but 2 of them worked great. I put all but those 2 back on the shelf, then took the 2 that I had selected to my room. I looked around and wondered where I could put them. They didn't necessarily need to be hidden, but I wanted to keep all of my supplies together, and some of the items, like the food and water, would bring unwanted questions from Amy or Mom. Then it occurred to me that I could put everything in a pillowcase and then put it in the garage. In my other world, the garage had been Dad's domain, so I figured that was true here too. If I stashed my supplies in a cabinet in the garage, the chances of someone finding them would be slim. Feeling good about my plans, I went into the kitchen to see what food I could take for my journey. As I looked through our half-empty pantry, guilt swept over me for even considering taking any food, but I would need something. I noticed a box of the power bars everyone seemed to like so much, and I picked it up, wondering if I should take a few. I read the front of the package with interest. Now available in 3 additional flavors. 75 calories and all the nutrition you need. Includes a federally approved appetite suppressant. If all of the promises were true, and it included an appetite suppressant, no wonder so many kids at school ate them for lunch. I decided to try one to see if they tasted any good. I took one out of the box and unwrapped it, then took a small bite. The flavor was actually pretty good, but I wondered what was in it. Like, was it really safe? I ate the whole thing and figured unless I ate them by the paletful, I should be fine. In any case, they would be a good thing to bring on my journey back to my world. But was I willing to take food from Mom's pantry when she had so little? Then I remembered the $20 I'd taken from the candies. What kind of a person was I becoming that I just helped myself to the belongings of others? Frowning, I decided I would use the money to buy extra batteries for the flashlights, as well as water and a box of power bars. Feeling better about my options, I closed the cupboard and went upstairs to the linen closet and found a king-size pillowcase. I put the flashlights inside as well as the axe, then carried the bundle downstairs and out to the garage. I looked inside the cabinets and found where Dad had put some extra cans of paint. Stuffing the pillowcase behind the cans, I made sure it was somewhat hidden, then closed the cabinet. I went back into the house just as Amy and the boys got home. Now that I'd begun making preparations to leave, and not knowing for sure how my journey would end, I had an unexpected desire to spend time with my siblings. What if I went through the tunnel, and when I reached the hut, I was in a different world altogether? A world where my family didn't even exist. The thought made my heart ache. I desperately wanted to get back to the world I was used to, but was I willing to take the risk? "Hi, Morgan," Brandon said. "Hi, buddy." I smiled at him, noticing for the first time in a long time what a sweet face he had. "Hey, how about I help you with your homework so Mom doesn't have to tonight?" "I don't want to do my homework," he said, a look of unhappiness on that sweet face. "I know, that's how I feel about my homework too, but you know what?" "What?" "If you get it over with right after school, then you have more time for fun stuff the rest of the day." "I guess," he said, though he obviously still didn't like the idea. A few minutes later, I had him and Zach sitting at the table working through their assignments. Needless to say, when Mom came home and the boys announced that they had already finished their homework, she was thrilled. When we sat down to dinner, I made an extra effort to be engaged in the conversation, feeling a new appreciation for my family. I also noticed I wasn't as hungry as I usually was, and wondered if that was due to the appetite suppressant in the power bar. Later that evening, when the doorbell rang, I rushed to answer it before any of my younger siblings could get to the door. The only downside to that was how eager I must have appeared to Connor. "Hi, Morgan." I smiled at him and tried to act casual, not like I had been waiting all evening for him to stop by, which I had been. "Hi, do you want to come in?" "Sure." Kind of surprised that he did, I opened the door wider. He walked into the living room to the gawking stares of my family. Reluctantly, I introduced him to everyone. Mom was nice enough to take the kids upstairs so we wouldn't have to visit under their curious gazes. "You can put the groceries on the counter." I pointed toward the kitchen and then watched as he set the bag he'd been holding on the counter. Then he turned toward me. "I really appreciate you doing this for me, Morgan." Even though I felt slightly used, my heart warmed under his attention. "I like to bake, so it's no big deal." "Even so, I want you to know that it's nice of you." "Do you want to sit down?" "I wish I could stay, but I didn't get all of my homework done." Hiding my disappointment behind a nod, I said, "Okay, well, I guess I'll see you at school tomorrow." After he left, I immediately started making the cookies. Even though it felt like he only liked me for my baking services, I made the cookies anyway. Then I thought about our almost kiss and wondered whether he had briefly lost his mind or if perhaps he actually did like me for more than what I could do in the kitchen. I popped a cookie in my mouth and smiled, thinking about Connor's comment that every time he ate one of my cookies, he thought about me. The next day at school, Connor sought me out, which pleased me immensely. "I have something for you," I said, a secret smile on my face. "I was hoping you would." Being as discreet as possible, I handed over the cookies and he stashed them in his backpack. "You're the best, Morgan." The sound of my name coming from him made my heart skip a beat, although the message he was sending frustrated me. "I think you're just using me for my ability to bake cookies." He looked as surprised by my comment as I felt. I hadn't meant to say that out loud, but once the words were out, I was glad I had said them. "Is that what you think?" To my pleasure, he actually looked dismayed. "Well, kind of, yeah." "Wow, I'm really sorry I came across that way." He paused. "Let me make it up to you. I have to work tonight, but tomorrow's Saturday. Let's hang out." Was he actually asking me on a date? "Okay, I think I can fit you in." He grinned. "Cool. I'll come by your house after work, about 4 o'clock. I'll have something fun planned." "All right." "Hey, what's your cell number?" I don't have a cell phone." "Oh. I hoped you didn't think I was a complete loser." "That's cool." He reached into his backpack and took out a scrap of paper and wrote something on it. "Here's my number." He held it out. "You know, just in case." I took it from him, grateful he hadn't canceled our date then and there. "Thanks." "See you later, Morgan." His smile made me forget my lack of a cell phone, and I smiled back, thrilled to have his attention focused solely on me. I headed toward class and found myself actually looking forward to talking to Lori now that I had some news to share. Chapter 34. When I slid into the seat next to Lori, I couldn't hide my happiness and knew Lori would see it too. Feeling her eyes on me, I ignored her and pulled out my notebook, slowly turning to a blank page. Out of the corner of my eye, I could see her turned in my direction. I set my pencil down next to my notebook and glanced at her, but didn't say anything. As I thought about how much fun I was going to have with Connor on our date, I couldn't keep the grin off of my face. "What's going on, Morgan?" Should I tell her about my date? "I'm just happy about something." "What is it?" Surprised that she was having a civil conversation with me, I almost didn't say anything. But then I thought about the baton tug and how she had deliberately interrupted the day before when Connor had been about to kiss me, and then how she'd made me leave with her to go to the locker room. All worry about her feelings fled. "I can't tell you, Lori. It's kind of private." As I waited for her to respond, I saw her face redden. "It's about Connor, isn't it?" Her lips twisted with jealousy. A warning bell went off in my head, but I ignored it, too excited about my news to listen to my internal caution. "As a matter of fact, it is." I paused dramatically. "He's taking me on a date tomorrow." Lori's eyes seemed to flash, but then she became very calm. "I hope you have a good time." "Thank you." I was glad she hadn't gotten upset. There was no track practice that afternoon, and I didn't see Connor again until school got out. This time, Anne drove home with us, and when we got to my house and I climbed out of the car, Connor grinned at me. "I'll see you tomorrow." I smiled back. "I'll be here." I glanced at Anne, who looked confused. "Bye, Anne." I would let Connor explain to his sister what was going on. I closed the car door, then waved as they pulled away from my house. Practically skipping to the door, I went inside and set my backpack on the floor before going into the kitchen and cleaning up the dishes left in the sink from breakfast. When I was done, I began straightening up the rest of the house, my happiness giving me extra energy. Then I decided I should take another stab at trying to find the tunnel opening on the satellite map website. Once I was on the website, I began my search, and after scouring an area a distance from the hut, I found a spot that looked promising. I zoomed in, impressed with the clarity of the image. It really looked like an opening of some sort. Making a note of the GPS coordinates, I zoomed back out until I could see the hut. The distance looked like it could be right. Hope surged through me. I could actually get back there. Of course, I would need to get a GPS device to lead me there, or all hope was pretty much lost. When Mom got home, I would see if she had one. The rest of the kids got home a little while later, and I tried in vain to keep them from messing up the house before Mom could get home and see how nice everything looked. I managed to get the boys occupied in a game just before Mom got home. I noticed how tired she looked, and it occurred to me how hard it must be for her to have Dad gone and not to be able to talk to him or anything. What kind of world was this where families were torn apart just because someone weighed too much? But knowing I had an excellent chance of getting home filled me with unrestrained optimism. On top of that, I had my date with Connor to look forward to. Things were definitely looking up. "Hi, Morgan," Mom said, interrupting my thoughts. "How was school?" "It was great," I said with a bright smile. Mom smiled back, and I was glad my enthusiasm was contagious. "What was so great about school?" she asked. I blushed, knowing I was never that excited about school. "Actually, it was something that happened at school. You know that boy who stopped by last night? Connor?" "The good-looking boy with brown hair?" "Yes." "Yeah?" "He asked me out on a date." "Really? That's great." To my surprise, Mom seemed genuinely excited. "I knew you'd make friends here." I should have known that was her underlying concern, that I would never get out of my shell or make any friends. I pushed aside my annoyance and focused on my happiness. "When is this big date?" she asked. "Tomorrow afternoon." The smile on her face vanished, and a bad feeling spread across my chest. "What?" "I'm so sorry, Morgan, but I have to work tomorrow afternoon, and I need you to babysit." "What?" I squeaked. Yes, my voice actually squeaked. I swallowed hard over the lump that had suddenly formed in my throat. "What about Amy? Can she babysit?" Mom glanced at Amy, who was sitting on the couch pretending to read a book. I could tell she was watching us out of the corner of her eye, but she didn't say anything. "I don't feel comfortable yet leaving her in charge of your brothers." "Why not?" I asked as Brandon yelled at the top of his lungs that Zach had cheated in their game. "I did not," Zach shouted back. Mom's attention drifted to the boys as they began wrestling on the floor, both of them near tears. I glanced at Amy again, whose gaze was glued to the pages of her book, and I knew Mom was right. Amy wouldn't be able to handle the boys for a long period of time. Mom would probably come home to find Amy tied up while the boys tore the house apart. My shoulders slumped as thoughts of my dream date faded. I grabbed the cordless phone and went up to my room where I dug Connor's number out of my backpack. Then I sat on my bed and dialed his number. After a few rings, he answered, and as his voice filled my head, I momentarily lost my train of thought. "Hello?" he asked a second time. "Connor, hi, this is Morgan." "Oh, hey, Morgan, what's up?" "I'm sorry to bother you." "No problem. I'm at work, but it's okay." "Oh, well, I was just calling to tell you I can't go with you tomorrow after all." "Okay." He paused. "Is everything all right?" "It's just that my mom has to work, so I have to babysit my younger brothers." He paused again, and I worried he would think I was a total loser. "How old are they?" "What?" Why would he care? "Your brothers, how old are they?" They're 8 and 10. "Why don't you bring them with us?" I pulled the phone away from my ear and looked at it, not sure I'd heard him right. "What?" "Morgan, I was going to take you bowling. They're old enough to come along. There's no reason we can't still go. They can play too." "Really?" I barely managed to stop the squeak that nearly came out. "Sure." "Okay, I guess that would work." "Cool. I've got to get back to work, but I'll see you tomorrow." "Yeah, okay." Pressing the off button, I raced downstairs to tell Mom the news. "Are you sure you want to do that?" she asked, a look of uncertainty on her face. "It's either that or don't go at all." "If you're sure," she said. I glanced at my brothers, who were now quietly watching TV. "They're not that bad." When I looked back at Mom, she just smiled. "Hey, Mom?" "Yes?" "Do you have a GPS device?" "You know how Dad is about getting gadgets. We got one before he left." She paused. "Why?" When she mentioned Dad leaving, my heart lurched a little as I was reminded yet again about the craziness of this world. But that was exactly why I needed to use Mom's GPS. "Can I borrow it sometime? Is it mobile?" "Yes, it's mobile, But why would you need to borrow it? I just have such a bad sense of direction. I thought it would be interesting to use it sometime. The lie came easily, and I felt ashamed. But my reason for lying was legitimate, and if Mom knew what had happened, assuming she would believe me, which I knew she wouldn't, she would let me do what I needed to do. Is it in the car? Yes. Do you mind if I see how it works? No. She smiled. It's the least I can do after you work so hard to clean the house. I smiled back, her appreciation warming me. Besides, she said, I never use it. I have the GPS on my cell phone, but you know Dad, he couldn't resist getting a new gadget. I went out to the car and found the device in the glove compartment. Evidently, she hadn't used it in a while because the battery was dead. I brought it in the house and plugged it in, then played with the commands. It didn't take long to figure out how to enter the coordinates for both the hut and the tunnel and set them as favorites. Just to try it out, I selected the saved favorite for the tunnel. After a minute, the GPS had acquired the satellite, and the first direction I would need to take appeared on the screen. My heart pounded. I was one step closer to getting home. Before I went to bed, I put the GPS and its charger in the pillowcase with the other items, and felt comforted knowing it was there when I was ready. Chapter 35. When Connor knocked on the door the next afternoon, Zach and Brandon raced to answer it before I could stop them. They were beyond excited to go with us. Had they ever gone bowling before? "Morgan, he's here! He's here!" Brandon yelled from the open doorway. I blushed as I looked at Connor standing right next to my 8-year-old brother. Trying to pretend I wasn't as excited as them, I said, "Yes, thank you." But when my eyes met Connor's, and I saw his lips curve into a broad smile, my heart began pounding so hard that I thought I was in danger of passing out. "Aren't you going to invite him in?" Zach asked loudly from the entryway. Yeah." I tried to unobtrusively wipe my suddenly sweaty hands on my jeans, then I motioned toward the living room, glad I had taken a few minutes to straighten up. "Come in." "Thanks," he said as he walked past Brandon, who still held the door open. He walked toward me and stopped a few feet away, then turned and faced my brothers, who were barely controlling their excitement. "Okay, guys, who's ready to go bowling?" "We are," they shouted in unison. I couldn't help but laugh at their reaction. Connor turned to me. "What about you? Are you ready?" He stepped closer and murmured, "After all, you're the one I really want to spend time with." This time my heart felt like it had stopped beating for a moment, and just when I thought of a clever answer, Brandon yelled, "What are you guys talking about over there?" My clever answer evaporated as the blood left my brain and rushed to my cheeks, but Connor turned away from me and didn't seem to notice my embarrassment. "All right," Connor said as he walked toward the open door. "Let's get this show on the road." I followed him as I took a deep breath to try to calm my emotions. He turned to make sure I was coming and winked at me. We'd been on our date for less than 5 minutes, but already I was falling harder for him. After herding the boys into the car, he opened the passenger door for me and I slid into the seat. He climbed into the driver's side, then turned to the rear where Zach and Brandon were bouncing on the seat. "You have to put your seatbelts on before we can go anywhere." I looked at him in surprise. It seemed most teenagers didn't care about seatbelts, though my mom had always drilled it into us to wear ours. "What?" he asked, catching me looking at him. I just smiled. He grinned, then leaned toward me and whispered, "I think it'll be better if they're locked down back there, don't you?" This time I laughed as I nodded. "How do you know so much about little boys? You don't have any brothers, right?" "Number 1, I used to be a little boy. Number 2, I have 3 nephews close to their age." "We're ready, Connor," Zach said. "Good job, guys," he replied as he looked back to make sure they were actually belted in. The drive to the bowling alley was uneventful. I was almost afraid to talk to Connor for fear that Zach or Brandon would jump into the conversation and say something embarrassing. A short time later, we arrived, and as soon as the car stopped, the boys were pushing past each other to get out of the car. "They're sure full of energy," Connor said, as we watched them dash toward the entrance. I wasn't sure if that was a compliment or a complaint. "Yeah." I began to walk faster. And we'd better hurry or they'll destroy the place before we get inside. Connor laughed as he caught up with me and we rushed inside. To my relief, the boys were actually waiting for us. You guys are slowpokes, Brandon announced. I tried to keep up, but you guys are just too fast for me. When I saw the look of delight on Brandon's face, my heart melted for Connor. He was being so sweet to my brothers even though he had no reason to. The 4 of us went to the counter and rented our shoes, and Connor paid for the lane. We had to spend some time showing my little brothers how to bowl, confirming my suspicion that this was their first time. Even though it seemed Connor was giving more attention to Zach and Brandon than to me, I couldn't help but smile as I watched the 3 of them having fun. After we'd been bowling for about 45 minutes, I sat on one of the chairs by our lane. To my delight, Connor slid into the seat next to me. I think they're getting the hang of it, he said, motioning to my brothers who jumped in excitement any time a pin fell over. Yeah, they had a good teacher. Thanks, it was fun to teach them. He leaned closer to me and my pulse surged. What about you? Do you need some private lessons? Am I doing that bad? I asked with a laugh. That's not what I meant. He smiled. I just thought it would be nice to have some time on an actual date instead of babysitting. I see how it is. You're just using my brothers to get close to me. Yeah, that's it. Though I was exhilarated by the attention he was giving me, I had to control my eagerness. After all, I would be gone in less than 6 weeks. Are you hungry? A little, I said, though I was actually ravenous. Great, I'll get us something to eat. I watched him walk away and went to help Brandon, who was having trouble holding the bowling ball right. I was so focused on my brothers that I didn't realize someone had stopped beside me until I heard my name. Startled, I spun around to see Lori standing there, a smirk on her face. I didn't mean to scare you, she said. What are you doing here? I blurted. Bowling, duh. She laughed and turned toward 3 girls standing a little ways behind her. They laughed too. I hadn't seen Lori or her crew and felt awkward to have them watching me. How sweet of you to take your baby brothers bowling. I'm not a baby, Brandon shouted. Whatever, Lori said, rolling her eyes. I fought the urge to slap her. I'll let you get back to your babysitting, Lori said with a look of derision. Actually, I began, about to explain I was on a date with Connor, but just then Brandon shouted, Food! We all turned to see Connor carrying sandwiches in one hand and a pitcher of water in the other. At the look of shock on Lori's face, I couldn't keep the bright smile from blossoming on my lips. Like I was about to say, I'm not just here with my brothers. I paused as Lori turned back to me. But I guess you can see that. Lori's face was flushed, and she didn't say a word as she stared at me. Excuse me, I said as I moved past her. Then I dropped my voice to a whisper as I turned back toward her. I'm going to eat some sandwiches with my date. At her look of fury, I wondered if I'd pushed the wrong buttons, but I couldn't seem to help myself. I wanted her to feel jealous. I wanted her to know she couldn't control me. I knew it was stupid. In a few weeks, none of it would matter. Maybe that's why I was being so bold, because I knew I wouldn't be around to deal with the consequences. It gave me a feeling of invincibility. Let's go, Lori said to the 3 girls who had been waiting for orders from her. See ya, Lori, Connor called after her as she stormed away. The look of fury I'd seen moments before fled as she smiled at Connor. This time I was the one rolling my eyes, but my attention quickly turned away from Lori and toward Connor and the boys. I slid into a seat at the table and grabbed a napkin before picking up one of the sandwiches. We enjoyed our snack, and soon we were back to bowling. Connor grabbed his bowling ball and had just rolled it down the lane when we heard his name called over the speakers. Connor Matthews, please come to the main guest area. I wonder what's going on. I watched him walk away, a bad feeling beginning in my gut. A few minutes later he was back, a worried look on his face. We need to go. What's up? I asked, starting to feel worried too. I don't know. They got a call saying there's some sort of emergency and I need to get home right away. I tried calling my parents, but they didn't answer. My forehead creased in concern as I wondered what was going on. Why didn't they call your cell phone? I don't know. I turned to my brothers, who were taking turns rolling the bowling ball down the lane, oblivious to this new drama. "Hey guys," I said as I walked up behind them, "I'm sorry, but we've got to go." "Aw," Brandon said. "How come?" "Connor has to get home." "Connor, we don't want to go," Zach said. "Sorry, guys, but the fun has to end sometime. I promise I'll bring you bowling again, though, okay?" "Okay," they said, obviously resigned to leaving. We quickly gathered our things and headed toward the exit. Just as we turned to the door, I glanced to the side and saw Lori sitting a short distance away, watching us with a smirk. Chapter 36. We pulled up to my house, and as Zach and Brandon raced to the front door, I sat in my seat, waiting to see what Connor's next move would be. He climbed out of the driver's seat and came around to my side, then opened the door and held out his hand. As our fingers touched, anticipation coursed through me. He smiled at me as he helped me from the car. He held on to my hand as we walked toward the front door, and I thought my heart would burst from happiness. "Come on, guys," Zach said, clearly exasperated at our slow pace. "I need to pee." My face burned, and I had to let go of Connor's hand to dig the keys out of my purse. I let the boys into the house. Connor stood next to me on the porch, and I turned to face him. "I'd invite you in, but—" "Yeah, I've got to get home and see what's going on." "I had fun bowling with you." I bit the inside of my lip and glanced at the ground in anticipation of what would come next. But when I looked back at Connor, he wasn't even looking at me and seemed distracted. "Connor?" I felt forgotten and unimportant. "Yeah?" Then he seemed to remember I was there. "Oh, sorry. Hey, I had fun too, but I've really got to go. See you at school on Monday, okay?" "Yeah, okay." He smiled for a second, but it was quickly replaced by a look of worry. "Bye, Morgan." I frowned as he turned his back and hurried to his car. Not wanting to watch him drive away, I went into the house and closed the door before he'd even turned on the engine. "That was so fun, Morgan," Brandon said. "I want to go again. Make Connor take me again, okay? Okay, Morgan?" His excited voice dug into my nerves, and I had to use what little self-control I had not to yell at him. I took in a deep breath, then exhaled slowly and smiled as best I could. "I'll see what I can do. Now why don't you go play in your room for a while?" "Okay," he said happily before speeding up the stairs. As I sunk onto the couch, I sighed dramatically, allowing myself to feel pity that my date had gone so poorly. First, it was hardly a date and more like a babysitting job. Then we had to cut it short because of some kind of family thing, and to top it all off, there was no kiss at the end. I leaned my head against the couch cushions and reminded myself that I should stop being so self-centered, and instead I should be worried about Connor's family emergency. What if something had happened to Anne or one of his parents? As I imagined something happening to someone I loved, I sat up straight. Of course I wouldn't be thinking about dates and kissing. I'd be worried about my family, especially if I had no idea what was going on. No wonder Connor was distracted. Now I felt like an insensitive idiot for only thinking about myself, and Connor probably thought I was a jerk for not asking what I could do. I began sinking into self-pity, but then I remembered how distracted Connor had been. He probably hadn't noticed my lack of sensitivity. In fact, it seemed he'd barely thought about me at all. Maybe he won't think I'm a jerk, I consoled myself, and I can make up for it by calling him and seeing if I can help. Plus, I really did want to make sure everything was okay at his house. Feeling better about myself, but now beginning to worry for Connor, I went into the kitchen and grabbed the phone before dialing Connor's cell phone. He answered immediately. "Hi, it's me, Morgan." "Oh, hi." I frowned at the obvious disappointment in his voice. Maybe I shouldn't have called. I was just wondering if everything's okay." He sighed. "I don't know. No one was home when I got here, and I don't know where they are. I called my mom's cell phone, but then I heard it ringing in the kitchen. She must have left in a hurry, and my dad's just went to voicemail. I have no idea what's going on. If they took the time to track me down, they could have at least left a note." Several scenarios flashed through my mind, but I didn't want to share them with him since it would just make things worse. "Is there anything I can do to help?" I finally asked. "Thanks, but I don't think so." "Will you call me when you find anything out?" "Sure." "Okay, talk to you later." "Bye, Morgan. Thanks for calling." I hung up and went back to the couch, then picked up the TV remote from the coffee table and flipped through the channels. I wasn't able to focus on any of the programs as I waited to hear something from Connor. After an hour, I was tempted to call him again, but didn't want to hear the disappointment in his voice when he realized it was only me. Patience had never been my strong point, but I forced myself to wait. When the phone rang 2 hours after I talked to Connor, I jumped. Then I hurried to the phone and answered. It was Connor. "So what's going on?" I asked, skipping all small talk. "Nothing." "What do you mean? You haven't found them yet?" "No. I mean, my mom and Ann came home a few minutes ago and had no idea what I was talking about. They'd been out shopping, and my mom said she'd been charging her phone and had forgotten to put it in her purse." "What about your dad?" "My mom said she talked to him earlier, just before he'd gone into a meeting. That's why he hadn't answered his phone when I tried. After I told her what happened, she tried him again and he finally answered. He didn't know of anything wrong." "That's weird." "Yeah. Maybe the guy at the bowling alley got me confused with someone else." "Maybe, but that's annoying. It kind of ruined our afternoon." "That's for sure." The image of Lori smirking as we were leaving the bowling alley came to mind, and my eyebrows pulled together. Could she have had anything to do with the mysterious phone call to Connor? I shook my head, not able to believe she would do something so transparent. That would be just plain mean. Was she capable of something like that? I opened my mouth to tell Connor my suspicion, but then decided against it. It would sound crazy, and he might think I was implying that Lori wanted to interfere with our relationship. But since we didn't really have a relationship, that would just make us both feel awkward. "I don't know about you, but I'm kind of exhausted. I've spent the last 2 hours driving myself crazy with worry. Now I just want to chill for a while." I frowned. I'd been hoping he would suggest we continue our date. "Yeah, okay." "See you Monday?" "Yeah. Bye, Connor." We hung up, and this time I allowed myself to wallow in pity for a while. Then I thought about Lori. On Monday, I was going to flat out ask her if she was behind this. Chapter 37. On Sunday, Mom wanted to take all of us on a picnic. She said she felt bad that she hadn't spent much time with us lately. We drove to a nearby park, and we all helped carry a large blanket, along with the food she'd brought. It wasn't like the picnics I was used to having, where Mom made thick sandwiches and a large bowl of potato salad and brownies for dessert. Instead, she brought sliced vegetables, whole wheat pita bread stuffed with a tofu-based mixture, a thermos of cold water, and fruit for dessert. Though the food wasn't what I was used to, I still enjoyed spending time with my family. Mom brought a frisbee, and we threw it back and forth for a while, then the boys played on the nearby play equipment while Mom, Amy, and I watched. As I sat with them on a bench, I realized that in the 2 weeks I'd been there, I'd spent more time with my family than I had in a long time. I was eager to get home to the world I had come from, but I had to admit that it hadn't been too bad here. Monday morning when I got to class, Lori was in her usual seat, and I slid into the seat next to her. I'd been gearing up to confront her about what had happened at the bowling alley, but before I got the words out, she asked, "How was your date?" Her expression didn't betray any secrets. "It was fantastic," I lied, a smile plastered on my face. I'd been about to call her on her trick when I realized it would be more fun to make her think her ploy had been a miserable failure. "Really? Connor sure seemed in a big hurry to leave." "Oh, that." I flung my hand upward like it was no big deal. "My little brother got sick, so we had to take him home. But it all worked out, because by the time we got to my house, my mom was home from work, so Connor was able to take me out. Just the two of us. It was actually a good thing we left early." Wow, I sounded so confident that I even began to believe it. "That's not what I heard." Had she followed us and seen Connor dump me off at my house before he rushed home? I didn't know my dating life was a topic of conversation. I paused, gathering my courage, wondering if my next words were a good idea. But when I thought about the way she'd interfered with my life, I got so mad that I couldn't help it. I wanted to push her buttons. "I guess when you don't have a life of your own, other people's lives can be fascinating. Huh, Lori?" My heart pounded as I watched her face turn beet red. When she spoke, her teeth were clenched so tight that her lips barely moved. "You'd better watch yourself." I hesitated as adrenaline pulsed through my veins, but then I said what I was thinking. "Or what?" She stared at me, then her fury melted away and a serene expression appeared on her face. "You'll just have to wait and see." Her calmness scared me more than the rage, because I had a feeling she had already thought of a way to punish me. Even so, my curiosity got the better of me, and after a short pause, I said, "You said you heard something about my date, Lori. What was it?" She stared right into my eyes. "I heard Connor couldn't stand being around your little brothers or you, so he took you guys home." "What?" I said a little too loudly, getting the attention of the students sitting nearby. "That's not true." Lori just smiled. "Where'd you hear that?" "You know, around." The teacher chose that moment to stand in front of the class. I shook my head in frustration and turned away from Lori. I was certain she had made that up to get back at me for what I'd said. After all, nobody had even known that Connor and I were going on a date. "Lori," the teacher said, "I'd like you to lead us in the pledge today." "I'd love to." Lori glanced at me, then strode to the front of the class. I stood with everyone else and said the words without even thinking. Then, as we sat down, I ignored Lori and half listened as the teacher spoke. When class ended, I gathered my things and left the classroom as fast as I could. What Lori had said really bothered me. I knew it wasn't true, so I wasn't sure why. Maybe it was because I didn't want anyone else to believe it either. As the morning went on, I wasn't sure if it was my imagination, but it seemed like people were looking at me funny. By the time lunch came around, I'd become completely paranoid that people were talking about me. I saw Anne sitting at a table and sat next to her. "Hi there, Morgan." People were just starting to come in, so no one else was at our table yet. Anne had already set out her lunch, an apple and a power bar. "Hi," I said, as I pulled my lunch bag out of my backpack. Feeling a little guilty that my meal wasn't quite as meager as Anne's, I nevertheless set out the goods, half a sandwich, an apple, and a baggie with 3 of my homemade cookies. Even though I'd recently heard that treats like my cookies were forbidden on school grounds, I thought the idea was so ridiculous that I almost felt a need to dare someone to tell on me. I pulled out my sandwich and began eating. As I chewed, I decided to get right to the heart of my concerns before anyone else joined us. "Hey, Anne?" "Yeah?" she asked as she nibbled on the power bar. "I know this will sound dumb, but have you heard anyone talking about me today?" To my surprise, she nodded, and my heart lurched. "It was kind of weird, actually," she said. "I heard a couple of people saying something about your date with Connor, how he didn't want to be there with you. What do you think that was all about?" I couldn't believe this was happening. I knew Lori was behind the rumor, but what could I do about it? People would believe what they wanted to. As I thought about people laughing at me behind my back, I took another bite of my sandwich to distract myself from the tears of humiliation that were pressing at the backs of my eyes. As I furiously chewed, my mind raced, and I finished my sandwich without tasting it. I inhaled deeply, then slowly released my breath. "You don't believe them, do you, Anne?" "No, of course not. Connor's my brother, and I know he likes you." Pure joy shot through me, crushing all of my other feelings. I savored her comment, picturing Connor's smiling face. "Anne, I think Lori started that rumor." I actually grinned as I spoke. "I would think you'd be less happy about it." Laughing at her puzzlement, I said, "Oh, believe me, I'm mad at Lori. I'm just happy you think Connor likes me." I picked up my apple and took a bite. Anne smiled. "Okay, but what makes you so sure it was Lori?" I swallowed the bite I'd been chewing. "Because she and her friend saw us there, and then in class this morning, she was all too happy to tell me what she'd heard." I did air quotes on that. Anne nodded as she finished off her power bar. And I suppose you think she had something to do with the phone call Connor got at the bowling alley? Don't you? I guess it's possible. Who else could it have been? Maybe the guy at the bowling alley misunderstood, or maybe he gave Connor the message when he was supposed to give it to someone else. Her arguments were valid, and I found myself gnawing on the inside of my lip as I considered that it had all been a big misunderstanding. I think I might know how I can find out, Anne said, glancing over my shoulder. I turned to see who she was looking at and saw Lori and her pals getting in line to buy some lunch. Either they hadn't seen us, or they were ignoring us. Do you trust me? Anne asked. I turned back to face her, not sure what she was implying. Yes? A sly smile appeared briefly on her face, then a look of anger replaced it. She stood abruptly and frowned at me. No, Morgan, she said loudly enough for pretty much everyone in the lunchroom to hear. No, you need to stay away from me, my brother, and my whole family, okay? Is that too hard for you to understand? My mouth hung open and tears sprang to my eyes. Although I was certain she was just putting on a show for a reason known only to her, it had taken me by surprise. I watched as she gathered her things, completely snubbing me now, and walked past me to another table. My lunch forgotten, I grabbed my backpack and stumbled toward the nearest door. As I pushed the door open, I glanced toward the lunchroom and saw everyone staring at me. Mortified, I was about to walk through the door, but then movement at another door caught my eye, and I saw Connor just entering the lunchroom. He had missed the whole show. He seemed to notice something was going on, but before he looked my way, I hurried out of the room and rushed down the hall, letting the door slam shut behind me. I went to the rest of my classes in a daze, reminding myself that Anne had just been pretending, but the feelings churning inside me were genuine. I felt completely alone. It seemed everyone had not only heard the rumor that Connor hated me so much that he had to end the date early, but everyone had either witnessed or heard about Anne's outburst in the lunchroom. I was certain each and every student at my school thought I was a total and complete loser. When the bell rang to allow us to go home, relief swept over me. I had been tempted to leave school early, but had decided if I did, it would be even harder to come to school the next day. Before I left, I needed to go to my locker to pick up a textbook. As I walked down the hall, I stared at the ground, not wanting to make eye contact with anyone. People snickered as I passed, but I pretended not to hear. As I approached my locker, I looked up and saw something taped to my locker door. Hurrying closer, I stood in front of it and stared. Someone had drawn a picture of a person who I assumed was supposed to be me, but this person was extremely overweight, and taped just above the drawing was the baggie of home-baked cookies I had left in the lunchroom when I'd run out. I ripped the cookies and the drawing off of the door and stuffed them both into my backpack. I hate it here, I thought. Hot tears filled my eyes. Blinking several times to clear them, I faced my locker until I had gotten myself under control. I was supposed to go to track practice, but there was no way I could face Connor. Instead of heading to the locker room, I strode out of the school building and began the long walk home. As I walked, I half hoped Connor would pull up next to me in his car, offer me a ride, and tell me to ignore what everyone was saying because he really liked me. But the closer I got to my house, the more I came to accept that he wouldn't be coming. I hated it in this world, and I wanted nothing more than to get home, to my real home. Then the startling thought occurred to me. What if I was wrong and I didn't need to wait until November to get home? What if I could get home now? If that was true, then I was suffering for no reason. I replayed my horrible day, my chest tightening with mortification. There was no way I would stay in this world for one more day. First thing in the morning, I would make my way to Fox Run and to the tunnel. Chapter 38. Now that the decision was made, all I needed to do was finish my preparations and get the heck out of there. I took a detour, stopping at a nearby grocery store to pick up the last of the supplies I needed. After placing everything in my backpack, I walked the rest of the way home, thinking about how I would get up north. Very few options came to mind. If I had some money, I could take the bus, but I didn't. And stealing from Mom, assuming she even had any money to steal, was something even I wasn't willing to do. I could convince Connor to drive me to Fox Run, but how I would talk him into that, I had no idea. I could hitch a ride. That had worked out pretty well for me to get here. I thought about Fred and how nice he had been. Fred! He had given me his phone number. Maybe I could call him and see if he would be willing to drive me back to Fox Run. All of my plans were falling into place. I walked faster and soon arrived home. No one was home yet, so the first thing I did was take the pillowcase out of the cabinet in the garage and carry it into my bedroom. I took out the GPS device and the charger, the flashlights and the axe, and set them on my bed. Then I took the items I'd bought at the grocery store, batteries, water, power bars, and set them next to the other things. When I heard the garage door open and my family come in the house, I unloaded my school stuff from my backpack and shoved in the items I'd laid out on my bed, then zipped it closed and put it in the closet. "Morgan?" Mom called up the stairs. "Yeah?" "I need your help. Can you come down here, please?" "Okay." I went downstairs to see what she wanted. "How was your day?" she asked. "All right." I paused. "What's up?" "Tonight is back to school night at Zach and Brandon's school, so we need to eat a little early. Can you start dinner?" "Sure, okay." This was the first time I'd been asked to make dinner, and I had no idea what to make. "Did you have something in mind?" Mom handed me a recipe. "We should have all the ingredients." Relieved that I wouldn't have to wing it, I read the recipe and began to pull out the items I would need. Following the recipe was relatively easy, and while I worked in the kitchen, I was able to fantasize about how the next day would go. I would easily find the tunnel, and then when I got to the hut, I would hack my way through the walls. Then I would hurry home, and it would be so wonderful to be back in my normal world. But what if the timing was all wrong? What if I needed to wait until November? What might happen then? When I came out of the hut, would I still be in this world? Or worse, would I be in another world altogether? Doubting now if my plan would work, I waffled on what to do. But then I decided I had to try. As I set dinner on the table, I tried to focus on the here and now. "This turned out great, Morgan," Mom said as we ate the casserole. "Thanks." "Can you make some cookies for dessert?" Brandon asked around his mouth full of food. His mention of cookies brought back the memory of all that had happened at school, and my joy in leaving was tempered by the humiliation that was still so fresh. "Not tonight," Mom said, before I had a chance to respond. "Why not?" he asked. "I like Morgan's cookies." Mom frowned as she glanced at me, and I felt like she was silently accusing me of something, though I had no idea what it could be. "I think we've had enough cookies for a while, son." Mom turned her eyes on me and raised her eyebrows, then turned her focus back to her meal. I thought I understood her message, "No more cookies, Morgan," though I didn't understand what the big deal was. It didn't matter anyway, now that I was planning on leaving. After we finished eating, Mom told Amy to clean up. "But it's Morgan's turn tonight," Amy said with a frown. "She made dinner," Mom said, then turned to me. "Besides, I need to talk to her." My happiness at not having to clean up was quickly replaced by worry at the tone of Mom's voice. Amy loudly sighed. "Fine." Mom stood from the table. "Morgan, let's go up to my room." As I followed her up the stairs, my worry grew. What could this be about? Had she heard about my humiliation at school? Mom sat at the foot of her bed and patted the spot next to her. "Sit down, Morgan." I did as she asked, but didn't say anything, waiting for her to take the lead. A look of sadness crept across her face, and my heart dropped. Whether in this world or the one I had come from, I knew that look. Disappointment. I couldn't imagine what I had done to elicit that response. "What?" I finally asked, my need to know overtaking my calm. Oh, Morgan, you know what? I shook my head, my mind jumping from one thing to another as I tried to figure out what it could be. The cookies, Morgan, the cookies! Fresh confusion swept over me. The cookies? What was she talking about? Frustration replaced the disappointment on her face. She obviously thought I should know exactly what she was talking about. I don't understand. She sighed and shook her head. I got a call today, from your school. I still didn't get it. Everyone had turned on me, and she was upset about cookies? Okay. Is there something you want to tell me? How I wished I knew what I was supposed to tell her. Although I knew I didn't want to tell her the truth, I would say, "Oh yeah, Mom, the whole school thinks I'm a complete loser and that Connor hates me. Oh, and the one person I thought was my friend? Connor's sister, Anne? Yeah, she turned on me too. I think it was just for show, but it seemed pretty real, so I'm not completely sure. Is that what I'm supposed to tell you? Oh, and by the way, tomorrow I'm going to head to our old house in Fox Run, so I can try to cross through a wormhole to get back to the world I came from, where being overweight isn't a crime." Instead, I said, "No, not really." "Let me tell you then." Her eyes kind of flashed when she said it, like she was livid, but at least I wouldn't have to guess. "Evidently, you were trying to distribute the cookies you made." Distribute? The way she said that word made alarm bells go off in my head, like I had done something seriously wrong by offering my homemade cookies to the kids at school, like I had been offering them drugs. "That was days ago, Mom." "I got the call today." She pursed her lips before going on. "You know you're not allowed to bring stuff like that to school, and passing them out to other kids is even worse." I didn't know what to say. It was so absurd. "I let you make those cookies for that boy, Connor?" I nodded. "But I didn't think I had to tell you not to take them into the school." She sighed. "Morgan, you know better." Actually, I didn't, but I couldn't tell her that, as I obviously should have known. "You're no longer allowed to make cookies for that boy." I frowned. That wouldn't be an issue, because with any luck, which I had to admit was not in abundance, by this time tomorrow I would be basking in the glow of my family back in a normal world. "Or for anyone else," she added, "including us." That caught me off guard. Not that it mattered now, but still. "Why not?" "It just doesn't look good for us, that's all." Doesn't look good to who? I thought. Though I wanted to ask, in this bizarre world there was no point in asking. Nothing made sense here. "Have I made myself clear, Morgan?" I nodded. She smiled, the first time she'd done that since we'd walked into her room. "Good. Now I need to take your brothers to their open house. I expect you to be working on your homework while I'm gone." "Okay." It didn't matter that I had no intention of doing my homework. As long as I agreed, that was all that mattered. As soon as Mom and the boys left, I went into the closet and took out the backpack. Amy was downstairs, so it was a good time to organize everything. I had to be ready by morning, so that when Mom thought I was on my way to school, I could head to Fox Run instead. Just as I was unzipping the backpack, the phone rang. I knew Amy would answer it, but I waited to take everything out of the backpack just in case. It was a good thing I waited, because a moment later, Amy came into our room. "I'm going over to Katrina's house to work on our group assignment." "Who's Katrina?" I asked. I remembered Amy telling me how she was having a hard time making friends. "She's new too, and she's nice." I smiled at my sister, glad she was having better luck than I was in the social department. "Okay, Amy, I'll let Mom know." "See ya!" She grabbed her backpack and left our room. I watched her leave, then turned my attention to my backpack. I unloaded everything and set each item out on my bed. Then I put everything back in, making sure it all fit together. I tucked the backpack into the closet, then dug through my desk, looking for Fred's phone number. I thought I had put it in the drawer, but now I didn't see it. The phone rang, and I almost didn't answer it, but then decided I should. What if it was Connor? It would be my only chance to say goodbye, although he wouldn't know it was goodbye. I hurried into Mom's room, but the cordless phone wasn't in the cradle, so I raced down the stairs and picked up the kitchen phone before it stopped ringing. Hello? Morgan? It was Anne. When I heard her voice, the day's events rushed through my mind, and I had a strong urge to hang up on her. Morgan, don't hang up, please. Obviously, she'd been able to sense my mood. What do you want, Anne? Look, I'm sorry about what happened, okay? I did it to convince Lori that I'm on her side, to find out what she had planned for you. Not sure how to respond, I stayed quiet. It paid off, Morgan. That's why I'm calling you, to warn you. Warn me? About what? They're coming, Morgan. Her words sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. Who? Who's coming, Anne? The enforcers. I shook my head, confused. Who? You need to get out, now. I had no idea what she was talking about, but the urgency in her voice was unmistakable. I don't understand. Where was I supposed to go? Who was coming? What was happening? Morgan, I just talked to Lori, and she told me her dad was sending enforcers to pick you up. Tonight. She said he gets a bonus if he finds people to take in. Take in? You know, to the F.A.T centers. Just as I was beginning to process this information, pounding sounded on the front door. Is that them? Anne asked, obviously hearing the noise. My mouth went dry, and I was unable to speak. What was happening? Who were these enforcers? What did they want with me? What was I supposed to do? Terror flooded my body. Morgan Campbell, a deep voice bellowed through the door. We have a declaration. Chapter 39. I had heard the expression, breaking out into a cold sweat, but I'd never experienced it until that moment. The blood drained from my face as my whole body went icy cold. Sweat formed on my forehead, and the phone slipped from my hand. I stared at the front door, paralyzed with fear. The door swung open, slamming against the wall. Amy must have left it unlocked when she left, I thought numbly, as I watched two large men walk into my house like they owned it. For all I knew, they did. They wore dark green uniforms and were fully armed. Same uniforms as the men I'd seen at the mall. They must have been enforcers too. Morgan Campbell, the larger of the two said, like he already knew the answer. Unable to speak, I stared at him. Vaguely, I could hear Anne's voice through the phone I dropped on the floor, screaming at me to run. My eyes met those of the man who had spoken to me. Answer me, he demanded. I managed to nod. Come with us. He stepped toward me, but didn't touch me. What is this about? I whispered. The second man looked at a device in his hand before looking back at me, a sneer on his face. You're above your approved weight. That wasn't right. I'd looked up my approved weight. I fell within the approved range. Then I remembered reading that F.A.T squad leaders had the authority to adjust the approved weight. Obviously, Lori's father had used his authority to make that change so he could get the bonus Anne had mentioned. All because Lori hated me. About to argue that my weight was fine, when I opened my mouth to speak, the man held up his hand. In addition, you've been distributing high-calorie items to minors. The absurdness of my crimes swept over me. I had to get out of there. I couldn't let these enforcers take me. My gaze darted to the left, then to the right, as I tried to figure out a path to freedom. The men watched me like they expected me to run. The smaller of the two men, though he was still quite large, walked past me and into the kitchen, blocking my path to the back door. My heart pounded and adrenaline surged through me as I glanced at the front door, which stood open. Though I knew my chances of escape were low, I had to try. I dodged to the side, running behind the couch, attempting to get to the front door, but the men moved quickly and easily blocked me, the larger of the two grabbing my arm. Where do you think you're going? He seemed to enjoy this game. I looked into his face, hoping to see kindness or empathy, but all I saw was the thrill of the hunt etched in his eyes. There was no chance he and his partner would let me go. He smiled, and dimples appeared on both cheeks. I frantically looked around the room for something that would help me get away. The phone caught my eye. I could still hear Anne's voice, which helped me feel less alone, although I knew there was nothing she could do for me. The men evidently heard it too, as the man clenching my arm motioned with his head for his partner to deal with the phone. The second man picked up the phone and pressed a button, abruptly cutting off Anne's voice. I was completely on my own. Knowing that no one would be coming to help me spurred me to act. I pulled my leg back and kicked the man holding onto my arm, but he hardly reacted. "Let me go!" I screamed, trying to yank my arm away. "I haven't done anything!" He calmly held on, obviously used to people resisting. As I imagined people being dragged away from their homes on a daily basis, then pictured my own dad being forcibly hauled away by these people, a fresh burst of adrenaline dumped into my veins, and I began fighting as if my life depended on it. For all I knew, my life did depend on it. But then something hard and cold jammed against my neck, then a powerful jolt of electricity raced through me. I slumped to the ground, unable to move. I'd been tasered. They zip-tied my hands behind my back, and I was helpless to stop them. "Grab that arm," Dimples said to his partner. They each took one of my upper arms and dragged me through the front door and out to their vehicle. They tossed me in the back seat like an old suitcase, slammed the door shut, and climbed into the front seats. We pulled away from my house. I had landed in an awkward position on my side, my face pressed into the seat back. Pure terror sliced into every nerve. I had no clue where they were taking me or what was going to happen next. Mom would have no idea where I was or what had happened. I could only hope Anne would tell her, or that someone would notify her. Did they even do that? Or did they just take your family members and not tell anyone? Did they care that your family would be worried about you? I doubted it. What would this do to Mom? Not just emotionally, but financially. I was going to be taken to a F.A.T center like Dad. How would Amy and the boys react? Though I couldn't move, tears filled my eyes and slowly slid down my cheeks. After a few minutes, I tried to move my legs and found that I could. Though my hands were bound behind my back, I was able to move my fingers. I managed to turn my head so that I could see the pair of enforcers sitting in the front seat. Metal bars separated us. I tilted my head to look at the door nearest me to see if there was a way to open it, but it didn't have a handle or a way to open the window. I assumed the other door was the same, though I couldn't get a look from where I lay. Obviously, they didn't want their prisoners escaping. I'm a prisoner. The realization stunned me. Not only had I never imagined I'd be a prisoner, but being taken away for the crime of being a few pounds overweight, as well as sharing my cookies with classmates? The idea was the most ludicrous thing I could have imagined, but what I had just experienced was all too real, much worse than what had happened at school. As I replayed what had happened this evening, I thought about my conversation with Anne. She'd said Lori had told her that her dad was sending the enforcers to pick me up. How would Lori know that? Why would her dad tell her? Did he tell her any time he was going to haul away one of her classmates? Or could this have happened because Lori convinced her dad to make it happen? She hated me. That much I was sure of. And Connor had told me that she could be a bully to people she didn't like. I pictured Lori's face and felt a white-hot hatred like I had never felt before. But what did it matter? Knowing who had instigated this didn't change the fact that I was now in the custody of the enforcers and that I was going to some sort of prison for fat people. I had to forget about Lori and instead focus on my situation. I needed to stay calm and figure out a way to escape. I had been so close to leaving, hours away. Now nothing was certain, except the fact that I was a prisoner. As I considered the real possibility that I might not be able to get to the hut by November 10th, panic blossomed within me, and I started breathing faster and faster. My arms became stiff, and I felt completely out of control. "What's going on back there?" one of the enforcers asked through the metal bars. "I can't breathe," I whispered. "She'll be fine," Dimples said. "What if she passes out?" the other enforcer asked. "So what? Then she'll settle down." I didn't want to pass out. It was critical that I stay awake and aware. I forced myself to breathe slowly, and my arms eventually began to tingle as the oxygen in my blood stabilized. Then the tingling stopped, and my arms felt normal. The car slowed, and we went over a small bump. Then the car stopped. Chapter 40. "You awake back there?" one of the enforcers asked. I didn't answer, wondering if I could pretend to be passed out and then somehow break free when they least expected it. A moment later, they opened the rear door near my feet. One of them grabbed my ankles and began pulling me toward the open door. I held perfectly still and kept my eyes squeezed shut as I tried to keep my breathing even so they would believe I was unconscious. As he pulled me, I slid across the seat and closer to freedom. At least that's what I tried to tell myself to keep the panic at bay. One of the enforcers laughed. "Look at that! She really did pass out." "It happens," Dimples replied. "Let's get her to processing." Then I heard a cell phone ring and heard Dimples answer it. The sound of his voice got quieter, and I could tell he was walking away. The other enforcer continued sliding me out of the car. When my feet touched the pavement, he grabbed me by the upper arms and began to pull me upright. I let my head fall back, and I cracked my eyes open just enough to make out his shape. "Come help me here," the enforcer holding onto my arm said over his shoulder. I opened my eyes more and saw Dimples talking on a phone about 20 feet away. The enforcer in front of me was straddling my legs and looking at his partner. Reacting on instinct, I opened my eyes completely and drove my knee upward, nailing him between his legs. He released my arms as he crumpled to the ground, holding himself. I leapt to my feet and raced in the opposite direction of where Dimples stood. With my hands bound behind my back, I had trouble running as fast as I did in track, but I pumped my legs as hard as I could. I had no idea where I should go, and though there were some lights in the area, it was still pretty dark. When I saw a road leading off into the distance, hope bloomed inside me, and I ran in that direction, crossing a grassy field. A moment later, my breath was knocked out of me when one of the enforcers body slammed me to the ground. Without my hands to break my fall, my face took the brunt of the impact. Even though I fell on grass, my cheeks scraped across the ground, my lips split open, and my teeth clamped down on my tongue, filling my mouth with a metallic taste of blood. "Not a good idea to run," Dimples growled in my ear. I couldn't respond since all the air had left my lungs. Desperately trying to drag oxygen into my body, I thrashed around, but it was impossible with his weight on top of me. I felt him move, and then an excruciating jolt of electricity blew through me. Another taser blast. At that moment I wanted to die. I thought I was dying. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't move. I had no idea where I was or what was going to happen to me. If I'd been able to draw any breath into my lungs, I would have sobbed. The enforcer finally rolled off of me, and air began to fill my starved lungs. Frantic to breathe normally, I gasped. "You're just making things harder than they have to be." He said it as though he was repeating a line he had used many times before. Ignoring him, I focused on my body. Feeling would come back soon. At least, it had in the car earlier. "What took you so long, Hansen?" I heard the other enforcer swearing loudly, his expletives focused on me. Though I was happy I'd hurt him, I was worried about what he might do to me in return. "Calm down," Dimples said to his partner. "You'll be fine. Besides, it's your own fault for giving her an opening. How many times have I told you to never take your eyes off the prisoner?" There it was again, me being called a prisoner. I was still having a hard time wrapping my mind around the idea. "I thought she was unconscious," Hansen said. "You thought wrong." Though my back was to them, I could feel them staring at me. Completely helpless, I tried to brace myself to be kicked or beaten or something in revenge for kneeing Hansen in the groin, but nothing happened. "Are we going to drag her in?" Hansen asked. "Nah, she's going to cooperate." Dimples walked around so he could face me. "Aren't you?" My eyes moved upward to meet his, but I didn't respond, too frightened to speak. Feeling was beginning to return to my limbs, so I knew I'd be forced to get up and walk soon. Maybe I should just do what they say, I thought. Maybe I am making this worse than it needs to be. Wiggling my fingers, I tested my ability to move. Dimples glanced at his watch. "You should be coming out of it now, Morgan." I didn't like him using my name, as if he was a friend of mine or something. The idea repulsed me. "Grab her arm, Hanson." They each grabbed one of my upper arms and hoisted me to my feet. My legs felt heavy, and I found it difficult to take a step, like trying to walk in a pool. "Let's go," Dimples said as he pulled me forward. They both gripped my arms, making it impossible for me to get away. My cheek throbbed, and I could taste blood. My mouth felt fat and swollen, and my tongue hurt where I'd bitten it, but there was nothing I could do about it. As we walked, I regained full feeling in my legs, which was a relief. Eventually, we reached a blank gray door set into a gray concrete wall. Dimples swiped a badge in front of a square device, and I heard the lock disengage. With one of his hands gripping my upper arm, he reached out with the other and grabbed a handle, pulling the door outward. It seemed to open in slow motion, or maybe it was my life passing by me in slow motion. In either case, I leaned backwards, not about to willingly enter this unknown future. Dimples gave my arm a yank. A sharp pain radiated across my shoulder. "Move it, Morgan," he growled. Though I tried to dig in my heels, there was no stopping my forward momentum as the enforcers dragged me through the doorway. As we crossed the threshold, my chest tightened, and I knew, deep within my gut, that my life would never be the same. This has been Dare to Resist, Parallel World Book 1. Written and narrated by Christine Kersey. Copyright 2013 by Christine Kersey. Morgan's story continues in Dare to Endure, Parallel World Book 2. Thanks for listening.